What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, 17th of June, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Traverse Town. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the good morning to you. Thank you for resubscribing. That is 13 months for you. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chat, I'm hot. I feel like my air conditioner is like not working. Got some Ethan Klein fan fan action in the chat today. He's so popular. He's such a popular guy. And he's got so many good takes, right? Good takes on everything. You know, you thought his takes on Israel attacking Iran. Remember, Iran is the bad guy. All right, they're getting attacked in the midst of a negotiation, supposedly, right? There's more on that later, chat. It's 96 degrees here. Damn. I don't think it's that hot now. It's like it's technically the rainy season at the moment. I fell in love with a brain in a jar once. No, that was Steve Martin. I haven't seen that movie. I've only seen the movie where he says the N-word. I believe it's called Steve Martin Says the N-word. It's the name of that movie. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are the legend. He kind of is. He kind of is, chat. But we got more than just Ethan Klein to talk about today. Jesus Christ. Shit is going from bad to worse in terms of the Trump administration and its willingness to get... I don't know, chat. I don't even know. I don't even know. Like, I keep on hearing so many different things about what's going on with Trump. Either he got kind of played by Netanyahu and Fox News, or he was in on it the whole time. There was a secret handshake the last time Netanyahu came to the U.S. and they agreed to pretend to be not working with each other. Is it humid during the... how do you deal with mosquitoes? Oh my god. How do I deal with mosquitoes? Wait, do I have it here? How do I deal with mosquitoes? Oh, this stuff. Yeah. I deal with mosquitoes. With this. And I wish I could read it, chat, but I can't read Thai yet. If you want to help me learn to read Thai, boom, wish list on throne. I've got my Thai Visa fund going on. We are still we're about, I don't know, 2/3, maybe 70% towards that goal of being able to pay for a year of tutelage for myself in the Thai language, which I'm going to need to learn. Because as you can see, chat, look at what I'm dealing with here, right? Yeah, those are letters. Actually, wait. Oh my god, I can't. I was trying to show you consonants and vowels. Like, the things above the letters are generally vowels, although sometimes vowels can appear before the letter or after the letter or under the letter. This is the Thai language. It's a very difficult language. I am doing my... Yeah, and sometimes we double up. Look at that down there. Doubling up on vowels, right? To make another sound. Mosquito and insect repellent with natural herbs. Yeah, from what I can tell from this one, it's just citronella, I think. Maybe like lemon balm. I'm trying to remember. There are certain herbs that mosquitoes don't like. And they all tend to have the same... Oh my god, are they terpenoids? I believe they're terpenoids, right? That drive the mosquitoes away somewhat. I mean, not super reliably, but it's better than nothing, and it's also better than having... It's better than having the DEET, like the chemical mosquito spray. But yeah, the mosquitoes are ruthless. And they carry dengue, and to a much smaller extent, malaria, right? So you definitely don't want to get bit by mosquitoes. What's up, Dawn? But yeah, I'm just trying to cool off with a cool drink. Before we get going on stuff. You can get a bug zapper too? Yeah, true. I gotta figure out how to do Lazada, chat. Thailand has its own Amazon-like service, and it's called Lazada. but it's like, it's iffy. It's iffy. Sometimes the stuff that you get isn't what you ordered. Sometimes if you try to get anything branded, it may be counterfeit. People say that the thing to do with Lazada is to use they have a cash on demand. Does anybody know what cash on demand is? I've got to have some chatters who remember cash on demand, because I sure as fuck don't, but I think I have some chatters, right? COD, chat. You know what this is? This was how people would pay for stuff that they got delivered to them back in the day, right? Because they didn't want to like pay up front with a credit card in case it doesn't get to you. You have Lazada too? Check reviews. The more reviews, the best. Nice. Well, the thing I got to get to use, to be able to use Lazada is I need a Thai phone number. And it should be easy enough, chat. I just need to, I don't know. I think the way to do a eSIM, right, is an app, right? That's the way that most people do eSIM. I need to get an app and get an eSIM, and I think that then I should be able to order from Lazada. But yeah, they do have a lot of the things I need. You remember COD? Yeah, so COD is cash on delivery. And the nice thing with that is that if it, if it doesn't get in your hands, and maybe you even open it, right? Maybe you even open the package, like as they hand it to you, just to make sure that there's something in the package. Because I've heard stories, right, where people order stuff from Lazada and they're out of stock. And so instead of just like, I don't know, canceling your order or sending you an email, sorry, that item is out of stock right now. We will notify you when it's back in stock, or, like making your order take too long. I've heard that some people have gotten an empty box, like as in like you ordered X is not here, but we will go ahead and send you a box with nothing in it. So yeah, that's where we're at now, chat. I'm ready to lock in for the long haul. I got my morning glory. This is the breakfast of champions right here, chat. This is a new vegetable to me. It's a morning glory. It's an aquatic species of morning glory that turns out to be delicious and nutritious, and it's great stir-fried. Which is what I got here. I got some stir-fried. You can tell how spicy it is, though. Look at this. Like, you got peppers everywhere in here. Mushrooms. So yeah, I got that. I got my cold drink. I got my green tea milk. I heard where people order stuff, lasagna. Yeah, I love to order stuff on lasagna. Lasagna. But yeah, like that's what you do supposedly, chat, is you just like, you say cash on delivery, motherfucker. Like, right? You send me that thing, and if it gets to me, I will pay the person in cash. And yeah, cash is a big thing here in Thailand. Like, a lot of stuff doesn't take card. Even if it does take card, there's like a minimum, purchase. Even at like 7-Eleven. Does that exist in the US? Yeah, I think it does. I think I've definitely been to a gas station and have them say something to the effect of like, if you're buying something like really little, right? You're like one banana and they're like, all right, 69 cents. And you're like, here's a card. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. At least $2. At least $2. We're not going to run the card for anything under than $2. Or like anything, yeah, under $2. I got my maple syrup. Everything but you. What is that? What's in the box? Yeah. Oh no. But yeah, so people were asking me about like, should I get a bug zapper? You know what I would really like to get? And I've never gotten one before, but I feel like a mosquito net, because I do have a balcony, and that's the place where I get bit by bugs mostly, right? I try not to walk around. It's like the twilight hours of, like right when the sun goes down. That's when the mosquitoes come out, right? And I try not to walk around in that at the witching hour. Wait, the witching hour, isn't the witching hour like midnight? I feel like other places though it's like twilight, right? It's the witching hour. I feel like other cultures have that as their witching hour. Is the witching hour like cat o'clock for witches? You know what I'm talking about, chat? Cat o'clock. Does anybody or zoomies o'clock? Do people that have cats understand this? Mosquito witching hour. Animals get the most active around sunrise and sunset, right? It's called crepuscular. Oh no, the animals that do that are called crepuscular. 2 a.m. is zoomies o'clock. I celebrate zoomies o'clock at 3 a.m. personally. Yeah, so people understand that. Like maybe there's like the witching hour is like that for witches. Like witches get excited at a certain time of night and they just can't help themselves. They're like, I'm gonna do some witching. I'm gonna enchant some shit. I'm gonna curse some people. I'm gonna make some peepees not get hard. And what else do witches? Oh my God, Chad, if you read the shit about witches, what they get up with, they dance with the devil. They dance with the devil, who is described as a large black man. Not kidding. Not kidding, chat. That is like, a large black figure, right? This is what witches would get up to. I guess this is why they didn't like the witches, right? They're making your pee-pee shrink and they're dancing with a large black man. That's not okay in 1600s America or what 1500s Europe. I haven't actually read a lot about like witch trials in Europe. But yeah, I kind of feel like the witching hour is the time of night that witches become most active, right? They're just like, that cauldron is calling me like the Green Goblin's mask, right? That cauldron is calling me. I need to get, double bubble toil and trouble. Let's get on that shit. Imagine that's literally where the myth, they dance with the devil. It's just because they treated black people as equals, right? Just because, yeah, they would chill with. Well, I mean, like, yeah, like traditionally, like I feel like the first people that got targeted as witches in Europe, it would typically be like an older woman, not married, living at the edge of the city or community, and with maybe a knowledge of herbs that outstrips the medical knowledge by the so-called doctors in town, right? And that was part of the threat of the witch, right? Was that like, these were, kind of like maybe the keepers of old pagan knowledge, or at the very least, maybe just herbal knowledge, right? Or the fear was though that they could cast a curse upon a man and make his wiener go and make his crops go. Some of the witches were trans women who refused to be defined by a man, and seemed more intelligent than most of the men in town. Yeah. And could actually help you out, right? Because herbs do work. Herbs do have an action. Herbs do have an effect, right? You get a lot more out of them if you're going on randomized control trials and studies like that. They do things, right? Not as powerfully as medications. Because medications a lot of times come from either the discovery of a substance within a herb that has a particular action, or even just like extracting the substance, like either recreating that substance in a lab, or extracting that substance from the raw materials to make it more concentrated to be able to have a bigger effect, right? That's quite familiar with a herb that does something. Damn, yeah. Some people, I don't have to tell you that herbs do things. Some people doubt it, right? Some people think it's all, it's not, I mean, I don't know. This is the whole thing with, what do you call it? Complementary and alternative medicine, where, you know, when it's complementary, you know, it could be okay. The alternative part is the part that people always get in trouble with, is that they don't want to see their doctor, or they don't want to do the treatment, or they don't trust the vaccine, and so they're looking for an alternative. They're looking for something to replace it with, and mileage may vary, I guess, on that one. But yeah, they do have an effect. It's usually not a strong effect. Yeah, is tobacco also a herb? True. In fact, it's an herb with a very specific, doesn't the nicotine, oh my god. No, I'm thinking of atropine. No, but nicotine, like, works on a certain receptor too. I knew a guy named Herb, not the same. He wasn't helpful. He wasn't helpful at all? I feel like guys named Herb are usually pretty helpful. Nicotine is a natural pesticide. It's a stimulant. Oh, thank you, Isaiah. Nicotine is an antidepressant for me? Nice. Yeah, if you want to feel the reality of herbs for yourself, the herb that I would suggest that you try is lemon balm, all right? It has a slight anti-anxiety effect. It's not pronounced. I'm not suggesting you use it to treat anything, right? I'm not giving you medical advice, but I'm just saying, if you want to see, like, you know, an herb that isn't bullshit, an herb that you can feel, an herb that you can take and tell the difference, I would say that, yeah, a safe herb, you know, for you to play with would be lemon balm. You'll find it growing almost everywhere. The one thing you want to watch for, if you harvest lemon balm, you know, from a yard or a garden or something, is just make sure it doesn't get sprayed with anything, right? Because that's, you know, always a concern with herbs. You can eat it, you know, fresh. It does have, like, it has these little hairs on it, right? And for me, when I chew on lemon balm, it always gives me like a weird scratchy back of the throat. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's kind of like annoying. It almost feels like the little hairs are like tickling my throat or something. But you can also dry it out. You can make it into a tea. You can make it into a tincture. In fact, the tincture is probably like a fairly strong form of, fairly concentrated form of the active components of lemon balm. If you really want to, you know, try out, you know, what herbs can do for you, lemon balm's a great way to. I'm gonna smoke Dr. Herb right now. I worked on a tobacco farm for 7 summers. I'm probably radioactive. Damn. Lemon balm fucks me up, really? Do you mean you got high off of it, or do you mean that it's like not a good feeling? Can you smoke lemon balm? I've never heard of anybody doing that. I feel like I'm sure I've seen it. Actually, now that I think of it, I've seen it. And have you ever seen like herbal smoke blends? Like they'll have like a stereotypical picture of like a First Nations person with a peace pipe or something like that, you know, on these things that it'll like say like wizard blend or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? And the idea, the target audience is somebody that wants to get high but does not know how to get a hold of anyone with herb, and so they're willing to try some herbal alternatives, some herbal highs, right, so to speak. And I feel like, yeah, Damania is another one that they put in those smoking blends. I swear I've seen lemon balm. I am not suggesting, though, that you try it, chat. That's why RFK sounds like that. He smoked a whole thing of lemon balm. He's got the scratches in his throats, yeah. Do people who take...
Derby Cliff super chatted $9.99. PBD is probably joking it to current Iran stuff the return of the Shah of Maryland.
Oh no, God, this is so horrible, yeah. No, chat, like this is the reason, if I'm kind of out of it, this is why, like, it is not a good night, despite the fact that, Donald Trump got utterly embarrassed this weekend. Ethan Klein is always is embarrassing himself, right? Despite the fact that the ops are hurting, it's not a good night. We're at the brink of possibly a war with Iran, which, look, if you want to know about like what the goal of that war is, it has to do with China. The United States' interest in shutting down Iran is to close out another a route to China getting supplies, getting necessary, especially like energy, right? If the United States had a friendly like a friendly government in Iran, then they could shut off the Strait of Hormuz. Iran may do that as part of the in the back and forth of the war. But yeah, this is another route for China, right? The United States is trying to just kind of shut off and contain China, and this is part of that, right? And that's why I said, it makes things extremely dangerous. Also, the United States is if the United States actually goes to war, like as in boots on the ground against Iran, I will guarantee you that Taiwan there's gonna be one China. All right. Like, if the U.S. fully goes in, like they may be planning to do now, I don't know what's gonna go on, right? Are they gonna? There's like one nuclear facility, I think, and now don't get excited because it's not like the facility that's on the verge of the breakthrough to develop the bomb. Tulsi Gabbard herself said that Iran was nowhere near being able to develop nukes, right? They're not even close. Everything, there was a fatwa on building a bomb, right up until very recently. Everything we know about Iran is that, points to the fact that their bomb is years away, and yet they're acting like, no, we gotta go now. Iran cannot be allowed to have a bomb. China should capitalize on this by helping Iran. I mean, they are there is a good relationship, or I don't know. They're on the same side diplomatically. Let's just put it that way. Iran wants to prosper and defend itself. Yeah, well, for real, they weren't going for the bomb. They were developing, like, they want to use nuclear technology for energy, but there's no indication that they're close to a bomb, as Trump and Netanyahu's been claiming that Iran was this close to developing the bomb since like at least 2000. I low-key put hope China's airplane supplies to Iran after the attack. Oh, we're giving them some nukes as a failsafe. I don't know. China's very hands-off in its own self-interest, but I desperately want to believe. Yeah, they very much more believe in the soft power, something the United States used to believe in as well. right? Something the United States used to be fairly good at was using soft power up until Trump, really.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. If the current government changes, they could build it in a year. The generals have all but said that, but I haven't seen those interviews translate into English yet.
Right, because of the fatwa that's against developing it. I mean, yeah, and that's the other thing too. The United States wants regime change in Iran, and yes, it's gonna work today. Yay! Okay, yeah, this didn't work last time, so I'm very excited to be able to put your super chats up on screen. Yeah, if they wanted to look, if they made a concerted effort to develop nukes, they could do it, you know, I guess in a year. But again, that's a long time from now, and also like it's a lower time period than what Netanyahu and company are suggesting in order to get. I mean, this is the playbook, isn't this the playbook from the Iraq War? Bibi has been making the Iran got nukes since at least '92. The U.S. has been cooing left and right for eons. They want a puppet. They very much want a puppet. Yeah, if they had a puppet, they really could, you know, use it to really put the squeeze on China. But that, so what that incentivizes, right, chat? Let me put it this way, all right? Whatever government is left in Iran, whatever government takes over is, you know, the United States and Israel want to put the son of the Shah in office. That is even more unpopular than the current government, which current government is not extremely popular. But like, you know, they're teaching the lesson that if you've got nukes already, the United States doesn't mess with you. And if you don't have nukes, the United States will fuck you up, right? Even if you make a nuclear agreement with them. Even if you sign an agreement to allow inspectors in to, you know, see the nuclear fuel that you're actually using and see that it's not being enriched to like weapons grade, right? The United States will come for you. That's what we're teaching people, right? We're teaching the world that you need nukes. If you want to have sovereignty, if you don't want to be the puppet of another state, you need to have nukes, right? And that's a very dangerous lesson to teach. Omega Star, thank you for the 25 to the Thai Visa Fund. And we are up to 45 already. I'm sorry, I feel like low energy today, chat. I don't even know what's up with that. I mean, obviously, I am, you know, back on HRT, which I was off for a while, you know, due to some complexity of accessing care in the United States. It's not that I didn't have, you know, I had Medicaid, but I think, oh yeah, what happened? My, the company that I was using it through, like, got rid of Medicaid, right? So then I had to find another company, and they sucked. They absolutely sucked. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it was the kind of thing where I was like, you know, I really would appreciate maybe seeing a therapist or something. Like, all right, you can do that. We don't have any therapists that you can, we do have therapists at this medical facility, but you actually can't access them. You're going to have to look on a list and find somebody in network is what you're going to have to do. Right. So, you know, just like anything that I like, you know, even like stuff like, dermatology, you know, checkup was just like not on site. It was like, okay, well, yeah, I can give you like a, recommendation. I can give you a referral to that, but yeah, just like everything about, so yeah, I wasn't even able to access like my medication for months and months and months. And I don't know, some of you, I don't know if people noticed. I was like depressed. I was tired. You know, I was missing a major component of my endocrinology for like months and months and months. And then when I got here, I had a little bit left, but I couldn't even get, like, once I'd gotten my prescription from the new place, I couldn't even get in touch with my doctor to say that the prescription got screwed up. Like, it got to where I called it into the pharmacy and they were like, oh, but you've already gotten yours for this month. I'm like, no, I haven't. Somehow, chat, the thing where they mail you the prescription, like, I had set that up, but I hadn't put an address in it, which caused them to mail it out to I don't know where, right? Like, they didn't have an address for me, right? And but it was marked as if, you know, you've received your medication, you've got your medication, right? And it's because they took it and they put it in a box and sent it to nowhere. I don't know. So yeah, like, then I tried to get in touch with my doctor. And, you know, he was just impossible to get a hold of. Finally, he gets back to me when I'm in Thailand. And I'm like, haha, that's very funny, dude. I am, it's too late. It's too late. You fucked it up already, right? You know, you weren't there when I needed you. Thanks. And so, yeah, I spent like, I don't know, 2 more months without it. Then I finally go to a pharmacy here and, you know, ask for HRT. They give me birth control. Right? They were like, oh, she wants birth control. She wants to stop. Yeah, I want to stop, like, the pregnancy process, right? So, you know, I still didn't have it. And then finally, I went to a place that was, that I did not think was a real pharmacy because it just didn't look, it looked like an organic co-op. It reminds me of, like, what an organic co-op looks like in the US, right? If you see a place that's got, like, flaxseed and it's got quinoa and it's got chia seeds, it's got cacao nibs, you know what I'm saying? It's like this kind of place, and I was like, it says farm, and it has the pharmacy symbol, but there's no way in hell that that's actually a pharmacy. Turns out it is a pharmacy, and it is a very good pharmacy, and they had exactly what I needed. So, anyway, low energy, just like little Marco. Why is pharmacy spelled with an F? Oh wait, no, it was like called, like, I don't know. Wait, what? I think it's spelled with a PH. Oh wait, it's supposed to be a joke? Okay, so let me bite. Why is pharmacy spelled with an F? Not that kind? Is it a knock knock joke? Okay, knock knock. Who's there? Pharmacy. No, I can't do it, chat. I can't think of a knock knock joke. I often joke spelling is not my forte. Oh. When you see cheese spelled cheese, to bypass the guidelines, yeah, it's not really a pharmacy is where the weed is grown through. They're saying that's one of the ways it didn't look like a, oh, I see. Yeah. No, it didn't look like a pharmacy. It looked like a, it just looked like a, like a local co-op, like an organic food, like, you know what I'm talking about, Chad? If you live in a fairly large city, you might have like a co-op, like a grocery store that you can pay to be a member of, and they have, they stock what Whole Foods used to stock before Whole Foods just became expensive. Whole Foods used to be like good and expensive, and then Amazon bought it and turned it into being just expensive, right? But these places are, yeah, fairly expensive, and they're kind of like what Whole Foods used to be. Yeah, containers to weigh nutritional yeast. What else would they have? Bunch of cities around me too. Probably the city does too. Some real hippie shit. Well, the one around me, they at least, I mean, like they make it so that the employees actually have a stake in the company, and that the employees have some say in the decisions of the business, right? Free range eggs, there we go. And it would have been raw milk until, I think raw milk is illegal. Oh no, it'll probably be legal again though. RFK Jr. chat, RFK Jr. Yeah, chat, sorry if I'm a little bit out of it today. Mopo, I had a nightmare that Iran had the nuke during a midday nap. Oh, the nuke. Okay, during the midnight nap. That's enough evidence for me to want boots on the ground. There you go. PBD isn't a fan of the Shah, but the main character in his YA, wait, what is his YA? Young adult? Does he write young adult literature? Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Oh God, I forgot about that book. Yeah, it's like Hogwarts, isn't it? It's like Hogwarts for pick-me immigrants? Is that an accurate description? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Patrick Bet David's book. Right, and the reason that I'm guessing the reason that people are talking about Patrick Bet David is that he's on the bonus goal poll, bonus content poll, right? He's one of the options. Well, anyway, his host, what's the dude's name? Adam Sizemore, Adam Size Less. Adam Size about the same. What is his name again? Adam Sizing. I can't. I'm so close to it, chat. Jose did a video on PBD's book. Is it Sizemore? Is it? No, it's like Adam Siznick. Is it Adam Siznick? Is that his name? I think he's like PBD's pro-Israel guy, right? It's not Adam Friedland. And it's not Adam Friedland. Although Adam Friedland went on... Oh, I should have put this up, chat. Adam Size isn't important. I can't remember the guy's Siznick. I think it's Siznick. But Adam Friedland just went on Stavi, baby. Like Stavi's World. Chat, it's a reunion of sorts. All that's missing is... is Dracula editing, their podcast on Da Vinci. Hogwarts with AI holograms? Yeah, it's like Jose did a video on it. Oh, chat, I would love to go for that catnip and just take a swerve right now and go watch that Jose video. Because anything to get me outside of the, whole World War III dream that I'm walking in. Let me figure out what his name is. Sosnick. Is it Sosnick? It's Sosnick, chat. I was like, I think it's Adam Siznick. No, wait, it's Adam Sizemore. No, I think it's Adam Size Less. It's Adam Size. Oh my god. Adam Size isn't important. Yeah, Adam Sosnick is the the name that I was going for. Wow. And that's who it is. And yeah, so he's on the bonus content poll as throwing a tampon at Anna Kasparian. This is what you get, Anna. These are the people that you wanted to make friends with. I want to remind you, Anna. I want to remind you that when you decided that you would cut your ties with everyone on the left based on a little bit of criticism, a little bit of, what was it? First, very gentle criticism. Chat, even when Anna Kasparian was doing the turf shit, people were reaching out to her like they were reaching out to her in a way that like just was very gentle and was making the assumption that she just didn't understand some things that she obviously did, some things that she was on stream like a year before saying, right? The argument against Anna's fucking birthing person freakout was an argument that Anna Kasparian herself had made not a year before against against an actual turf, right? But people were still kind of like, oh, does she not understand? Maybe I can reach out and explain to her, right? No, I'm sure it's just a terminology thing that's got her confused. She thinks that birthing person is trying to say that women are good for nothing except for making babies, right? And by women, she assumed we were talking about cis women and cis women only, right? You have to go, you in order to come up with Anna Kasparian's analysis of the birthing person, discourse, you got to be transphobic. It doesn't come any other way. In undergrad, I saw some dude with a friend in my friend's dorm named Loudermilk. I think I've seen that too. So I wrote on the whiteboard Quieter Milk, and the next day it said whoever wrote Quieter Milk could eat a dick? No. Well, I hope you enjoyed that dick. No, just kidding. I mean, I'm sure you're talking about spotted dick, right? A British delicacy. Lance from the Surfs was, very gentle. Lance was gentle. Mike was gentle. Nobody wanted to, like, destroy Anna Kasparian. But yeah, no, her whole thing was, like, rather than take any kind of accountability, listen to anybody, understand anything, I would rather just say, oh my God, I'm being persecuted by the left. Please, some right-wingers, come and save me. Right? And they did. I mean, she got all kinds of chuds in her replies of like, oh yeah, Anna, you're actually really based right now. And she thought she saw like a clear path. She thought they were saying Red Rover, let Anna come over. And she did come over. Come over she did, only to get a tampon thrown at her by the co-host of the... He brought a tampon, chat, to throw at her. Right? Either that or he just keeps one in his, I don't know, coat pocket or at all time, like a cigar. I mean, maybe he's just a really conscientious guy and he realizes there's going to be a time where somebody needs a tampon and I'm going to be there and I'm going to save their world. Right? I'm going to come through for them because I really care about, yeah, no, I don't know. The dude had a tampon ready to go, right? Brought a tampon to the set of her take, which is Anna and the worst people in the world have started a The View wannabe. It looks like The View if it had the set from In Between Two Ferns. What is that show called, chat? In Between Two Ferns? Yeah, it was called... Oh my God, how do I not remember that? Wait, she hit the arms with not enough force to break them up? Oh, the Red Rover. They gently informed her of the bonus hole. At least it wasn't a trans woman who threw the tampon at her. I've joined at throwing tampons at Anna. Look, I do not endorse, as much as I disagree with Anna, obviously, I do not endorse the incredibly misogynistic move while calling her overly emotional. Right? While calling her overly emotional. Adam Sosnick. Adam Sosnick threw a tampon at her. Yeah, Zach Galifianakis' show, yeah. I gotta be honest, I never really watched that. I never really knew what the deal was with... Is it worth, looking at? Anyway, chat, I better get us to, where we're going, which is scene 7.3 right there. As you can see, we have bonus topics for you to choose from. Oh my god, chat, I already fucked things up already, didn't I? I am supposed to make a chat goal for you to be able to put a butterfly in my hair. And I think there's been 2 super chats already. Right, so there's the butterfly goal. If we get to 8, let me know and I'll put the butterfly in. How about that? Since I was late with that. But there it is. That's a goal for you to put a butterfly in my hair. If it's all about teal super chats. When you do a super chat, I think it's 100 Thai or above, so that's about $3. It's $3 and some change or above. It produces a teal super chat. Those super chats get added up, and if we add up 8 of them this time, it says 10, but I'll take 8, right? If we add up 8 of them this time, then I will put a butterfly in my hair. Did he go through one of the female host purses to get the tampon? I don't know. That seems invasive, doesn't it? Like, I mean, there are right-wingers on that show that maybe... I don't actually know. I mean, like, Lindy Lou, is that her name? I'm trying to remember the other people on that show. Jillian Michaels. As far as people being, you know, to the right on Israel, which obviously Adam Sosnick is... I don't know who else on the show fits that description, but I guess we'll figure it out. But yeah, Anna's just getting embarrassed, right? At least Adam didn't pull the string from his mouth and yank a soggy tampon from his throat. Jillian Michaels has no shame. It could have been her. Yeah, Lindy Lee. The thing is that Jillian Michaels, like, half the time is to the left of Anna. Yeah, they both agree on the turf shit, but Jillian Michaels actually makes a better progressive case on, like, other issues, on non-culture war issues, I guess, than Anna does. I liked Anna's performance, but she gets the company she asked for. You've watched it already, Direful? Anyway, chat, what I was trying to get at is that, so we got the butterfly goal. That's if we get 8 more super chats. I'll put a butterfly in my hair, right? That's a pretty easy and straightforward goal that goes through with the super chat. The other goal that we have is this one right here, and it goes up every time you do a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people, which I would like to not so subtly push, right, chat, because we used to have a lot more members. And that means we used to have a lot more weasels in chat, right? The people that are members can post weasels, and some of them may do that right now just to show what it's like to have a membership, right? But you can get a membership by getting yourself one. I think it's like $3, or by gifting them, right? And if you gift the weasels, then this is how you get weasels. This is how you get those emotes in chat, right? Same thing on Twitch. Getting a sub gives you access to posting not just weasels, but animated weasels and also animated jellyfish, right? So you get jellyfished on that side of things, whereas you get weaseled on the YouTube side of things. So yeah, anytime you do a super chat, anytime you do a super sticker, anytime you get membership or gift memberships to other people, this number goes up. Every time you support me on Throne, which right now is for my Thai Visa fund, we are about 70 something percent of the way towards that, and that's really good. I'm really happy about that. Or if you sign up for my Patreon, or of course if you support me on Twitch through getting yourself a sub, through gifting subs, or through throwing bits my way, which I greatly appreciate since we are demonetized on Twitch. I don't get paid at all, except for through the generosity of viewers like you. Speaking of which, Iron Resi says, hello, glad you got your meds and stuff, Irene. I would love to hear some Chinese medicine knowledge you have. Wow. That, I mean, I don't know if I'm, you know, I feel like it's moving towards calling it Eastern Asian medicine. That's the term that I've heard kind of starting to replace TCM. But yeah, it's interesting stuff, interesting philosophy behind that. I don't, you know, I've never really used Chinese remedies or used you know, traditional remedies, traditional Eastern Asian remedies and stuff like that. So I've really never seen a practitioner, so I can't really speak to that, but it is interesting stuff. My good family friend is the dean of a Chinese medicine school, and their remedies are very healing. Nice. All East Asian stuff. Yeah. They're calling it that to kind of incorporate, you know, like the larger picture of the. How is the ganja? I don't know, M85. The first night I got here, my friend who is a connoisseur. I was about to say another word. Let's just call him a connoisseur. He's a connoisseur of sorts, right? He really likes to stop and smell the flowers, right? This guy. And so he sniffed out the strongest stuff that he could find. And then he presented it to me the night that I got here, the night that I was jet lagged, had not slept in over 20 hours. And so, you know, I took a rip and I got nonverbal really quick. I got just completely I could not talk. I could not make words make sense, right? And so I was like thinking, this shit is out of control. This shit is way too strong. I tried some other stuff and it wasn't that bad. I think my friend just like, you know, he just got something that was way too powerful for me. And I was also just jet lagged out the. God bless the USA. Let's not get into World War III. Yeah, right. Let's hope somehow that I don't know. Trump is making it sound very scary. That's why we call it the devil's lettuce. Yeah. And it was the whole thing. Then this we're sitting up in this room, right? Because like you're not allowed to smoke it in public, and you know it's just like everything's dodgy. You know, do you want to smoke it in a hotel room, right? It's not really. So we end up going to this place that, you know, that he bought some from and saying, do you have a room where we can smoke this? And they're like, yes, we do have a room. So they take us up there, but somebody's already there. It's a American, you know, that was up there watching Netflix in that room and I guess getting high. And he immediately, as soon as I start to get, as soon as it becomes clear that I'm like really, really high, he starts to get really interested in like offering me advice. Oh, you just got here? Oh, I can show you everything. I can show you all the good places to go. Yeah, no, let's like, you know, he starts like offering me like a guided tour of the city and shit like that. And I'm just like, I know that I'm like too high to be able to tell, is this guy like, you know, well-intentioned, or is he like, you know, is he playing some game with me, right? So yeah, that was interesting. So I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Is it stronger? People say that there is different genetics behind the herbs and spices in Thailand. people say that, that it's kind of like, if you don't know, especially since legalization, a lot of the genetics have just been crossed so many times that people are starting to doubt whether there is, like, you can call something an indica or call it a sativa anymore, whether it really has the effect, whether everything is just spam at this point, right? That's the question. Has everything just been bred together so much in the US that it's like kind of homogenous, right? And maybe Thailand didn't get that, right? Maybe Thailand, retained some of the effects, some of the idiosyncrasies of some of their strains, right? It's all about the terpenes. That's what people say. I mean, terpenes are, yeah, speaking of herbal remedies, that's a big part of what's going on with like lemon balm and stuff like that too. So yeah, they can definitely have an effect. So anyway, where were we at? I'm trying to describe the bonus goal. So like I said, this number goes up every time you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, that's how you get weasels. If you want weasels in chat, that's literally how you get weasels, right? Every time you sign up for my Patreon, which is nocommentchick, or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or donate to my throne, which that's the Thailand visa fund that I am trying to fulfill right now. We're about 70% through that, or again on Twitch through subs or gift subs or Prime subs, which Irene Resin just did. That's one way you can support me at no cost to yourself, right? If you have Prime, you can use that Prime to subscribe to my channel. You'll get all the emotes, and you'll make this number go up. You'll put a little bit of money in my pocket, and you'll get jellyfishes, right? That's what more could you want? Can I put my sub towards the end of the thing? That's the other thing you could do. Oh my god, Irene Resin, you're a genius. Thank you for prompting me to actually explain this thing better than I usually do. So what Irene Resin just asked for is like, hey, I just donated, through the form of a Twitch Prime sub. No cost to me, but I still donated. Okay, cool. And I would like to put my donation, I would like to put my money where my mouth is. And even though it's not actually money out of your pocket, it's still money that goes towards PBD host throws tampon at Anna Kasparian. As much as I hate Anna Kasparian, I kind of don't think that she deserves to get a tampon thrown at her. That just reeks of sexism. And I mean, we'll see how these are the people that Anna is hanging out with now, right? The leopards are eating her face. She is being disrespected, right? In a way that almost makes me feel bad for her. Jellyfish and weasel time. That's right. So anyway, that's how this works. When you donate in any of those ways that I already mentioned, hopefully I don't have to say that again. Any of those ways that I already mentioned, you can let me know in chat that you want to put your money where your mouth is, and you can add it to the topic of your choice. Now, we're also voting for these topics. We're voting for them on YouTube, youtube.com/nocommentchick. If you want to make your voice heard, I would love to put it up on Twitch too. Unfortunately, Twitch's polls suck, so I don't put it up there, right? Right now, Hassan versus Hutch and Asmongold is winning, right? That's the number one vote getter at the moment. Second place is a Palantir deep dive. We got a ton of videos on Palantir coming out because Palantir has just been contracted by the Trump administration to create some kind of fucked up database that, at the very least, they're going to use to try to hunt down people that are undocumented. If not, use it on all of us, right? It's got stuff like your student loan debt, your social security information, your banking information, right? They're going to put it all on a database to make it super easy for the feds to just get a hold of everything that you have, to be able to look you up on a Pokédex, chat. You want to be on a Pokédex for the feds? Well, then keep on supporting Trump, because that's what he's doing with Palantir. Third place is PBD throws tampon at Anna Kasparian, and look at that. It's in third place, but since it's got 3%, it's actually in second place, right? That's the power of your donations. You can add them to the topic of your choice, and it will actually rank Zoran in NYC. What is this? Oh, that's a member chat, I believe. Direful, thank you for using your member chat. Bonus goal or bonus hole? I mean, can it be both? What happened to Anna? Oh boy. $5 Canadian to that. $5 Canadian may not buy what it used to buy, but it will get you a teal chat and put us one number closer to the butterfly goal. Remember, chat, it says 1 out of 10 right now. Really think of it as like 1 out of 8. There's 7. You just need 7 more teal chats to get me to put in a butterfly today, because we had 2 bonus chats before I started the butterfly goal. But that gets us along the way towards that. And it also, let's see, what am I adding here? I think 6. So we're at 54. So we're at like over half of the way towards the bonus goal. If we get to 100, we'll watch one of these topics, right? The top ranking of these subjects, right, is what we'll watch. I'll hang out after stream and I'll watch. I'll do one more, not just watch, but obviously react to one more topic with you if we hit 100, right? If we hit 200, which I think we did last time. Yeah, we got to 200 for the first time in a really long time. If we hit 200, that means the top 2 get chosen. And it's the top 2 by votes plus your donation. So just remember, super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, getting gifting memberships to others, signing up for my Patreon, supporting me on Throne, or supporting me over on Twitch. Any of that allows you to put your money where your mouth is.
$5. Butterfly.
Butterfly? The butterfly is so popular. I can see why, chat. What I know is that there are so many strong, independent birthing persons on that show. There really are. I can feel the girl boss energy there. I want to know more. People, please vote for Palantir. Palantir's up there for sure. Steven Sayers, I think the others were intentionally trying to make Anna look bad. They hate Anna. Oh my god, Anna, leopards are eating your face. Are we gonna have to get Dark Brandon? Chat, does any... Okay, wait, last thing. Okay, last thing before we get going, or before I think Patreons, right? Anybody know about this channel, Dark Brandon? It's like a I swear to God, I think at first what it was an animation channel that took, I don't know, popular TikToks and videos and stuff like that, and like animated them. Like they would draw a little figure that was supposed to be delivering, whatever it was, right? I think that's how they started. They are now AI slop, gluing on, just like, oh my God, chat, it's so bad. You're a member? Wait, of Dark Brandon? Yo, Joel Rocks, thank you for the gift sub to Metal Slime USA. Metal Slime USA, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. Look, I'm not trying to hate on you for, I wasn't trying to call anybody out for watching this channel. Like, I was watching it too. I don't know when it changed, but I've noticed that, yeah, the voices are now AI. I think the characters are moving by AI. Like the lips don't really match like what's being said. And I kind of think that the scripts are probably, I think the scripts are AI too. I don't know, Chad. It's pretty bad. The PBD Valuetainment empire is so propped up by the Dark Pyramid scheme money. Vinny pulling up an unrelated video of a person at Disney. Adam throwing a tampon at a guest host. They're not real. I don't know. Some people would say that, wait, it's woke South Park, what Dark Brandon is? Bob Carmody called in as Dark Bernie and was animated on Dark Brandon. Yeah. So, okay, thank you for backing me up. I was pretty sure. I think they used to do that. I think they used to take, like, which is a pretty cool idea, to take, audio and create animation for it, kind of like Haas Animated. Oh, we're gonna watch some Haas Animated today, but first, before we watch any of that, chat, I need to thank my Patreons, because I have a special appreciation for anybody that supports me on Patreon. All right, now look, the Patreon community, it's not that big, it's not a lot of, I'm not sitting on like a large Patreon or anything like that. But chat, the $100 that I do get donated through viewers like you is $100. I very much appreciated, because the YouTube platform, the Twitch platform, these can all be taken away from me, right? YouTube bans people or demonetizes people for no reason at all. Twitch will a lot of times will ban people for talking about hummus, right? So this is kind of like, well, at least I would have $100 in income, which would pay a quarter of my rent if something like that happened, right? So I'm very thankful to those of you who support me off platform in a place that is, protected from. Anyway, let me, everybody at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out every time I stream. So let me do that now. Shouts out to Oralt's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Hem Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. All right, with that, chat, it is time for Ethan Klein. I've been edging you for far too long. And we must now take that H3 trip. So yeah, I've got one segment in this H3 episode that I definitely want to watch. I definitely want to watch that with you. There's also, I feel like the chat was talking about Destiny a lot, so I might search the word Destiny to see. Maybe we should start out with that. Was Ethan talking about Destiny? Oh my god, chat, I just noticed that there's a new Ezra Klein podcast show where he brings on trans representative Sarah McBride, right, who is the first, I believe the first trans member of Congress, also has kind of is exceptional in terms of her not engaging the likes of Nancy Mace, for instance, on issues. I don't know, kind of a mixed bag, like very liberal representative. But yeah, Ezra Klein has been pretty bad, has signaled in some pretty bad ways. I don't see Destiny coming up anywhere. Yeah, I don't see Destiny anywhere in the transcript. I don't know, sometimes it reads words. Okay, he mentions Hassan. 1 hour and 10 minutes in. What is he talking about? Talking about the protest and politics. Okay. So yeah, I think, like, what else? What else do we have? Hassan 119. Yeah, so he's talking about Hassan while complaining about the protest, but yeah, it doesn't seem to make it out of there. The other thing that we want to look at is to just see what the segments that they have are. All right, talking about our break. So they're going to be taking a break, I think, after Friday. Wait, actually, let's just like look at that. Just
the break starts, and me and Ela are taking a nice little. We actually, this is the biggest one we've ever done. We usually get away with 2 days. We pushed it this time 3 days.
3 whole days.
Wow. 3 days.
Wow.
3 fucking days, dude.
That's very exciting. We got to go to break. No, not yet.
Thank you to my parents for they stay at our place, take care of everything.
Aha. Nice.
It's a great deal.
What a deal, dude. What a deal. Where are you going? Where are you staying?
I don't want to say because people are going to send bomb threats. But somewhere very fun and nice.
Israel.
Okay, cool.
No, it's not. There's no way.
I can say the city.
Maybe not.
I think you
Probably not
already
even
did.
worth it. I'll say afterwards.
I think you already did.
Oh, maybe you already did.
Big Sur. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, this wait. I'm just like, I'm a little confused, right? He said 2 to 3 days. There's no way that that's all the time that they're taking off, right? Like, it sounds like Ela and Ethan's vacation to Big Sur is 2 to 3 days. He streams for 3 hours. Not even how actually streamers stream. See, I'm a real streamer. Thank you, Mopo. That's right. Not like Ethan. Like, right, just like, and it's, yeah, not a real podcast either, as iDubbbz mentioned. What's up with the SRA? Just finished watching Novara Media documentary about the SRA. Oh, okay, so it's not specifically about anything. I will be switching my $5 a month to Patreon when my YouTube membership expires. Nice. I think he means 3 days worth of shows, which is a week. Oh, okay. So they're going to take a week off. Okay, that's what I was curious about. That's not much time. I was kind of hoping for a longer Ethan break, honestly.
I'm going to Big Sur.
I probably didn't hear because
I love Big
like I said,
Sur.
I don't really pay.
Everybody loves Big Sur. It's this absolutely
Everyone
gorgeous
loves Big
coastal.
Sur.
It's
I'll
like
do
where the
anything. I'll do
coast
anything,
meets the
sure.
forest. It's just south of Santa Cruz, and it's one of the most beautiful places on earth.
It
probably.
is very nice there.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
It's has these magnificent cliffside views. The sky is magnificent at night.
Mm-hmm.
There's natural hot springs there. One time in college, I don't know. This girl I was dating took me to a and
Isn't there like a massage school there too? Like a big, is it Esalen or something? Okay, so talking about the protests and politics. About Justin Bieber, Jared Leto, Harry Potter deep dive. And Justin Baldoni. Okay. It's this one.
yeah.
New guy.
What else? I'm trying to get through this shit.
Ela and Ethan are gonna ruin Big Sur Survive. I've never been there. Is it expensive, chat? It sounds expensive. Oh, I feel like I've heard of it in like hippie stuff. Like it was really maybe it's like really popular with the hippies, and you know, like everything that the hippies have glommed onto. You know, it's cheap and free and awesome at first, and then it gets. What is that Eagles song? You call someplace paradise, kiss it goodbye. That's pretty much it. That's the story of a lot of places in California, right? Hippies found them and were like, "Wow, this is so amazing. This is so great." And then they got overexposed. they're not doing hotel or Airbnb. They're just going into someone's house and claiming it for Israel. No, no. It's like a surfing place, is it? Hotel California. Yeah. Ethan and Ela are going to sit on the beach staring at their phones, making Instagram stories about Hassan. Yes.
Oh, I love this video. I have to watch this. This is just biggest shout out in the world to these patriotic, amazing Hispanic protesters. This is it. This to me is the best messaging there is. I'll just play it for you, and I have so much respect for these dudes.
Keep in mind, we're protesting, but the Americans are the one doing this shit. You feel me? We're just chilling. Keep that in mind. That sends a message, bro. America doesn't even like America. The Mexicans like America.
Okay, so like somebody's burning an American flag, and there's two figures and with masks. They're saying they're Mexican and they're not behind this. They don't support this. You understand why, right? Is that the media grabs onto anything. Like you could have the most positive, most biggest, most supportive, march in the world, and then if somebody burns an American flag, that's all it's going to be about, right? So, you understand why they want to distance themselves and chat. Okay, here, let me explain that. Let me compare this to my life. All right. When I was a little kid in second grade, I was in a class that was always getting in trouble. We were mostly getting in trouble for being loud before the teacher got there. Good question. Like, why was the teacher taking... So why did the teacher leave the class unattended for so long, right? That's the real question, right? But, the teacher would take a long time. I don't know. She was hanging out in the teacher's lounge. It's apparently really fun in there. She'd finally make her way into the classroom, and people would be rather loud. People would be somewhat disorderly because she had let a second grade class go feral. Okay. And then, being the awesome teacher that she was, instead of figuring out who was doing things that were wrong, she would group punish us. We would all get punished, right? For the fact that the class was loud, right? And I got to the point where I just got sick of it, right? I don't know. I guess I wasn't a very cool kid. The cool kid thing to do would be to hang out in class and be loud, right? But I would be like, okay, we're really loud. We're going to get in trouble. And so I would actually go outside of the classroom and wait for the teacher to try to be like, I am not making any of that noise. I am not standing on a desk. I am outside of the classroom. You could not punish me for, and she still punished me. I'm part of the class, right? In fact, I might have been punished specifically for being outside of the classroom, right? But it's like that. That's that whole thing, right? You don't like to get punished for what other people are doing, and the media will enact a punishment on everyone if they find one or two protesters to be in violation of what they think is right and proper, right? And if most of us think about it in actuality, we can understand whether or not we think it's a good idea optically, whether we think that that's the kind of statement that you want to make at this protest or not. We can understand why somebody would be so dissatisfied with the United States that they want to burn a flag. Burning a flag is, in fact, legal in the country, despite Trump's attempts or, stated attempts that he wants to put people in jail for a year for burning the American flag, right? It's an understandable act, but it's also understandable that these guys are frustrated by the media seeing that and be like, oh yeah, the protesters lit a flag on fire when they, who are protesters, in fact, did not light a flag on fire, right? And it's Hispanic is the word that he's using. Fascists love group punishment. Yeah, they do. Israel's big on group punishment, right? So he's saying it's unpatriotic to protect the neighbors. Just wait, for what he's actually got to say about the protest, right? It's starting off with this image of, I think somebody was lighting a flag on fire. You got two protesters saying, we're Mexican and we're not doing this. We don't endorse that. They're probably sick of seeing the media narrative that ties them to things that they literally didn't do, right? So
people trying to burn the American flag at the No Kings protest.
I don't care. I'm Mexican. American. My family's an immigrant. You're not burning that flag.
Here's some punk ass leftist scumbag who's born here. I like what they go. It's Americans that don't like America. We love America. You know, these punk ass.
I don't think this was at the No Kings protests, by the way.
Well, it was protesting ICE.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The ICE protest. Yeah. You're right. It predates that. You're right. But these punk ass fucking loser leftists who are from like middle upper class families come here burning American flags.
We got to take note of the rhetoric that's coming out of Ethan's mouth right now, because you'll hear this kind of shit coming out of the mouth of many right wingers, right? Despite the fact that it is a imitation of like leftist concerns, right? Of concerns of like privilege and stuff. It's like, oh, they look at these privileged Americans, probably from middle class families. We see somebody who's like college age, and we immediately start writing up a story. All right. They're white. They were born here. They're not, immigrants in any way. They're not protesting out of concern for anybody in their family, right? They're privileged, and they're somehow, I don't know, not worthy to. And it's not about worthiness. For any kind of event like this, you want the masses of people in the street. You want it to be more than just the people that are affected. The people that are directly affected by ICE chat cannot go to these protests lest they, make themselves an easy target for ICE. So, kind of everybody most people that are protesting there are not protesting out of their own, situation of being undocumented. They're protesting in solidarity, right? And, like I said, the question of like, whether lighting up a flag is like the best demonstration that you can do is the message that you want to send. Aside, people are going to do shit at protests. All right. People are going to do shit that you don't like. And people are, if the cops are preoccupied quashing your freedom of speech, then there's going to be an opportunity for people to break the law and to destroy property and do more than just like this, which is free speech, right?
Making these guys who are doing like meaningful, good messaging protests look like they hate America. And by the way, the fact that the right has somehow monopolized patriotism is a huge reason, in my opinion, why so many like common, salt of the earth folk vote Republican, because they are convinced for good reason.
Ethan, you don't know anything about common salt of the earth people, you fucking watch talk rich fuck. I'm sorry, but if you're going to use a stereotype against that protester, right? She's wealthy, she's white, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to say you don't know shit about salt of the earth because you are a rich motherfucker living in Beverly Hills. Shut the fuck up, Ethan. Shut the fuck up. You can't try to use, lefty values, really, is what you're doing there. Like, using the acknowledgement of privilege against people, and at the same time, but it doesn't apply to you somehow. No, your opinion is very valid. Ethan, you're not even at the protests. You're not even there. You know what we're doing here, chat? We are backseat protesting at this point. That's what we're up to. We are backseat protesting. We got this rich motherfucker from living in Bel Air telling protesters that they're not patriotic enough. Telling the people who were actually out on the street, putting their shit on the line, you're fucking privileged. You're too privileged to make that statement, right? Like, I don't have a problem with the people in the clip. I understand what the dudes are saying, where they're like, we're going to get blamed for this, even though this is not us that's doing it, and shit like that. But again, shit's going to happen at a protest, and they shouldn't get blamed for it, right? Nobody should be group punished. Just as much as, like, I didn't deserve to get recess taken away from me for the fact that the rest of my class was being loud when the teacher was not there, was neglecting her duty as a teacher, right? Just like I don't deserve that punishment as a little kid. The protests don't deserve to be slimed by like, let's find the most distasteful thing that's going on at this protest and be like, this is what the protesters were doing. We got to get that brain rot on our head. That's the answer, right? That's the answer, is to untangle media narratives, right? Not to backseat protest from our mansion in fucking Bel Air, all right?
Reason that leftists hate fucking America. And you know what? Loving America, it can be about nurturing, taking care of. Like when you have a child, when you love something, you take care of it, you improve it, you see the best in it. You know what I mean?
Ethan, if you want to make this metaphor, which I don't think you should because you actually have kids, and let me make it really clear, I'm not talking about Ethan's actual kids, all right? I'm going to talk about a hypothetical kid that you don't have, right? Because I would feel uncomfortable, like, saying this about like actual children, all right? But if you had a kid that you don't have now, and you found body parts in their backpack, you found recipes, Ethan, recipes for how to cook a human, right? That is the child. If you want to call the United States a child, that is the child that we're dealing with now, all right? And the question of like, should we support the United States? Should we be patriotic? Should we love the country? Is like saying, should we defend our child, the cannibal? Should we defend our child, Jeffrey Dahmer? Maybe we shouldn't. Hey, he's our child. We should love him. I guess we shouldn't call the police on him, even though he's got human body parts in his backpack. He's got this. He's writing a book. He's writing a gourmet book about how to cook up human beings, because that's what he's doing. He's cooking his friends. He's cooking his teachers. He's cooking them all, right? We got a cannibal kid. That's what America is. If you want to make this metaphor where America is our child, America is, first of all, not a baby. America is at least a teenager, and America is a teenager that is fucking guilty of human rights abuses, all right? America is a kid that ever since it was born has done nothing but racism, right? I'm sorry, Ethan. I'm sorry.
Just being like, I want death to America. That's not. Yeah, you're right. You hate America, and fucking you're an unproductive, destructive piece of.
I love how one person says death to America. Chat, you know who said death to America? Michael Brooks said death to America. Does it mean that he wants himself, or he wanted himself and everybody that he knows to die? No, it was a joke. But that joke gets into Ethan's head. He's like, oh my God, death to America. How could you say death to America? Death to America? Oh my God, these people are saying death to America. Well, when you say death to America, don't you know that you live in a... Yeah, no shit, asshole, no shit.
Shit. Like, I'm sorry, that's bullshit.
Wait,
these guys are
and then America got Giardia because dad wasn't paying attention? That's right.
These guys are legends. I haven't even played it yet.
You're not burning that flag. You're not burning that fucking flag.
And by the way, these people are, again, they're protesting the what?
Look, that's just dangerous. That's just dangerous. Look, if you're at a protest, all right, and you think that burning the American flag is really bad optics, you probably shouldn't go and try to, like, rip it out of somebody's hand. You're standing next to a fire, first of all. That's not safe. But wrestling next to a fire is very unsafe, right? You can say that there may be like a harm to the message, should the flag be burned at the protest, and the media is going to, I mean, you got to know by now that, chat, either the media is going to ignore your protest if there's really nothing going on at it, or if there's anything that they can find that looks bad, that looks dangerous, that looks threatening, that's going to symbolize your protest. And the fact that you've got a fire shows that the media's already got something, right? So even if you think that it's a horrible tragedy that a flag might be burned, that it's going to hurt your message and set your movement back for a flag to be burned, you do not wrestle the person with the flag. That is so next to a giant fire. That's so fucking dangerous, right? You look just like the guy. Do you remember, chat? We were watching the protests yesterday or 2 days ago, and there was a chud with an American flag that was going through trying to like antagonize people, trying to get people to fight with him, right? And a few people took the bait until somebody came by and was like, you know what? Ignore him, ignore him, ignore him, ignore him, right? He's looking for a clip. Don't give him one. Just keep moving, right? That's the right answer. That's the right answer. You can't get caught up by this shit. You can't get caught up by, oh my God, somebody's going to burn a flag and that's what all the media is going to say about our protests is that we burn a flag. But if I could stop them from burning the flag, then the media will love me. No, the media, look, Ethan's the only one who fucking noticed this shit. Right? The media is not even going to go through this and be like, oh, we have two protesters who are actually really good. One of the protesters wanted to burn a flag, and it looks like these two wanted to stop them. What great protesters. Awesome. I guess we like the protest now, don't we, Bob? Yes, Susan, we certainly... Oh my God, why did I do Susan's voice for Bob and Bob's voice for Susan? Anyway, chat, Bob and Susan are the two broadcasters in my brain. Okay. Mozart says, I love America more than any other country in the world. Exactly for this reason. I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. Hell yeah.
America's participation in the genocide that's happening in Palestine. But this isn't their protest. These are the people in ICE who are protesting against ICE.
This isn't their protest, says Mr. Does Not Fucking Know Solidarity from a Hole in the Ground. Jesus Christ, Ethan.
Being in their city, trying to fucking deport their relatives and them, and you know what I mean? These people are scared.
Oh yeah, that's what we need to do. Look, take all of the ways that we're victimized, right? Across the country, people across the country victimized by the government, and separate them. Do not cross them. Do not show up for each other's protests. Do not show solidarity. Do not welcome others who have concerns. Do not welcome other liberatory movements into your midst, you know, right? Because we're talking about ICE right now.
This isn't about this protest is not about Palestine, and these people think that they're activists. But
I'm sorry, but it's all tied up now. When Trump uses deportation to deal with Palestinian protesters, it is literally the same issue, bud.
They're hurting the cause so much by coming here to these people. They're hurting these people's cause, coming here, burning American flags. You know, and these people are actually patriots. I think it's important that the people who are trying to deport them on the right see that these people are patriots. They love America.
And that's why I'm showing it on my broadcast, because well, look, you'll get through to the Destiny viewers, I guess. I don't know about like straight up right wingers. I am trying to eat my morning glory.
We don't condone burning the American flag at all. And we're fucking Mexican, dog. We don't condone burning the flag at all. At all. Nobody's burning no flag.
That's what I'm saying, bro. People treat patriotism in America, or like the left, like it's Nazism. It's completely normal human condition to be proud and love where you come from. And part of being like having a healthy
look at this asshole
dose of nationalism or patriotism.
Healthy dose of nationalism
is needed because you need to love your country. You need to want to improve it. You need to want to nurture it to make it a better version of itself, to care for the people in it. You can't fucking hate your country and then wonder why people, you know, don't want to stand next to you, man. These people are, I'm telling you, dude, I have so much respect for these protesters. And I think it's time that, you know, the left needs to start reclaiming patriotism, because that's just a godsend. A godsend.
Do you hear what he's saying, though? Other countries can love their country, right? Why not us? That's like saying other races get to have pride, you know? Be proud of being black. Be proud of being Latino. Why can't we be proud to be white? Like he's literally doing like a parallel process to like, it's okay to be white. Ethan has just invented it's okay to be American. Right? That's
to the concern.
He's talking about national socialism. Yeah, that's the problem with the Sockdems and the leftists in Germany, right? They were not sufficiently patriotic. They did not love Deutschland. If they had just look, chat, hear me out, all right? If the SPD in Germany had just adopted the slogan Deutschland über alles before the Nazis had done it, then there never would have been a Third Reich. We just got to get to the palingenetic ultranationalism before the Nazis do and show everybody that we're more palingenetically ultranationalist than they are. That's a great idea, Ethan. That's a fucking great idea. If only, chat, they needed to get together and say Deutschland über alles. And then the Nazis, where are they going to go with that? Oh, sorry, somebody already stole your slogan. And it's obviously the slogan that made the Nazis win. That was such a good slogan. Deutschland über alles is such a great sentiment, right? It's like, you know, like, look, this ring maybe from Sauron, all right? But I'm going to use this ring in order to defeat the forces of Sauron. And it's going to be epic. It's going to be great. Don't let them tell you to cast that shit back into the fires of Mordor. Don't let them tell you that, right? We need this ring. It's the key to our victory. We got to take up the Deutschland über alles, right? We should. Wow, what a genius. What a fucking genius Ethan Klein is. Optics literally don't matter when there's no outrage over police brutality footage. Oh yeah, people getting run down with horses and shit, right? Protest has goals. The media will. Yeah, we saw what happened. On Saturday, the police, you know, basically declared a riot for no reason. They got mad that the protests were big. That's what it was. They were mad. They were grumpy. They needed to be burped. They needed to, you know, their diapers were dirty. I don't know, chat. The police wanted to go home. And so they declared it. They just started shooting at people. And the media, some of the media was like, well, obviously, those protesters must have done. It was a peaceful. We thought it was a peaceful protest. It looked like a peaceful protest. All we were seeing was peaceful. But there must have been something that happened. Somebody must have thrown a brick. Some tankie got up there and you know, wiped their ass with the American flag, lit it on fire, shoved it into a bottle of gasoline, and then threw the Molotov at the cops. We just didn't see it, obviously, right? That because obviously the cops aren't just going to make that up, are they? Oh my God.
Conservatives. Every election. These middle of the earth people, you listen to what they say all the time. They go, they hate America.
The middle of the earth?
Middle.
Yo, I was just talking about Middle Earth. Wow, Ethan. We must be looking through the same Palantir stone. I don't know.
Type of, I mean, the Rust Belt.
You talking about the mole man?
No, I'm not talking about Lord of the Rings.
I feel like a lot of people on the left are people that the right obviously like pushes aside in terms of rights and stuff like that. So a lot of minorities end up on that side anyway. And then honestly, like, I get it if they hate America. Like, you know what I mean?
If you're an American,
there's different means
and you show up
to reach
protest,
the same goal. Like I'm with you. I think, you know, people
like,
should be good representatives of a movement, but at the same time, like, I also understand the frustration.
Dude, you understand? Okay, if you're from America and you're from like a middle upper class family, and you go to a protest of actual fucking immigrants protesting.
I love that since Ethan is like white and from an upper middle class family, everybody else is too. Everybody else is too, right? Everybody's just as privileged as Ethan because he's not actually even aware of his privilege.
Ice and you're burning American flags.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just responding to your point about hating America and patriotism.
I think the left needs to reclaim it. You can hate America or not. I'm not saying you do, but like if you're on the left and you're an immigrant and you hate America, there's a difference between hating America and like having constructive criticism. If your goal, which it seems like a lot of these people are, is just the destruction, the inevitable demise of the wanting to like burn it to the ground and rebuild it from the ash. This is not a fucking constructive, healthy goal for anyone. Okay, especially middle class.
You dumb fuck. You absolute ignoramus. You think that you can beat the Republicans in the congressional election, which I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the environment around elections is at that time. We'll see how much Trump actually lets a free and fair election go on. But then you can elect a Democrat in 2028, and we're just gonna go back to brunch. Finally, the nightmare is over. The orange man is gone. We can go back to brunch, chat. We can go back to brunch. It's all good now. We can get back to where we were, right? This rich fuck wants his mimosa, wants to go back to brunch. That is what he's telling me, right? He thinks that this shit is fixable. Ethan, look, I hate to tell you this, but shit's not going to be the same again. You can't go back to 2016. You will never go back to 2016, all right? Could the future be positive in some way? Yeah, but it's not going to look like the past. And in fact, like, honestly, thinking that the United States in its current format is going to stay like that is madness, Ethan, is madness. We are not one country. We have not been one country for a long time, right? And the route to making things better is not going to be bringing the country together anymore. It's going to be defending the people that we care about and fighting for their rights and at long last fighting for some part of the country where those rights can be protected. That's the best we can hope for. That's the best. But this guy really thinks America can return to glory. like all other countries, we just elect somebody that's a Democrat, and all the other countries will be like, well, I guess America's back now, and we love them, and they can be the global hegemon again. Oh my God.
Upper middle class white asses, okay? Like, I'm not loving America doesn't mean that, doesn't mean that you're not a critic of it. You criticize, you want better for the things
but you don't. And that's the problem with you. You're trying to say that there's another way to be, and if you yourself are the example, that way is pathetic and ineffectual. That way gets us Trump. Ethan, it's people like you putting up with Hillary Clinton, putting up with Joe Biden, putting up with Kamala Harris, settling for that shit that enables Trump to even be a force on the political scene.
And it's just a messaging thing beyond that. Like, you listen to the feedback, it's like, these leftists, they hate America. If you hate America so much, why don't you leave? And all this types of shit. And it's because they see shit like this. They see fucking...
And he thinks they're right.
People at every protest burning American flags. And that's, if you're...
I mean, he also looks at them as literal hogs, but he thinks they're right.
And if you're just talking about messaging, which is important, this is just the fattest fucking L for leftist liberal politics imaginable. It's like, you just show them burning American flags. It's like, if you hate it so much, why don't you leave? These people don't think...
It's really funny. More than 2 years after his conversation with Hassan about leftism, Ethan still does not know what leftist means. He uses leftist the way that somebody would use leftish, right? On the left side of politics. That must be what that liberal and leftist, right? Liberal and leftist. No, Ethan. No, Ethan. Liberalism is a capitalist philosophy. Leftism is a decidedly anti-capitalist philosophy. You still haven't learned shit, and you want to talk about politics, and you want to be taken seriously, but you are a ass clown muppet.
Think about it that deeply.
Yes.
I mean, doesn't it look like, watch him move, Chad? Does he not look like a muppet now?
Peaceful protests into a riot is certainly like defeats the purpose. And like, I was at the No Kings protest this weekend. I ran into Love, and it felt like...
And again, who turned it into a riot? Who always turns it into a riot? Is it the cops? He's never going to even understand the concept that the cops can cause it. He thinks the cops are there to protect and serve. This guy's worse than useless. He's less than useless.
You just organically ran into him?
Yes.
No shit.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
We like ended up on the hall at the lawn at City Hall. And,
My family was there. My whole family was there.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, cool. And it felt fun. There were people singing. We were sitting on the grass. It felt honestly like a community like block party or something. And then maybe 10 minutes after we left, it was reported that they had like released tear gas.
Yeah.
And I was just like, wait,
No, dude, I saw that.
Please, Olivia, start to put it together. She was like, wow, something must have really changed at the protest that I was just at that was totally immaculate vibes. Something must have totally changed, right? Maybe the evil anarchist swept in right at that moment, right when I left. Or Olivia, the cops didn't like that the protest was having a moment. Figure it out, people. Figure it out.
The No Kings protest, especially in LA, I wasn't. It seems like in general though was extremely fucking peaceful, patriotic. Y'all, if you want to fucking walk around and
I mean, except for the one protester that was shot. I'm sorry. The one protester that was killed and the other protester that was shot by a yellow vest at No Kings. Except for that small matter, right?
and just hate America, right? Then you're planning on not ever winning any elections and losing the majority of common people. It's messaging. Get your shit together. Stop being such fucking dramatic babies. You know what I mean? Whoa, actually, America's bad. Okay, let's fix it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're not doing it, Ethan. You're sitting on your ass. Let's fix it. That's what the people out in the streets are doing. That's what they're doing, all right? And they don't all agree, like least of all on something like, whether to burn a flag at the protest or not, right? But at least they're doing something, Ethan, unlike you.
You're fucking born here. Everybody loves their country for the most part. Why is it America are the only ones that, like in America, being patriotic or loving where you come from is the ultimate sin? Fuck
well,
that.
It's not.
I don't feel it's the
that's
ultimate
not, that's
sin.
not
I'm
true
just
at
like,
all.
am I
Absolutely in
indebted to
leftist
love?
circles.
Well, yeah,
Am I indebted?
So what, Germans should love Germany in the midst of the Nazi takeover, in the midst of the Nazi blitzkrieg against France, against Poland, ultimately the USSR? You should still, we're just going to show people that we love Deutschland more than the Nazis. We're going to shout Deutschland über alles even louder than they are. That'll show them. Like, look, Germany is a mess, but we can fix it. But first we gotta wave that Nazi flag around. Don't burn it, whatever you do. All right. Jesus Christ. Does he not understand what time it is? Does he not understand what the United States is doing? Does he not understand that the United States is, in addition to being, yes, the global hegemon, that absolutely imposes different rules for us and our allies in terms of international law than for any other country out there, and that is currently about to jump into a war with Iran? That's what we should be cheering. That's what we should be cheering for.
That's not America.
It is. In leftist circles, you deny that patriotism is a sin?
No, I agree with you.
We're talking about different
yes,
things.
but
You said
I'm
you
not
can't
saying-
do that in America. I said that's not true at all. In most of America, people are patriotic, like you said. I'm agreeing with your point that especially when it comes to messaging, and in this particular case, it does seem like Trump and his ilk are hoping for things to turn violent and for things like that. Like you said, that is sort of like a gift to right-wing propaganda.
It's messaging people. It's fucking optics. You're being an idiot. And
you're a 40-year-old man talking like XQC. Tell me more about being an idiot.
You're serving them perfect messaging.
The staff is so cucked.
Yeah. It doesn't even matter how you actually feel. It's optics, people. Stop being dumb as fuck, okay? Stop being self-serving and emotional and so
See, the thing is, Ethan, you can't stop being dumb as fuck. because you are recalcitrant in your ignorance. You're not only ignorant, you're not only useless, but whenever anybody tries to get to you with any facts, you shove your fingers in your ear and you say, nah, I'm not listening to what you're saying, Tankie, right?
Involved. Other shit is at stake. Other people are at stake. Lots of shit is at stake here, okay?
Yeah, I would say, too,
I saw a comment, someone was at the No Kings, and they go, I saw lots of leftists being like, oh, it was too libbed up. I saw a ton of American flags. I felt it was like I was at a Nazi.
Yeah, well, who gives a shit about
Well,
what
it
people
does
think?
matter. I care because these people are a growing and more prominent voice than ever, and they're fucking cancer.
I mean, I mostly saw it. It did seem like it was mostly received pretty well. Like, I don't think that those people won in the messaging game.
The inward Andy to optics Andy pipeline is real, says Uzupsk.
At least in these No Kings protests this past weekend. I mean, I live in the downtown area, and so I've been in the thick of it for the past week and a half, 2 weeks, and I would say that this past weekend was actually, despite it being by far the biggest protest day, was the chillest. Like earlier in the week when the protests were much smaller.
Dude, my family
at
was
night
there.
it was
Everybody was
way
chill as fuck.
crazier with like people smashing windows and spray painting all over the place.
It seems like the only time it gets rowdy is at night when they start shooting fucking tear gas into the crowd. Or I was watching a reporter there just start marching on the crowd. It's like,
exactly.
You know.
Yeah, they're
I'm
definitely
sorry.
they're trying to provoke a reaction as best they can, and it's hard to interpret it.
Ethan,
I agree that you shouldn't, give the other side such easy ammo to use against
What the fuck happened to Dan? A paycheck.
the cause. My point is more of that, like, at the same time, it's not with everyone. It's not so much that they hate America, but it's
Who's shooting the tear gas, Ethan?
like they don't feel like they're able to enjoy America until they or be proud of it until they feel like everyone within America could.
What is that? That's normal. That's a normal modern hope, a dream for a more perfect union. Abraham Lincoln said that shit.
Somebody get, like, what we need is one of those big canes, that they used to use in vaudeville. Whenever somebody's act was stinking up the stage and people are booing it and they're throwing tomatoes and the person on stage is just like still doing the Charleston, right? And they reach out the hook and they go, pull him off the stage. That's what they need to do to Ethan. Just pull him the fuck off. Wah, 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 wah. And then hit the button and be like, we'll be back to more goofs and gaffs in just a minute. We are currently re-educating Ethan Klein. That's what they need to do. They need to just tie him up, tie him to a chair, get those Clockwork Orange shit and just like mind fuck that guy into not ever talking about politics again.
200 years ago, right? And
yeah, but we're still not there.
Well, of course, but we're more perfect than it was then. I mean, let's be real. We had slaves back then, America.
We have gulags right now. We have El Salvadoran hellholes that we are deporting people into. Trump's been trying to deport people to Libya and Sudan. Yeah, we've got problems. They're different. I wouldn't I mean, I don't know. It's
we take it for granted.
You're acting like, well, we don't have slavery anymore. That's an improvement.
Places in the world, almost nowhere has freedom of speech like we have. In Europe, they don't have it. And fucking,
he doesn't know. You can tell he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like looking for like approval to his crew, right? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, Europe is more of a authoritarian, chilling effect on free speech than the United States. Right. Yeah. Europeans know that that's not true because when they come to the United States, if they've said anything bad about Trump, they get a fucking rectal exam at the TSA. Europeans know that this isn't true. Like, there's a reason that nobody will visit the United States. Ethan just doesn't know what time it is because he's too rich. He's too up his own ass to even feel what the rest of us common people, Ethan, which is like literally the rest of us. You know, you're up there somewhere in the upper, 5, 4, 2% or whatever of rich people, right? We're the common people, by the way. We're the common people. Yes, including the student with blue hair and a nose ring who's burning the flag. We are the common people, not you. Shut the fuck up, you ass clown.
Pretty much every other country, they don't.
It's the Gong Show? Wait, there was a real show for that?
Don't have these freedoms of speech that
I thought it was just vaudeville, right? Wasn't that vaudeville?
We have. That is a uniquely, you have the right to burn an American flag, right? And that's freedom of speech. It's been ruled on time and
Gong Show is real?
Time again. And that's something that
is it old enough that we can watch it, or is it not that old? Ethan enjoys America as a drama. He takes that shit seriously.
We have here that we need to respect and appreciate, right? While we have it. And you again, like you said, AB, this is normal fucking desires for the country, and it doesn't, and you're not
as a European. It's technically, well, I know what he's talking about, right? I just don't think that he is aware of what's currently going on in America. I think that's something that you could say maybe under another administration, all right, about America having a slightly broader freedom of speech, right? In practice, right now, in the United States, we do not have more freedom of speech than you do in Europe. We are getting in trouble. We are being investigated. We are being, harassed by federal law enforcement for shit that's literally just our opinion, right? Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about, though. And what Ethan is talking about, right? JB brought up that it's technically true. In terms of there's broader slander and libel, for instance, right? And in a lot of cases, you could make that argument that the United States has more freedom of speech. This is not one of those cases. This is one of those cases where America gets a little bit fashy, and we actually have less freedom of speech than even those countries with some ridiculous libel laws.
Expressing that when you burn a flag, when you burn the American flag, it's just anarchist, it's fucking self-defeating, it's hateful, it's unproductive, it's just destruction.
No, yeah, I knew what you were saying, JB.
And it's like, cool, dude, you're awesome. You're a fucking hardcore anarchist. We're all so proud of you.
Did you see the guy who... I think he's arrested.
What a fucking loser. This guy doesn't even know what anarchism means.
No.
He thinks anarchism is like the Joker, baby. I'm an anarchist because I like to make things blow up. I think it's really fun. I like to hurt people for no reason because I'm an edgelord. That's what an anarchist is, right? It's literally the Joker, baby. Oh my God. Winniecat, thank you for contributing to my Thai Visa fund. Or actually, I shouldn't make an assumption that that's what it was too. I'm silly. I am too silly. Oh no, chat. I just used a very old form of internet speak. Okay, yeah, it was towards the Thai Visa fund. Oh my God, and that gets us to 110 on the goal. So we are at least gonna watch one piece of bonus content. So yeah, how this works is if we get to 100, we watch the top scoring piece of bonus content. That's a combination of the votes on YouTube with the donation. When you donate, you can let me know in the chat. You would put that donation towards Ezra Klein's DashCon. Put that donation towards Palantir Deep Dive. Put that donation towards Hassan versus Hutch and Asmongold, and I will add your donation to the topic of your choice. Thus, maybe pushing it over the line if it's close. So that's the thing. Everyone hates anarchists, even anarchists. Yeah. But
he was one of the people that burned down the Waymos on one of the first days of the protest or whatever. I don't know if they caught him. I was seeing it on the Los Angeles.
Are you serious? After all that shit, they're not gonna catch the Waymo? That's hilarious, chat. So many people got arrested in that protest for so many ridiculous things, many of which they will literally just be let go of because they're not crimes, and no prosecutor's going to take that up seriously. But somehow they like, and just like, Chad, did you notice that too? Like, look, the cops are there when the protesters are out and making themselves heard, right? The cops are there to shut them down. The cops are not there when somebody's lighting Waymos on fire. You ever notice that? You ever notice that? Oh, we just couldn't quite get there. Oh, it's literally on the local news right now, but we're just going to let it. They want that image out there. They want that image out there. They're letting these things happen. And you do let these things happen when you're concentrated so much on crushing protesters' right to free speech that you're not policing the city. When Los Angeles or any city gets this way, they literally go into a thing where, you know, if you call 911 and you need the police, right, it better be an emergency or else you're not going to see them for a very long time. They are not protecting. They are not serving. They are quashing free speech, right? That is what the cops are involved in right now. And surprise, surprise, that's when the property destruction gets done. It's almost like the people looting, the people doing the property destruction know that this is a time that they can get away with what they're doing. And the fact that that so many people have gone to jail, and yet the person that produced that image that the media is just feeding off of, right? It's like, oh, you know, we couldn't really tell who he was. I don't know. I mean, it could be like, I don't know. It's hilarious. It really tells you where their priorities are. It really shows you where their priorities are.
Angeles subreddit the other day, but I think it was actually the police put out like a picture of them and said they were looking for him with their name. And in this thread, there were like 30 or 40 replies from people that are like, oh, I fucking know this. This guy is a legendary piece of shit. He's at every fucking protest, you know, causing trouble.
If that's true, and they didn't get this person, like, I don't know.
Starting fights with people and everything. And
I mean, remember this, like, I don't know. We'll get into this later, maybe if we have time. The cop, the guy that dressed up like a cop to kill the state rep in Minnesota and to shoot the state senator and their partner, right? There's stories about the cops like rolling up to this guy in his cop car. He says nothing back to them, and they're just like, oh, that's fine. I guess this cop didn't want to talk to us. I guess this is just yeah, I guess he's got stuff on his mind. Let's leave him alone, right? Like they see him at the address going in to shoot the people, and they're still like, you know, I don't know. It's just like, and then he ends up getting away, right? There may or may not have been a gunfight with the killer in Minnesota, but he got away after the police rolled up on him while he was doing, I think, his second crime.
And it's true.
Cops didn't realize it was a mask. They all look like that. Damn. Look, if you looked at the mask, right? It's like, I mean, I can't imagine seeing this thing like in person and not realizing it's a mask.
There are people out there that are just like, their goal is to make it as violent and as disruptive as possible. And especially in this case, like you said, with the messaging of these protests, it's just,
if not cop, white cop shave. True.
That shit. It really is just giving them the excuse they need to send in the Marines, which was going on this weekend.
Excuse me, Dan. Yeah, seriously, somebody said, what has happened to Dan? This guy was a socialist at some point, right? And until it became really clear that you're not allowed to be a socialist and work for Ethan Klein. Let's hear what he said one more time.
Into their hands doing that shit. It really is just giving them the excuse they need to.
They don't need the excuse, dumb fuck. They don't need the excuse. They've never needed an excuse. You saw what happened at that protest, right? Where they got sick of the protesters. The protesters weren't doing anything. They literally declare an illegal assembly and shut it down and start attacking people. They don't need any excuse. They've never needed any of excuse, and and hardly any of their excuses are actually valid. There is probably one protester initiated, or not protester, but like civilian initiated riot per every 10 riots, and the other 9 are police riots, right? When you see a riot going on, when you see public disorder, it's most likely caused by the escalation of the police on scene.
To send in the Marines, which that was going on this weekend too.
See, you gave them the excuse. They wouldn't have been able to. This shit all happened before the Marines were there. What are you talking about, Dan?
It's so fucking crazy.
That's insane. By the way, people are arguing with me about freedom of speech. I'm right and you're wrong, as always. Let me tell you. People are like, oh, there's lots of countries that have freedom of speech. There is. In Scandinavia, there is, right? Canada, there is. Netherlands, there is. United States has the most unrestricted free speech laws, I think.
And it doesn't matter what laws you have on the book when your president's not following them. When your president is deporting whoever the fuck he wants to without any sort of due process. It doesn't matter what laws you have on the books when you live in a fucking fascist authoritarian state. Ethan, pull your head out of your ass and recognize what fucking time it is. Recognize what's actually going on. Recognize that you don't live in the America from the 1980s or whenever you're fucking from.
In the world, but in a lot of countries in Europe and around the world, you can't just say, like, if you go to the UK, like, you can't just say anything about anyone like you can here. Like, you can get sued for defamation for like fucking nothing, dude.
That's
and it's
true.
like that in Australia.
The UK is not.
You know, we take that for granted.
In Thailand, you got to be careful about hotel reviews or you know, Yelp reviews or something like that, right? You can get hit with slander and libel for stuff like that.
You know.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Obviously, America is better than majority of the world. But
so that's good. Let's work from that. That's a good place to start
from. Like, free speech can be argued when you talk about stuff like Mahmoud Khalil or all these people.
Exactly. Wait. No, that defeats Ethan's argument. Oh my God. AB, you're selling that so soft.
Campus who are being fucking basically kidnapped for protesting our government's involvement in what's going on overseas. Like that seems insane to me.
True.
Right. But I'm not, again, so I'm not saying.
Right. But I'm the boss of the show. And so therefore, even though you made my point look ridiculous and pointed out the truth of the matter, what the real free speech situation is like in America, I am going to still pretend like my point stands.
Yeah, we don't have to fight for it constantly, right? Like, we have to fucking safeguard our freedoms and respect them, and that's an important part of also being democratic free.
You lost your freedom, Ethan. You lost your freedom. You've got a president that has mollified the legislative branch and is on his way to mollifying the judicial branch. You lost whatever good shit you think you might have had at whatever point, right? Which you only think is good because you are not subject to the lack of a pay raise that the rest of the Americans have had to deal with since the 1970s, right? Our productivity has gone up. In other words, we're doing more work. We're producing more value for our bosses, but our pay rate has flatlined. You are not subject to that because you are a YouTube OG who was in the right place in the right time to get rich over vape fucking niche. All right, this guy that doesn't even smoke weed got famous for playing a cringe stoner.
A society, you know, it doesn't mean that you hate America. There's different governments, there's different institutions, there's precedents, there's motion, there's things that are happening that are deplorable. And
you don't know what the fuck any of that you meant. Precedents? Tell me about precedents. There's motion.
Despicable, okay, but like there's so much, and it's the people are America too. Like, you know, we're here, man. We're all tied up. We're all together here, and it's so exhausting. It's so stupid. It's just such a unnuanced, dumb, self-defeating take. I hate America. Death to America. America is bad. That's what I hear Hassan, a constant Hassan refrain I hear now. Well, America is bad. Like talking about the Houthi.
America's literally a bad actor on the world stage. America's supporting the biggest pariah state that's doing a genocide, and America's about to join them in a strike on a first strike on a country, in a offensive war to take out their fucking enemies, in America's case, because that enemy is useful to China. And we want to cut China off as much as we can. That is what America is doing right now. The rest of the world fucking hates us. Ethan, wake the fuck up. Wake up. I don't know what time period you think that you're living in. All right, bud, but it's not the 90s anymore.
Like death to America. America is bad. Okay. Great analysis.
And even in the 90s, there was shit that America was doing that wasn't great.
Let's make it better. You know what I mean? Is it all bad? No.
But then why aren't you off your ass? Why are you on your show? You should cancel a show for 2 weeks or do a live from the protest, right? You won't fucking do that. You won't get off your ass. You're saying, "Well, we can fix it. We can fix it." No, you can't. You won't do shit. You're not motivated to do it. You are sated by your fucking treats. You are privileged to an extent that most of us will never fucking comprehend, Ethan. You are worse. You are less than worthless.
It's not all bad. Of course not. It's not all bad.
I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag.
That's him talking about Hezbollah flag. So that's it. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to fucking speak. Anyway, the point is that these protesters, I thought, are really doing valiant, good fucking work and representation. This is the type of shit that's going to move the needle, you know, and get more, because common kind of salt of the earth folk.
It's not, Ethan. It's not. Look, this shit that's going to get attention is this fire. All right. Whether or not somebody throws an American flag into the fire is not going to change shit. Whether or not somebody goes up there and says, "Hey, you see those people throwing the flag into the fire? We're against that. We're in the protest. We're Mexican," right? That's not, the media's not going to pay attention to it. No, you're the only one who's featured this.
They don't think about shit too much. They just go, these folks hate America. I love America. My family lives in America. I grew up in America. My papa grew up in America. He had a job.
Again, look, it's hilarious that Ethan, positions himself as defending the salt of the earth people, where he literally looks at them as hogs, right? We joke around about it. I do the hog voice and stuff like that. I don't literally think that people in like Alabama are less intelligent than people in New York. I don't literally think that. I think that there may be like less, educational opportunity. People may distrust institutions like colleges and universities more. There's a lot of factors, right? But I don't literally think that these are like Untermensch, in the middle of the country or some shit like that. Like I'm not looking at it like that. Ethan literally is like, but that's not going to get the hogs on our side. The hogs are like, "I love America. I can't understand anybody saying something bad about America unless they're against America, which means I got to be against them because I'm a stupid hog and my brain, I got 2 brain cells to rub together on a good day."
We love America, all this bullshit, right? And then they see, not bullshit, but then they see.
It's just like all this bullshit, all these stupid hogs that they're. I'm sorry, not that they're stupid, not that it's bullshit. No, they've got a point,
Protesters, and they go, "Fuck
America, good."
Yeah, right, and it's so obvious, right, for them to be like, "Nah, fuck these people. I don't care. I don't care what anyone believes in. I don't fuck with these people burning the American flag."
But you definitely fuck with some appropriation, don't you? Does that make you feel tough to put that on? But to put that "I don't fuck with" on, does that make you feel less white to put that on, Ethan?
Someone says here, UK doesn't have freedom of speech. Yeah, not even close. Apparently comedians get arrested. That's insane.
He's got Count Dankula fans in his audience. When they said comedians get arrested, that is a person that is thinking about Count Dankula, right? The guy that taught his dog to, what did the dog like put its hand out? I don't remember if the dog did a Nazi salute or if did the dog bark whenever somebody Jewish was on screen or whenever. Oh no, whenever he said something like gas the and the dog would bark whenever he would say it, right? That's the comedian that's cause celeb as far as comedians getting arrested in the UK. If there's somebody in your chat saying, yeah, UK is terrible, comedians get arrested, that's literally a Count Dankula fan. Jesus Christ. I mean, and look, that's what happens when you invite DGG into your community, all right? You're going to get some of that shit. Some of those people that think Dankula is based as fuck.
We don't condone burning the American flag at all.
This guy's a hero.
And we're fucking Mexican, dog. We don't
I'm pretty
condone
sure you could
burning
like
the flag.
burn a flag in most countries in Europe, though. Just as a detail. I just Googled if you could do it in Sweden. My assumption would be you could probably
Scandinavia has good freedom of speech laws. Scandinavia in general.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care about burning flags, though. I mean, I think
he seriously trained his dog to Sig Heil. Like the dog was like, oh no. Oh no. Like he would say Sig Heil and the dog would like lift its paw. Oh, that's terrible. Legalized comedy. He's got Sam Hyde fans. Oh, good point, J-Rock. Good point. Ethan fetishizes political centrism. And Count Dankula is a good centrist. He made his dog a Nazi. Yeah. I mean, look, racist dogs are a whole ass thing. Did anybody ever see the King of the Hill episode? Wait, I'm trying to remember. Hank's dog was not actually racist. Was that how it ended up? Like they thought that his dog might be racist, but it was like something else. He dressed up the dog in a Nazi uniform. Ricky Gervais wishes he would get arrested on stage. Everything is just the big thing made Kamala lose. Everything is great. Don't you love it? Oh, he's doing the thing that made Kamala lose. Yeah. Ethan proving again that he has no ability to actually analyze the situation beyond the depth that the media feeds to him. Plus Chat GPT. Don't forget, that's his other trump card is Chat GPT. That's his Pokemon, right? Chat GPT, I choose you. What would Chat GPT say as a Pokemon? I guess it would say its name. That's what like all Pokemon do. Backseat protesting. Yeah, that's what we got going on today. Backseat protester Ethan Klein. He doesn't want to go to the protests. He doesn't want to, he hasn't really meaningfully like supported the protests, but he is going to complain about the people who do go to the protests, that they are not patriotic enough for his liking. He would rather the protest just be a big, America barbecue. Burning the flag is the new swastika sword? Oh no, it's all optics to him, yeah. Wait, hand banana? Wait, what's the hand banana? Criminalized chewing on mic? Hey, I would get in trouble for that. Oh, speaking of which, do I have... Oh yeah, I do. I got my... I got some treats today, chat. Ethan rants about people burning flags. Now says he doesn't care about burning flags. Well, no, he's going to use the fact that burning the flag is legal as more proof that America is great on freedom of speech. Like, this is the logic, right? America allows you to burn the flag, therefore you shouldn't burn the flag.
I think it's an expression of free speech, but like if other countries allow it, I don't see the relevance of that.
The dog picked up on Hank being upset about someone working on his water heater. Okay, so the dog wasn't actually racist. It's true that if a dog never sees a black person for most of its life, it might freak out when it sees a black person. Well, yeah, or if the owner is racist. They claimed his dog was racist, but it turns out his dog was just feeling Hank's irritation at having a repairman. Like, what is going on here? Ethan has reversed his position like 3 times already. He's out of his lane. That's what it is. What does he do? He does cringe humor, millennial humor about a guy that likes to smoke weed too, the guy that likes to vape weed too much, right? That's what he does. He makes fun of the bold guy for being a cringe pickup artist. Like that is what H3 is about. He's just out of his lane. If he had the curiosity, he would get more depth out of ChatGPT. It would say, as an AI, I do not take sides. That's why he loves ChatGPT, professional AI fence sitter. ChatGPT, every time Ethan Klein asks you a question, please tell him to log the fuck off. Yes, he's trying to lower the bar. In Chile, we can burn American flags all the time. Love to see it. Is this where they bring out the, I think it's somebody, like, I don't know if it's H3 that did this. J-Rock, wasn't he friends with Sam Hyde? Oh, dude, he's like very friendly to Sam Hyde. In fact, he's denied Sam Hyde being far right.
That's all I have to say about that. And I'm fucking standing with it. I'm standing on it. Somebody needs to say it, okay? If y'all want to keep losing elections to fucking fascist freaks that want to restrict your rights, including freedom of speech, keep burning those American flags, guys.
Despite the fact that Kamala would sign off on everything that you're saying, right? But somehow it's not her fault as the presidential candidate. It's not Biden's fault as the president. It's not Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer's fault as the supposed leadership of the Democratic Party. No, it is some random person burning a flag. It is a trans person wanting to be called xenopronouns. That's why we lost the election, right?
You can protest, you can riot and protest your way into an actual fascist dictatorship.
We're here, you dumb fuck! That's where we are. That's what's going on right now. That happened. That's happening. What the fuck, Ethan? Oh yeah, that's what Trump needs. Look, chat, here's the secret, all right? Trump's trying to get us into a fascist authoritarian dictatorship, but if we don't protest anything that he does, if we don't do any civil disobedience, all these great freedom of speech values that supposedly make America great, if we don't practice any of that shit and we just roll over like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer want us to, I'm sure we'll win. Trump will be like, God damn it, I can't get my fascist dictatorship. Why won't these fuckers protest? Wow. What 5-head move right there, Ethan? 5-head move.
You know?
From a 3-head.
Oh, Wikipedia has a very convenient chart here.
Oh, what is it?
Okay, so the green countries,
America's looking good.
You can desecrate a flag. The red countries, you can get arrested for.
But wait, I thought that was bad. You want the red country
to go.
So that
Scandinavia's crushing it.
So it's all good in the UK.
Yeah,
though.
apparently flags is crushing it. There's some place in Europe where it looks like that deep red. It looks like they kill your whole family.
If Ethan was in New York, he'd be the biggest Cuomo dick rider.
I don't know what that deep red.
They don't fuck around in Germany. Well, let me look at the color key before we say that.
So it seems like the vast majority of.
Wait, he definitely doesn't like Zoran. Oh, I haven't heard him talk. Oh yeah, for obvious reasons. I gotcha.
Foreign flag desecration. Oh, meaning you can't burn another country's flag. You can't burn a flag, period, in these countries.
What if you're cold? God damn. But like, okay, so Benelux looks like yes. France is a no. Spain is a no. Germany is a no. Poland is a no. Turkey is definitely a no. A big no for Turkey. Thailand is a no. Yeah, you definitely don't want to. Chat. You know, if you drop $1 on, because the money has the royalties face on it. If you drop a piece of money in Thailand, you're really not supposed to look, say this, right? You're you're getting street food, which is great in Thailand. You can get street food everywhere, right? You can get corn fritters. You can get a bunch of stuff with meat in it. I don't know. It's not so great for me because a lot of it has meat in it. But people love the street food from the street vendors here, right? So you're taking out your money to get some street food, and you accidentally drop a 20 Thai baht bill, right? and it's a little windy, right? And you see it on, and you're like, oh shit, it's gonna blow away. And so you go, and I would do this in America all the time, right? You go with your foot and you step on it to keep it from getting away. Wrong move, wrong move. You are not putting your foot on the face of royalty in Thailand. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea, right? The foot is the lowest part of your body. You know, feet are considered dirty. And for you to put that on a, you know, on a representation of the king, right, would be a real big mistake. So yeah, I can, it's not that surprising that they don't allow the flag to be burned.
It don't matter what flag it is. You cannot be.
Israel is red on the map. Wait, is it? Oh, it's dark red, isn't it?
Burning flags. What
does the yellow mean?
No flag burn crescent here of Central Europe.
That's that we say no.
Is it Uruguay? No, that's not. That's like south of Uruguay. Oh, that's
peace and love. Actually, it turns out in most of the world, it seems like you can't burn flags, like hardcore. America and Canada and Australia.
Japan.
Yeah,
South
Australia.
Africa.
Not New Zealand, though. Interesting.
New Zealand said
the rivalry between the Kiwis and the Aussies continues.
Yeah, I think
they do not see eye to eye on the issue of flag burning.
I think you should be able to burn a flag, especially in America, because it's an expression.
Give you a local tour without doxing yourself.
Free of speech, right?
Japan, all good to burn a flag.
But I don't think burning flags is generally good messaging for a fucking protest.
Yeah, that's a fair opinion to have.
I'm with you in that. I do think that, again, it's just such an alley-oop for the other side.
Mm-hmm. That is Uruguay.
There's some people that will argue whenever you're defending whatever cause it is that you have to be better when you're essentially the victim, and I don't always agree with. I don't agree with that argument, but in terms of representing the movement,
I thought Uruguay was south of Brazil.
And overall, I think you're doing more damage by doing stuff like that.
Agreed.
If you hate it, if your representation is burning the flag, why are you even trying to improve it? You don't want to improve it. You want to destroy it. That's what that means.
I guess. I think it's very contextual, too, because I largely agree with you in this case because of the fact that these are immigration protests and this idea that Trump is trying to sell that it's an invasion and they're like straight up, they keep saying things like they're straight up, they're implying that like Mexico's like invading and like going to take over parts of the country or whatever. And so, in that context, Fox News.
Well, yeah, it's south of Brazil, but isn't there a country in between that and Brazil? That's why I thought it wasn't Uruguay, because Uruguay was one of the countries I looked at as far as possibly moving to when I left the United States. Uruguay was probably a very, very, very close second for me. AB, the pick me. Frankly, I don't think anyone should complain about the optics of the protest. They never attend, right? And look, what are you doing, Ethan? What are you doing? You are actually highlighting in your attempt to, I don't know, settle the score with people to the left of you. You're actually highlighting a Trump narrative. Good job, Ethan. Good job, Ethan. You are focusing more people on, the fact that, some people might burn the flag at the protest, and B, the fact that, now they're talking about like waving the Mexican flag is bad, right? Did you like it? What flag did the guys that he's shouting out, like the guys that made this clip, like, for all we know, might be, repping that flag, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you shouldn't let that, like, the fact that the American flag has become, like it or not, a rallying cry for all those who want America for Americans, for all those who have a very exclusive notion of who can and who cannot be an American. That is what that flag stands for now. Patriarchy, misogyny, racism, just like that. That's been co-opted. I'm sorry. It's been co-opted, right?
Replaying footage over and over again.
Green means burning is okay, correct. In New Zealand, the Supreme Court actually recently found in favor of flag. Oh, wow. So that may be an old flag.
And
sorry, an old flag. What am I saying? maybe it's an old map, right? That map seems to be maybe not up to date.
A bunch of people burning an American flag is not going to be helpful. And like you said, it's much more helpful to, like, for them to be showing their patriotism.
Yeah, we love America. That's why we're out here.
Right.
That's it. That's how you win elections, guys.
But you're not out there. You're not out there. You're sitting comfortably in your Bel Air mansion, bitching about how understand what's going to put off the normies, what's going to put off middle America, the salt of the earth people who you definitely look down on, but you don't want us to think that you look down on. You want us to think that somehow you, like Donald Trump, understand them better, despite the fact that you are a multi-millionaire. Get out of here with that nonsense.
You know how you lose elections? You be the biggest
you know how to lose election because you've been doing it since the 1980s. And the only times you don't is when there's a once-in-a-lifetime speaker like Barack Obama, or when there is a spoiler like H. Ross Perot. All right? Other than those times, what do we got, chat? We got Reagan, Bush, Clinton, which, even when Clinton gets in, what does he do? He takes away welfare from mothers, okay? He does Republican policies, right? And then Bush, Obama, and then Trump. Yeah, look, you're fucking losers. You and the Democratic Party definitely know how to lose to Republicans. You've been doing it so fucking well, right? So fucking well. How do you lose to Republicans? Let's keep the Gaza speaker off the stage. Ha 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 ha. Let's not take a stand on this issue. Let's not differentiate ourselves from the Biden administration in any possible way. Let's bring in members of the Biden political team to tell us that our one tactic that's really working well, calling these assholes weirdos, which they are, is actually really bad and we shouldn't be doing it. Don't call them weird anymore. All right. Don't talk about, price controls. Don't talk about price gouging. Don't give the business community, be good friends with Mark Cuban, be good friends with people, from Airbnb, and just let the business community know that you got their backs. That's how you lose to Trump, by losing the faith of the American people, by losing the message of the Democratic Party, which was the party of the New Deal, was the party of the working class, right? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Give an implication that maybe you're not going to retain even some of the good people that Biden had in place. Wait, what was it? Oh my God, chat, I'm trying to remember who it was that... God damn it! I can't remember her name now. Fuck me. There's an example of this. My brain is not working right now.
Political streamer online.
Yeah, get the Cheneys. Get the Cheneys to campaign for you. That's how you lose elections, right? They already know. They got no problem. They don't need any help from the radical left at losing. At losing elections, and the radical left's hand has been the furthest off the steering wheel of anything you can possibly imagine. And yet they continue to try to blame the radical left, right? It's they're associating us with these radical left people. This person had a xeno pronoun, which offended Americans, right? This person, God damn it.
Kamala Harris. And then you fucking run defense for your dumb ass and be like, oh, Kamala would have been just as bad. Really, dude? Fuck you. I saw him out there at that protest. It's like, bro, you shouldn't even show face there. You didn't, you know what I mean? You didn't even fucking support Kamala Harris.
You shouldn't have even shown face there. Ethan, he did. He did, and you didn't. And what the fuck are you talking about? What's that protest got to do with a loser like Kamala Harris? Somebody who doesn't stand up for the people, somebody that doesn't stand on business, somebody who doesn't stand on anything. Inauthenticity is the reason, Ethan, that Democrats are losing, and nobody embodies that better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
You lost the right to protest Trump, in my opinion. You didn't do the one thing that you should have and could have done to elect somebody else. Okay,
hypothetical
and as much
reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
I'm sorry, but
he's talking about on a specific issue, right? He's talking about on Gaza, right? And look, Kamala had so many chances to differentiate herself from Joe Biden on that, right? Joe Biden didn't show that he's better than Trump. Joe Biden, when Israel pushed a war with Iran, Joe Biden's answer was it's not the right time for it. It's not the right time. This is not the right place because I've got an election. Don't do that shit now. Joe Biden very well would be allowing Netanyahu to do exactly what he's doing right now. And if he did, would very well likely be assisting him like Trump is doing. There's just not that's the problem. That's why people don't like Biden and Harris it's because they're too much like Donald Trump. They're too close to Trump in terms of these issues, not on every issue, not on labor, not on, student debt. I mean, there's a lot of issues where you could make an argument that Kamala would be better, but in terms of foreign policy, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. I'm a leftist, voted for Dems, even though I'd be unhappy with them, but I didn't even believe there is harm reduction argument to justify continuing to do that anymore. A lot of people, the Democratic Party is incredibly unpopular. That's the biggest stumbling block now to beating Trump, right? And I mean beating Trump in the 2026 midterm elections, right? We're going to be voting for Congress. We're going to be voting for some senators. And there's a very good chance that the Congress could change hands, which would be huge, right? But the biggest stumbling block against the Democrats taking back the House is that they're the Democrats. They're fake as fuck. They're inauthentic. They're all optics, right? That's the reason that they lose. Because they got too many people with a mentality like Ethan's. I mean, a little bit more actual knowledge of politics, but that's a very, the bar is in hell when it's coming to, Ethan Klein is just a legendary dumbass of the internet.
But like that should disqualify him from ever having an opinion about anything serious. Like, give me a fucking break, bro. That's it.
Loser.
I'm a better looking person than Kamala.
He had to lift himself up because his butt was sticking to the seat.
That's not true.
That's definitely not true.
That's not true at all.
One of the grossest looking people that has ever lived.
I can't believe that Diva said that.
Like, bro, come on.
You missed it. He said he was better than Martin Luther King. Like, right? He flexed his crowd size in his 2017 inauguration. He flexed that his crowd size was larger than Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. Right? Trump has said, if you actually listen to him, if you actually pay attention, if you actually know anything about politics, there's a lot of fucking unhinged clown shit that Trump says. Where was your ass bringing that up on your show? If you're going to cover politics, at least do it right. I haven't seen these guys make Trump look bad. Because they're just not smart enough. Like, they're just not set up for that, right? They don't have the political brain power to do that. Very funny way to say Ethan has below average political knowledge. Bring back fat Ethan, yeah.
You're a mess.
I'm a better looking person.
He was less Muppet-like, that's for sure.
Maybe when he was like 20 or 30, he looked all right. I don't know.
Even then,
Kamala was way hotter than him then, too.
Kamala, like, bro, you're a mess.
Yeah.
You're granting that maybe Trump was... Chat, you want me to show you the Trump that Ethan thinks was better looking? Oh my God, this is kind of pathetic. Mom and Dad and apple pie, birthdays and Christmas in July. That's America. That's America. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, Trump and Epstein at a party. Look, this is the better looking version of Trump that Ethan is talking about. There he is. Hot stuff. You know, it's a damn good thing Ethan's not bisexual, because I would have to call him out for his terrible taste in men if that was the case. If he was like, no, he was okay looking. This is the you know, this is the Donald Trump that maybe is more attractive than Kamala, I guess. I don't know. Look at that goober. Look at these fucking monsters. Whispering sweet nothings into the ear of Jeffrey Epstein. Look at that underage girl over there. Can you imagine being at a bar or something and like, you know how you're at a bar and you're just kind of chilling, you got your drink, you know, you're maybe out on the dance floor, right? And then you kind of like look across the way and you like see somebody looking at you. Can you imagine if it's this guy? Like that, like right there, and he does that clap, like he's like sitting there, he's like, you know, right, and he gives you a look, and he's like, you know, he's letting you know he's hot stuff. Here, I want you to meet my friend Jeffrey. Anyway,
you wear a diaper, my brother.
We mustn't compare.
I feel like somebody else wears a diaper too, chat. Can anybody remind me who wears a diaper? Diaper bro. Wait, what the fuck is this? For real?
I'll be right back.
You can should we just get you a diaper? And
I gotta.
We actually have
so
adult
bad.
diapers over there. No, I'm cool. Are you good? Oh.
Didn't they do a segment on diapers?
Oh, no, I had a guy pee on me once.
Wait, there's that photo evidence of it.
Yeah.
Wearing diapers.
Right. Which we still don't understand where it came from.
I gotta get to the bottom of it somehow.
Yeah, actually, this might be a good time. Many of you out there in the audience probably remember this photo of Ethan. Diaper.
Look at a
I'm
walk
not
down
taking
memory
a
lane.
pause to pee.
The
Here it
conservative
is.
favorite.
Yeah, and look, it came up on Google Images from Lauren Shen, who is a right-wing weirdo, posting this. Does anybody remember the context of this photo?
Let's put this on a milk carton and get the figure
Because
out the missing context.
Ethan doesn't remember, and neither do any of us. So
keep the
somebody out there
change, you filthy fucker.
knows what's going on.
Keep the change, you filthy fucker.
I didn't mean to
Okay,
play it
all right,
twice.
we get it.
I swear I didn't mean to play it twice.
Okay. Somebody just donated.
Wait, was that
$2.
Zach?
Bradley Martin's still coming on. Yes, it's been rescheduled too. I believe not this Friday, but
Is
the
it-
following Friday. I don't. No, there's a video titled that has nothing to do with H3, so I don't know why that's.
Go down. Trust experts on health like this guy. I actually don't look that bad here, right?
Yeah, not really.
I was a lot.
Looks
I
great.
mean, it's like a normal
You
body.
look healthy.
I'd be concerned if my doctor walked in like that. though.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
It's fair. I think that was right after Hila gave birth.
Yeah.
And she had.
Wait, chat. I'm having this weird reaction.
Because, you know.
Look, I don't want to support the idea that this guy became a different guy when he lost all that weight, but I kind of feel like maybe I like Fat Ethan.
Shit gets pretty wild down there in the recovery phase.
Oh, after
Or
theater.
maybe it's just in comparison to this guy. Oh, wait, not this guy. This guy.
You'll get your feelings hurt.
All right.
And like, you know, and it's not even like Kamala's beautiful. She's pretty, but it's like you're not winning that competition with pretty much anyone.
You guys see those allegations that
See, the thing is, he does win the competition when you take him seriously. That's how he wins the competition. That's literally, it takes libs like Ethan to take Trump's claim of being hot seriously. His self-effacing, very obviously self-effacing claim of being hotter, right? When you're like, no, you're not. You're not actually hotter. See, look at, here's Kamala, and she's actually like somewhat hot, even though she's like wine mom hot. She's not like legit hot, but she's sort of hot on some level, right? But whereas Trump, he's hot on no levels. He's ugly. His hair is bad, and he's orange, and he's overweight, and like it's just like he wins. That's how he wins. That's how he wins. When you take him fucking seriously at an obvious joke, then the Republicans be like, look at these libs get bent out of shape over every joke. They thought that Donald Trump actually thought he was attractive. Jesus Christ.
They think Trump has a pee bag on his leg.
Yeah, a colostomy
crazy?
bag.
Yeah.
Trump pee bag. Well, I mean, the dude is like going on 80, right?
But a colostomy bag? That's pretty.
That's not a colostomy bag. That's a what is that called, chat? Is there another name for the pee bag, right? Oh my God. Wait, what is it called? Urostomy. I think it's called urostomy.
Serious.
What the?
That's not my ostomy. Is that urostomy? I don't know.
Hell is
I would
going
love
on?
one of those while I'm switching. I'd fucking wear it.
You go for it, huh?
I will legit like be not having to get out of bed and shit. But it goes up your dick hole. It sounds insanely uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't think it's
You sound like Destiny. I'm sorry. Did you hear that, chat?
I'd fucking wear it.
You go for it, huh?
I will legit like be not having to get out of bed and shit. But it goes up your dick hole. It sounds insanely uncomfortable.
Bro, it sounds insanely uncomfortable. It goes up your dick hole. Yo, listen, I'm not even kidding. Look, when streamers watch other streamers, we start to take on certain aspects of that streamer's patter, right? I've found myself doing this at times, when different people were more dominant in the field of streaming, people like Destiny, people like Vosh. I've caught myself taking on little, wait a minute, where did that come from? That's like something that Vosh says, isn't it? Yeah, maybe you don't say that anymore. Like, wait a minute, why did you say my dude right there? That's a Destiny thing, isn't it? Right? Ethan sounds like he's listening to Destiny. He sounds like he's watching Destiny. He sounds like he's getting his notes from Destiny.
Yeah, I don't
If
think
even
it's
that.
good.
It might even circumvent the PP.
No, it goes up the dick hole. Yeah,
And he was
it
getting
definitely goes up the
pounded.
dick hole.
Okay, so what is
Nasty.
the evidence? It's this photo of him at a UFC
Nah,
event.
there's multiple. It just bulges out a little
And I
bit.
said, way.
Yeah.
And we're talking about this?
This is
No, that's just dick. What are you talking about? That's our incredibly well-endowed president, commander-in-chief.
not one I've
Hacker
seen.
says, I hate the tankies and flag burners, but you're honestly missing the forest for the trees. You're not losing elections because of some cringe-ass leftist. Yes, we are. That's the thing.
Dude, like this person. I've seen Hacker. Wait, what? That's their name? One I've seen Hacker. I hate tankies and flag burners, but honestly, you're missing the forest for the trees. You're not losing the elections. Look, you're not losing the elections because of some cringe-ass leftist that is so far away from power in the Democratic Party that it's not even funny. But you're also, I don't know. This is just like you're not gonna make the protest coverage any better by being like, we don't like the flag burners and the tankies, and we don't like the people, the property destroyers. That's really bad. All that does is draw attention to the fact that that's happening, right? All that does is make that image of the burning dumpster at the center of the intersection more central to our discourse, when in reality, it is on the periphery of everything that was happening at the protest. It is literally not, it's not relevant.
You're not understanding. Yes, we are.
Well, they lost the election for not caring about Palestine more too. Like if you push it further down the road.
I think, isn't there another kind of like, oh my God, what is it called, chat? What is the thing that they put up the dick hole? Anybody want to remind me of this? I used to know what this was called. What is it called, chat? What is the thing that goes up the dick hole to take out the pee in a urostomy? They love talking about tankies, don't they? Can somebody remind me? I can't remember what did they say it? That it's like a glass thing that is like it just goes catheter. Thank you. God, it's a catheter. Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was called. A sounding rod. I mean, that's another thing that goes up the dick hole, but that's a sounder. There we go. We got two chatters pointing me in that direction. Yeah, the catheter. Yeah. Yeah, this is like yeah, everybody knows it's a catheter. I couldn't remember. But I'm glad that all of chat knows what it's called. Everybody. A tuning fork. Oh my god. And just like zip it right into there. Oh my god. Would that feel good? Would that be like a pleasant thing for somebody to like bang a tuning fork and then to like slip it into their dick hole? Would that actually be like, would that be erotic or would that be painful?
Yeah, I think it's too complicated to just pin that on the song pikers of the world.
In my opinion, there's so.
Arvin Trevino says my brain literally turned off and I have zero focus. I'm lost. I'm sorry. It's my fault for talking about dick holes.
So many things they fucked up that they could have just easily done.
Yeah.
I ran to my phone so
I
fast.
would have won again, honestly.
And honestly, even if Trump has a catheter, like, what do you fucking gain by, like, again, like, he's talking about how he thinks the far left is losing the election is losing the country to Donald Trump, despite the fact that the far left is not in control of the Democratic Party, is nowhere close to in control of the Democratic Party. But I feel like it's shit like obsessing about him having a catheter, right? If he has a catheter, if he's incontinent, do you think that that's going to be like that the MAGA's going to be like, oh shit, you guys, I didn't know he had a catheter up his dick hole. I can't vote for a guy walking around with a glass tube up his dick hole. That's not okay. I think aren't there other urostomies though that use like a condom somehow instead of going into, I don't know how it works, chat, but I thought there was another way that it doesn't make sense though now that I'm saying it. It really doesn't make sense how that would work. For some reason, I thought there was a one that doesn't go inside. It just like, is it somehow attached to a okay, I must be making that up. He's not even talking about the far left. He's talking about the center left, like Hassan types. There's literally no far left in the USA, but when you mistakenly think that Dems and leftists are actually center left, then that becomes the far left.
They could have sent more humanitarian.
Is that an option? Is it a real thing? Is there a real thing? Next topic, please. Says Tony Fettuccine.
And help to Palestine. And
listen, it didn't take rocket science to know that Kamala was going to be better in every.
It's plastic. Oh God, yeah. If it didn't, I think that would be messy if it didn't go inside. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I don't think it would work. Do we look like urologists? Well, yeah. Everybody knew what a catheter was. There's a bedpan. Yeah, that's an option. Yeah, because a glass thing obviously would be dangerous if it got broken. Yeah, it would make more sense for him to wear like a plastic one. At least it's not going to get like if he ran into something, right? If it was glass, it could get broken inside of him, and that would be bad.
Conceivable way. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
sure.
The way it is.
But
it's the one like it's like a water. Does the dick go into the water bottle, or does the water bottle go into the dick? A catheter goes inside. Urostomy requires a stoma. Oh, I see. I was wrong about the urostomy thing. So if it's a... So wait, what do you call a bag that's just a catheter that goes to like a bag? Yeah, you're right. You're right. It requires a stoma. Yeah, just like a oh my God, what's the one for poop again? It's not a colostomy. Yeah, just like a colostomy, right? Doesn't go up the butt. A colostomy like takes the poop from before it gets to the butt. The dick goes in the bottle. Okay, a catheter. It's just called a catheter bag.
Yeah.
I think you're underestimating.
Well, a stoma for your pee-pee. It would be a stoma that goes in either to the bladder or to the urethra somehow, I think.
The influence that people like Hassan and his elk are having.
Wait, we're turning it into H3 because we're talking about dicks?
On not just like a very important young voting bloc, but also how it influences other people and breeds apathy, okay? Like, it is a huge fucking problem, and it's just getting worse. You look at Twitter or in TikTok, it's all tanky bullshit, dude. Just total apathy and hate for America.
Apathy. Says the guy that didn't go to the protest. Look, Ethan, I could see you being like, oh, I don't know about the LA ice out of LA protest. That looks a little too, like I'm 40 years old. I got a family. I'm not going to, I could understand that maybe, right? But No King's protest was literally marketed towards people like you, and you didn't go. You had warning. They set this in place like as soon as Trump planned this event, right? They set this in place. He could as he calls people apathetic who are actually doing something while he's not doing shit. He calls people apathetic while he's supporting a party that's got 27% approval, chat. The Democratic Party is cooked. The only person that's going to win in the future is somebody that can distance themselves from the Democratic Party the same way that Trump distanced himself at first from the Republican Party. You're going to need somebody to come along who is like I'm against all this neoliberal bullshit. Somebody's gonna have to chat. The Democrat or the left-wing electoral person who's gonna lead the left out of this, losing streak is gonna be the one who's got some smoke for Obama. Let's be real. Like Zoran, actually. Zoran has actually been, they tried to use that against him, right? That he's been critical of Obama. But yeah, like Trump, what does he do? He comes on, he's critical of George W. Bush. The most obvious thing in the world, that the war on terror was a big fuck up. Now, he's not acting like that now. He is picking up where the neocons left off. He has fully immersed himself into neocon foreign policy at this point, right? But he got elected in 2016. He won the primary by bashing neocon foreign policy.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's helping.
That shit hurts a lot. And the problem is, like, it's also representing the left now because of the easy messaging that it offers, the easy dub that it gives to conservatives. To be like, I didn't see a single American flag out there at this protest. If you love Mexico so much,
I'm sorry, you're full of shit. The protest that you're talking about, there's tons of American flags. There's even flags that are half Mexican flags and half American flags, right? But he doesn't like that shit either. He's probably got smoke for the people with Mexican flags and the people with hybrid flags, which is actually kind of a cool idea, chat, when you think about it. Look, when you think about what we're up against, all right, and you think about who's on our side, right? If you're California, Oregon's on your side, Washington's on your side, Canada's on your side, Mexico's on your side. I don't know, that American-Mexican flag is starting to look better and better. I wonder, chat, is there a little room on that flag for a maple leaf? Is there a little, could we fit a maple leaf onto that flag, right? We got the American flag fused with the Mexican flag. It looks pretty good. Can we just slot in a little maple leaf on there and maybe get something going? Because honestly, chat, I feel like we got more in common with the people of Mexico and the people of Canada than we have with the people of Jesus land.
Why are you wanting to stay here? Or
the NAFTA flag, there you go.
Why are you burning American flags and all this dumb shit? You know what I mean? Because
the American technate.
People probably don't want to. They're afraid to bring American flags to these protests, probably because people call them Nazis. Seriously.
Muppet.
That Sparky says my house in LA.
This fucking Muppet.
Since we put up American.
If he eats any Mexican food, I'm gonna be anal about it. Take it as cultural appropriation. He's lost the Mexican food pass in my eyes. And also just notice how much how much does he rely on the straw man version of like, you know, the intersectional identity politics, right? Like the not actual intersectionality, which is based, right? But the straw man Ben Shapiro version of what that looks like, of what that is, right? What he does is he embodies the conservative straw man of like left-wing identity politics, right? And then takes it like seriously in his criticism of those that he criticizes for having left-wing identity politics. Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Flag 1 year ago. Being patriotic in LA puts a huge target on your back. When I was a kid, man, during the...
Yeah, I've seen American flags at the protests. Hell, there's tons of them.
During like Veterans Day, Memorial Day, every house had an American flag out. Nobody was a Nazi then. Nobody was like overly fucking...
You still don't see it, Ethan. You still don't see it. Look, until the country takes some kind of reckoning with its past and with its present, honestly, because as long as you leave that shit unacknowledged, right, then that racism from the past finds its way into the present. Until you can cut that off by actually looking at it and admitting that America has not been great to a lot of people, that the promise of American freedom has been limited in a racist and sexist and homophobic and in so many ways, right? That this freedom that everybody's preaching about is not something that was for all of us. Until we do some reckoning with that, Ethan, America is not getting better. America is not improving, right? You don't improve by ignoring your mistakes. You repeat the past in that way. That is what's making it so hard to have solidarity, is there's too many numbskulls like Ethan Klein here, just unwilling to deal with anything, or even just too uninformed. I'm glad Nate isn't there. He uses his Mexican puppet to agree with him and make him think he's actually right. Maybe Nate didn't want to come in that day. I don't know. Maybe he knew what was going on.
In like fascist patriotic.
I think you just didn't know. I think you were just a child. That might have been part of it too.
There we go. Yeah. Yes. You got to recognize that flag has been tied up with not the best of us. The symbolism of America has been commandeered by the worst of us. All right. And has become and will become, in the hands of a right, the fucking equivalent of a swastika. Right?
Well, I mean, we lived through the era.
Let me tell you, there were definitely neo-Nazis in America in the 1990s.
I have noticed.
I don't think they're flying American flags, though.
And I like took note of when in history it was like acceptable to have like an American flag on your clothes versus when it became like a fashion statement. And it was definitely when Trump was voted into office. It was like, oh, you're choosing. It felt like you were choosing to identify with Trump by brandishing yourself with the American flag, which is devastating. That is
It's always been that politicians wear American flag.
Can we just say something? All right. I don't agree with the people that hold the flag in high reverence on a lot of things. I get annoyed when people treat the founding fathers like they were religious figures. But I got one area of agreement with these people on the flag, all right? Officially, right, and this isn't a law, you have free speech, you can do whatever you want, right? So I'm not saying this is a law, but officially, as far as respect for the flag, you are not supposed to turn it into clothing. You are not supposed to alter it. You are not supposed to embellish it artistically. You are supposed to respect the flag, and you, like, what? There's a whole ceremony, right? You know, you take out a new flag, you unfold it in a certain way, you put it on the flagpole, you run it up. When the flag gets raggedy, you take it down, and actually, the proper way to dispose of an old flag is, in fact, to burn it. That is how they get rid of. And that's the people that, you know, like that's like the whole like army thing around, you know, the fanfare of like, you know, the reverence for the flag, right? And I think that American flag clothing is ugly as shit. I don't understand if you love something, like why you're going to turn it into a cheap t-shirt made in China. Right? It's just like it's so cringe. It's so fucking cringe. What about American flag bikinis?
Pin, isn't it?
Wait, do they have the stars on here and then the stripes are down there?
Well, yeah, but I just mean like on clothes and stuff. I probably
She's talking about when
wouldn't
it
wear
became
because
more.
yeah, you're right.
The British make welcome mats with the Union Jack on it is a whole thing. Look, I don't care about the reverence for the flag. I just think that the American flag clothes are hideous. I think that shit is fucking ugly.
If you walk around with like American flag,
I'm not saying out of respect for the flag. I'm saying out of respect for like all that is, for respect for beauty. All right, don't turn the flag into a like, unless you want to make it a diaper, that would be okay.
flag shirt, you're like, oh, this guy's MAGA.
I have like
That's the fattest L ever, dude.
Yeah, it's sad, but it is true. Like I have sweaters that I haven't worn for years just because it's like, not now.
And I don't blame you. Yeah, you walk around with.
People have been wearing the American flag clothes for decades. Yeah, and it's been ugly for decades.
Fuck yeah, exactly. You know, that's just the fattest L of all time for the left.
Doesn't that mean you're gay?
It doesn't mean you're gay. It just means you love your country.
Not a Tommy Hilfiger fan, then?
There's nothing inherently gay about loving your
means
country.
you're very, very gay, but you don't want to come out.
Listen, you're a broadcasting legend, Larry. You gotta go.
You're out of your prime.
What was that whole thing with Larry? Who is this Larry King? When did he say that means you're very, very gay, but you don't want to come out? Very easy to paste the American flag on clothes, money, and merch. Some people aren't creative. That's why it can be an ugly design. Look, I think in the 60s, right, people would sew it onto their pants, and there was some kind of statement there. There were people in the 60s, there were hippies that would try to co-opt the American flag as a symbol. I don't think they were very successful, right? But what happened, chat, was that because I think it was supposed to be like I'm sitting on the flag, like I'm sewing. You sew the flag onto your jeans so that you can sit your ass on it. I think that was what the joke was, right? Because it was during the Vietnam War and everything. But companies that made jeans started being like, oh, they like the flag, they're sewing the flag onto the jeans. What if we gave them? What is the company, chat, that's got the American flag? Is it JanSport or something? I can't remember. There's like one jean company that for a while was just like would just like have an American flag on like on the back of the jeans, right? And I think it was out of this, right? They were co-opting like hippie, stuff that hippies were doing and selling it at a store. Biggest concern I have is definitely if I can't wear my flag merch or not people being snatched up on the street by the state. True. Wait, what happened with Norm? He was saying that to Norm Macdonald.
Video. You're banned.
You're dead, bro.
Nope.
Nope. All right.
So that's it. That's my point here.
Let's get on to.
That's my point here, boy.
Here.
I got to stand on some business here real quick. That's what.
Sorry, you aren't standing on shit, Ethan. You muppet.
Okay. We get it. We do need to move on.
That's America to me. It's about apple pie, bro. It's about that torch and that that loosely clothed woman.
You talking about Lady Liberty?
Yeah.
Even Lady Liberty's ready to burn a flag.
Nobody ever talks about how hot she is.
She's out. What do you think that torch is for? Lady Liberty was Antifa. She's black blocked up, chat. That's what that is. Lady Liberty was black bloc, right? She's from France. We should expect that it's about protest.
No kidding.
Is it polo jeans? Is it polo that has the? I thought it was some brand with like a J. Anyway, I had a writing. My journalism mentor in college told me this story was trying to explain recuperation to me, how capitalism takes that which is revolutionary and co-opts it into something that is like, commodified, and that's a way that to deaden the symbolism, which is actually important. Symbolism is important to the mental component of revolution, right? You take that and you take an object that's revolutionary, you turn it into a commodity, and you appropriate whatever energy it had, and then you also kind of de-radicalize the symbolism. But yeah, his example was the flag. Sewing the flag onto your jeans was a thing until a jeans company started just like making their jeans with a flag on back. I forgot she's French. She's super protest coded. I know, right? She's ready to burn that flag, chat. She's ready to man the barricades. That's right. Ethan is homophobic because he hasn't changed the H3 logo. Yeah, he's given in to the anti-woke agenda.
Lady there's one other thing that's important. Taijul did an update on my height since the...
Okay. Is it Jordache? Yeah, maybe it's Jordache. Why did I say Jansport? Does Jansport even make jeans? I don't even know, chat. The LGBT Minute, does he still do that? Do they still do that? The first time I ever saw the LGBT Minute, like, it just like... it felt like a diss. It felt like a secret diss to gay people. All right, so there was something on this channel I wanted to watch with you.
It's so funny because Kyle Kalinske is in shock at videos like this one. He literally sent this to me and then also sent me a tweet from fucking Sex Pestiny. And he's just like, what are these guys saying? Like, it's always funny when you see like actual political commentators accidentally see dumb fucks like this and what kind of commentary is coming out of their mouths. Here is my former podcast co-host, racist Zionist pig, and genocide lover, Ethan Klein, and his opinions apparently on the Israeli strikes against Iran.
So last Friday we did an episode.
Said it's a war now, and it's this is going down. This is like a war that's been brewing for a long time.
I see some Israelis in our chat right now. They're in their safe rooms.
I want to say that whatever you think about Israel, Iran is bad as or worse. They are the fucking evil. They are the evil.
No.
Well, fucking. They're the reason for all this bullshit. Like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi.
Yeah. Iran created Hamas after forcing Israel to do ethnic cleansing and a permanent occupation for, at that point, what, like 60 years? Or even, it was like probably, what, 50 years at that point when Hamas was created? Yeah. Definitely. It was Iran that forced Israel to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians and occupy them. Just like it was Iran that told Israel to...
Someone should draw Hassan as a cartoon wolf for non-furry reasons.
Go and fucking bomb southern Lebanon and instill or promote sectarian fighting in southern Lebanon and do massacres in southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah would be created as a defense force.
One of the red flags that popped up for me when Leftovers was on initial hiatus was when, out of nowhere, Ethan started just saying he hates Noam Chomsky. I see why. Yeah, I mean, there could be legitimate reasons to dislike, Chomsky, right? But you know that Ethan Klein, it's not a critique of, his relationship with Epstein or anything else, anything legit.
Against both Israel and all of the other forces that Israel was helping murder Palestinians and the Shia
America created Iran by overthrowing a democracy, but go on, King. Or shall we say Shah Ethan Klein.
Population of Lebanon.
Go off, Shah.
Yeah, famously. It was Iran's fault, ultimately.
They're all attacking under the direction of Iran. They're all being these
guys would never.
Chat, should I go to there's a cat cafe down the street. I've always thought it was pathetic to go and love on somebody else's cat. I don't know, the cat cafe thing. But I seriously, if there was a cafe of big dogs that jump on you, I would go there. You know what I'm talking about? Dogs that are Kaya's size, dogs that are really big, but they don't know that they're really big, so they're big babies. They'll try to get in your lap, even though they don't fit. You know what I'm saying? They'll jump on you, even though they almost knock you down when they jump on you. That's what I want to go to a dog cafe. Although I feel like it shouldn't be a cafe, because with that, you're going to get your coffee spilled. If you try to drink coffee in a room full of gigantic horse dogs, you're going to get your coffee spilled.
Never have distaste.
Cat cafes are cute, but I'm allergic.
For the settler colonial entity that is doing ethnic cleansing campaigns.
Do you think they have dog bars?
With regular.
There's definitely a cat cafe here.
Frequency in the region. If it wasn't
55 kilogram lapdog, damn.
Iran. Yeah, Iran actually created Israel. That's right. Yeah, Mr. Pro-Palestine, Mr. Anti-Genocide, by the way. So weird.
Fucking Islam.
If it's down the street, why aren't you there now?
Mega, these ultra, I don't even know how to say it, militant, super religious zealots, right? This is all coming from Iran under their direction, So, and what's interesting is that even who hates Iran, the Iranian government the most? Iranians.
The people.
Every fucking Iranian you ask is fuck them.
He's I went to Beverly Hills. And
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Isn't Kaya a $2 billion Maoist pure breed dog?
Yeah, that's right.
My money to PBD.
Designer dog. Oh shit, look at that. Look at that. That's a move right there. Chat. I don't know if you noticed that, but that is a move. We just had a move happen. All right. That is what towards PBD. There we go. 33% for PBD. Damn. Okay, well, we have a new leader now. It's now PBD host throws a tampon at Anna Kasparian. What's in second place? Hassan versus Hutch and Asmongold? Yeah. Yeah, it's a very close poll right now. Yeah, Volunteer Deep Dive is very close. Yeah, PBD's in the lead now. Oh yeah, I gotta mention too that we are at 3 super chats. Now I told you I'll put the butterfly in if we get to 8, right? Obviously you got to get to 10 to get the confetti if you're into that gestalt of seeing the confetti come down on the chat screen. If you really like that, you got to get to 10, but 5 more super chats will put a butterfly in my hair, because I said that I was going to give people credit for the first two super chats that went down before I even started the super chat thing. Oh my god, chat. I'm sorry for being so low energy right now. Ethan's Basement is a cute channel. So happy to share the shift of the channel post leftovers. Yeah.
Every single.
Yeah, they're a friend of the VOD. Ethan's Ethan Spaceman is a friend.
All of my neighbors hate
PBD, the Shah of Maryland's strongest soldier.
Iran. They hate it. They're always demanding that people bomb Iran. It's so strange. You haven't talked to any Iranians? No, he has.
Oh, that's why you're saying Ethan's Basement, because Haz Animated apparently also friends with Ethan's Basement. They've got the little sticker there.
Oh, he has. I know them too. I live here.
You got an Elon Musk ad when you clicked my stream? Like, what was it for? For Elon Musk or for like SpaceX or what was it for? Like, it wasn't just like a Elon Musk like positive PR ad, was it? Was it for one of his companies? I'm a new watcher, but you don't feel low energy at all? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm usually too high energy. I don't know.
They live around.
Maybe we found an even like kilter to get on.
Me. I
thought Haz Animated is Ethan's Basement. Thank you for solving the mystery. I knew this plays something, but I'd forgotten about it. And in fact, I think Ethan's Basement may have said this to me, right? It just went out of my head. No, I think you're right. I think Ethan's Basement told me that they are doing. Yeah, that's the reason that you're not seeing videos on the Ethan's Basement channel. Wait, did they just rebrand the channel to this? Is this like the same channel? Wow. This is a really of all the Hassan Industrial Complex, I gotta say, this one has kind of a special place in my heart. Like I think that Ethan, if this is Ethan's Basement, wow. I should know this. I should know this. I feel like I was told this before, but it's animated Hassan reacting to Ila's deleted Instagram story. I think it's the is it the oh no, this is Ethan coping hard with Hassan's mainstream success. We'll watch that other one next, and then we'll get to the bonus content. How about that, chat? I wanted to I wanted to give you an update on what's going on in Iran, though.
Encounter Iranians that say they are Persian, okay, and demand that the Shah come back to power. They live here, the Iranian monarch.
Wait, the Elon ad was to join some community or messaging group of his, so I clicked off it so fast I didn't catch what it was.
Anarchists. Okay, can anyone name a country where people fully like their government? Yeah, I mean,
has Elon joined the Forward Party yet? Are we going to see some more radical centrist Yang Gang attacks? No, unfortunately, he has kind of tried. He's apologized. He has apologized to Trump.
We fucking hate our government here. Does that mean that, I don't know, we should fucking nuke California? I hate the government. I've been out protesting the government for its insane actions against some of my community members. It's insanely violent actions, it's abhorrent actions against migrants, the migrant population that makes California what it is, makes America what it is. Okay? Does that mean it's great? We should just fucking nuke. We should nuke America. We should, bomb. We should bomb California. Is that going to solve the problem? Are Iranians not Persian? No, Iranians are Persian. It's just these Iranians won't even say that they're Iranian. They'll say they're Persian. Great out of context clip right there. Iran is launching another round of ballistic missiles towards Israel, expected to hit in the coming minutes. New ballistic missiles launched. Is Ted not watch the content, Nuke? Is he stupid? Good one. Yeah, why is Ted hanging out with this anti-Semite who has, since the context Nuke, been featured in New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS, the Politics Institute at the University of Chicago, and virtually every other international outlet. What? You paid for it. Yeah, that's so funny. Vulture 2 recently. Yeah, I haven't even gotten to New Yorker. I haven't even gotten to the Vulture article, which From what I understand, Ethan Klein is suggesting I paid for, which is hilarious because not only do I don't think that's how it works, first of all. I don't think you can get these outlets to like write articles about you.
Anti-Semitism? Is that where you're anti-Semitic but only against Sam Cedar?
You could hire a PR firm to get good media coverage, except if you know anything about me, you know I do not even have a fucking assistant, let alone a publicist. So Vulture was a bit of a puff piece. Yeah, of course. These guys write puff pieces. I don't know if you know this, but there are a lot of fucking journalists in this chat. Okay? Like, the Kleins are rumored to be worth like 10x what Hassan.
Yeah, Ethan Klein is the founding member of the anti-Semites.
If good press can be so easily bought, why is it the only positive articles written about H3 from some Israeli PR firm posting AI-generated slop on Medium? Lol, this is getting pathetic. People don't like you, bro. You can't buy your way out of that. This is the funniest thing, though, to be like, people don't like you, bro.
Gabby Cliff super chatted $9.99.
I don't know.
Did you see Tucker's interview with Ted Cruz? It was weirdly good and very hostile, which makes me think the CIA is opposed to this current action with Iran.
Interesting. Yeah, so yeah, I do know that Tucker's kind of come out against Trump recently. It may be because he's having trouble, he's become somewhat irrelevant since losing his spot on Fox News. Obviously, him doing a new show on X, puts him in Elon's orbit. And Tucker Carlson is, let's see, he's definitely so he's also been critical of Trump right after or around the time of the of like January 6th, right? Tucker was this was released because of the Dominion case, right? Tucker was talking shit about Trump on in text messages to somebody, and just like pining for the day where Trump is no longer relevant. What's his connection to like intelligence, though? Is there something I'm not thinking about? So he had Ted Cruz on. Tucker misses Putin. Yeah, Ethan thinks Hassan is paying for the articles, even though he pays for articles. He pays for AI articles, apparently.
My manager just texted me and said, "You do have a publicist, bro," and then he said it's his name. Yeah, that's my publicist, my manager. I mean, unironically, he does handle all the inbound requests coming from media. Holy fuck, the subreddit is so bad that nobody bothered to post your article to the sub. We can't do anything. Yeah, I can't even fucking reach this goddamn article. Holy shit. I'm working on the assistant thing, for the record. Okay? This guy's suing people into liking you, by the way. Oh yeah, I have a publicist called the CCP. It's true. Remove the paywall. It's been a hectic year for Hassan Piker. On top of broadcasting the slow death of liberalism nearly every day out of his home in West Hollywood, 33-year-old socialist streamer has left his desk to appear at Bernie Sanders' Fighting Oligarchy tour, Kneecap's Coachella performance, the Palestine rally in D.C., an interview with New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, and most recently the ICE protests in Los Angeles, taking his massive Twitch audience along for the ride. Once widely known as Woke Bay for his sharp yet horny daily broadcast, Piker, who was raised in Turkey,
Sharp but horny?
has recently amassed enough respect to ignite feverish debates on whether he can be the long-awaited Joe Rogan of the left. As legacy media hemorrhages
such a bad piece.
Viewers turn to him to explain the news and analyze often unprecedented moments in global history. Piker sees the current political moment in stark terms, and his recent output suggests he's operating with a new sense of
I'm sorry, are we sure this wasn't AI?
determination. Liberalism is failing, fascism is rising through the ashes, and God forbid the alternative. Any sort of socialist thought is terrifying for the masses to actually develop any kind of allegiance to, he said when we spoke on the phone earlier this year. But after years spent amassing a devoted audience as his profile has grown, so has the target on his back. In the last month alone, he has had his Twitch channel suspended, been detained by Customs and Border Protection, and gotten caught up in a tortuous feud with frenemy Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein mentioned. There you go, Ethan. Here, before we get to Ted Nivison, here's a 42-second clip.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hassan infiltrating mainstream media.
Shut up, bitch!
Popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hassan Piker.
This is Wait, is this the content puke?
Piker. Mr. Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker, one of the top streamers on Twitch.
Hassan Piker, what's up?
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit.
Bro, that is a fire edit. Yeah. Could you imagine wasting 6 months of your time to make a video that failed miserably in every way? It not only failed miserably in every way, but it also basically became a permanent point of record that people can always look back at throughout history to see exactly how wrong Ethan Klein was.
Damn. I gotta say, I love Ethan's Basement's new project. But I also gotta say, chat,
There's so much happening.
we are still 4 super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair, and we have less than 16 minutes, chat. That means we're gonna have to try to somehow average 1 teal super chat every 4 minutes, or else no butterfly.
All the time.
We are swiftly approaching the bonus content.
Holy shit, there's literally there are endless amounts of things happening all the time. It's so hard to, what the fuck is this? Hila Klein, progressivism is when women get to bomb Iran? What the fuck? Female pilot who participated in the attack on Iran, Israeli women are heroes? Oh my god, bro, these are...
He was rejected from the CIA like other people who totally aren't G-men? Wait, what? I mean, I could totally see him getting turned down. Right? I could totally see him getting turned down. Elizzycraft, thank you for the Prime sub, which costs you nothing, and yet, which adds like, 3 points to the content, the bonus content safari that we're on. That puts us as 133 now. So chat, 100 means we get like 1 bonus topic. Right now that looks like it's going to be PBD host throws the tampon at Anna Kasparian, which we should probably watch that. Second place right now belongs to Hassan versus Hutch versus Asmongold. And if we hit 200, we'll get that second place. We have, 15 minutes, 13 minutes, 14 minutes to do the butterfly goal, which, is a super chat goal. And also we have, does this count towards the butterfly? I think so. Did you just re-up your sponsorship? Yeah, that should count. 136, look at that. Yeah, we're in short supply of weasels these days, chat. So thank you, everybody who's either getting yourself a membership like Tay just did, or re-upping that membership, or gifting weasels to other people, because that's how you get weasels in chat, right? If you want to see people post those weasels, they need the membership to be able to post the weasels in the first place, or they need the sub to be able to post the weasels on Twitch. The sub you can get for free if you've got Prime, just by hooking up your Prime account to your Twitch account, and then you get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that's me, then you get the emotes, you get the jellyfish, you get the everything, right? So creating more jellyfish, creating more weasels, I guess that's kind of the goal that we're on right now. Trying to see more weasels in chat, trying to spread the love. And so thank you to people who make more weasels, whether that's making yourself a weasel by getting yourself a membership on YouTube, or gifting weasels to other people, which is also very based, right? It's the only way that we can spread the love.
are people who have literally been killing children. Like the Israeli Air Force is most responsible for child murder in fucking.
Wait, Pagemaster? Why does that sound familiar? Why does Pagemaster sound familiar?
What the fuck?
Everything is cartoons today, yeah.
You have to be so unimaginable.
I think it's just because I really like Ethan's Basement's work. I think I just like, I didn't even realize this, chat. A chatter had to remind me that this was Ethan's Basement that does this shit. I didn't realize we had such a talented friend. God damn. God damn, Ethan's Basement. You are like really like I said, I don't know anybody in the industrial complex that puts as much creativity and like heart into it as Ethan's Basement. As you can see, they also have stickers for merch. So see that Kaya? See that Kaya? You can get that Kaya as a sticker. Just telling you, I'm not just telling you that that's some pretty cool merch.
The echo chamber to think that like the permission structure is shifted to post stuff like this. I mean, it's obvious that this is her perspective. Like, this is her honest perspective. But like,
Pagemaster was a Macaulay Culkin movie from the early 90s. Just before or after Home Alone. What's the new name? Haas Animated. Although I'm not sure if the Ethan's Basement channel still exists or if he rebranded it.
The miscalculation of like revealing this honest perspective is because you think falsely that people are not going to look at this and be like, what are you talking about? These are baby murderers. Like these are the people who have been murdering fucking children. Also, court refuting Yosef Haddad. Nice. She walked it back after. I assume this is the walk back. I would like to apologize for my recent story reshare about the female Israeli pilot being a hero. It came off as glorifying violence, which wasn't at all my intention, but I can understand how it came off. I wanted to highlight the difference between women's lack of rights in I wanted to highlight the women's lack of rights in Iran under the Ayatollah and the women in Israel being given agencies to even fight in combat. That being said, it's not the best timing or situation to make such a point. War is terrible and should never be glorified, and I'm very sorry for the post. Listen, the girl bosses that have been killing women in Tehran were doing it in a sexy way. Do you only read your subscriber chats? I'm from Iran. I don't have an international bank account to sub to you, unfortunately, so it'd be nice to pay attention to them. Brother, this might be... You've been following since 2022. Are you fucking kidding me? You think... You've been in here since 2022. You think I don't fucking read non-subscribers? What are you, crazy? Also, you can get gifted a sub. Finally. Motherfucker, I always read non-subscribers. I sometimes consider unsubbing so you'd read my messages. Yeah, no, I read non-subscribers all the time. A subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service, however, will help you support the show. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, and for you, the viewers. All right, let's get back to Blake Phaeton. Have you seen this other tweet? Oh yeah, this is my favorite tweet. Extremely good troll here, reaping a bounty in the replies. Breaking: Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. This is so... Well,
I think I scrolled past this tweet. I didn't realize what it was.
I don't understand. That means it's definitely real. Okay.
My only complaint is that his head is a little too big. Yeah, you should make the head smaller.
It's obviously real. What are we talking about? I mean, for the last 20 months, when Israel presented insane information like this, I always assumed it was real. I always assumed that this is normal and real and good.
Wait, in chat, someone MAGA said I look like denims. Literally the only trait we have in common is wing and eyeliner. Yeah, chat opinions.
I believe it.
Chat, how would I look as if I went like immediately from being like a no makeup queen to like a high production makeup queen? Like if I got like fake eyelashes glued in, I don't know if I'd handle that. The thing that I'd worry about, chat, is if I became like, and I should get some kind of makeup, because like I looked at like a picture of myself the other day on my like I took pictures for the visa thing, and I don't know, I had to take off my glasses, and I noticed like the dark circles under my eyes big time, and I was like, oh my god, this is what concealer is for. This is what concealer and foundation will take care of. That makes that, you know, go away, right? And I just worry that, like, with how hot it is here, and especially if I start doing Muay Thai, that if I do makeup, it'll end up being a mess.
That's real and it's true. Wow. I work at—
Wait, I don't even know, Dizzy Mess, if it's his new name, if Haas Animated is the new name, if that's what the channel's rebranded to, or if it's just a separate project.
In that building, there's definitely a sub underneath, but no planes. That part is fake. I don't know. I mean, I'm trained and conditioned into believing this from the past 20 months of Israel's righteous conquest, not a genocide, but Israel's war against buildings filled to the brim with Hamas. That's actually an aircraft carrier. Yeah, that part is definitely real. An aircraft carrier that is, by the way, significantly larger than this building. Israel's crazy because they have a tiny aircraft carrier that they made with like tiny versions of planes. Yeah, I've seen this one. I know this move.
It is a different channel.
It's a meme, right? What do you think, chatter? Of course it's a fucking meme. They're making fun of Israel being like El Shiva compound.
Is Thailand in the southern hemisphere? Most of it's on the northern side of the equator. I think there might be a little part of Thailand next to Malaysia that is like right on the equator. Am I right about that? Sasha G, you're not the only one. Nobody knows like Southeast Asia geography. I was actually surprised.
Compound, excuse me. It's very clear that the hospital has fucking tunnels under it where it is actually technically the command and control center for everyone in
I got false lashes when I commute on motorbike every day because my eyeliner would be smudged down my cheek by the time I got to work. So wait, are you just foregoing the eyeliner and just going with the lashes?
And then they put out the like shittiest animation of all time. Yeah, they have a Star Destroyer, man. It's real. That's real. Israel has that. The tech gap is crazy. Remember when they did that with—
Holy shit, Iran has Star Destroyers? No, Israel. Right, they're showing under buildings in Israel.
Lebanon, that was really funny because like Lebanon, unlike Gaza, has like Western journalists stationed in Lebanon. So they just went to the the hospital, and they were like, hey, can we take a look at your supposed like Hezbollah tunnels? And they were like, sure. And they were like, there is no Hezbollah tunnels here, nor Hezbollah gold.
What about Hezbollah?
I think the fact that they are trying to do that, even with like immediate verification that they can get from Western press, is so shocking. Like they really don't care. It's actually really smart how the aircraft carrier works. Just add water and expands like those toy dinosaurs. Yeah. Just a heads up, that's fake. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, this is fake? Oh, nah. You mean to tell me Israel doesn't have a Star Destroyer that's floating in this like anti-gravity chamber that's built underneath this residential compound in Tel Aviv? That's anti-Semitic of you to think that Israel doesn't have such a ginormous tech gap with everybody else on the planet. They're making fun of the shit that the IDF posts, man. They're making fun of. Also, no community notes. No community note under this. It's real.
It's real.
What is this? Is an Imperial destroyer from Star Wars. Might be a good idea to double check your sources. Incredible stuff, man. I love that this is real. People are posting this with sincerity. Yeah, this is just as fake as the IDF posts, big guy. That's the point. As a matter of fact, that's the whole point of this shit post. The entire point of this shit post is, oh my God, they're so mad. This is an Imperial Star Destroyer from Star Wars, you moronic fat fuck. It is not in the basement of an apartment building in Tel Aviv.
That's awesome.
This is such a funny self-own because everyone, like, this is a meme about what Israel defenders choose to believe. And all of the Israel defenders,
Debbie
all
Cliff
of the Israel
super
defenders
chatted
are,
$9.99. I'm sorry I denounce my Iranian heritage to be on a Star Destroyer any day, even if Netanyahu is Emperor Sid.
It's very difficult to, resist the call of the dark side. That being said, chat, we are three super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair. The bad side, the dark side of that, though, is that we have 51 seconds left. I don't even know if this could happen, chat. I don't even know if this is possible. Should we whisper of a dream? Is it possible to hit 3 more super chats before the goal ends? We got like 30 seconds, chat. There's no way. I know there's somebody right now that's trying to get theirs in before time is up, but I don't know if they'll get it, and I don't know if there's 3 others in chat. That's why the left will never win, right? It's because nobody's you can't resist the dark side.
they're like, oh, if you believe this, you're a fucking moron. It's like, yeah, no, that's what we've been saying. That's what we've been saying, dumbass.
So close. So damn close. All right, so what are we at? We're at 146. We're 54 points away from getting double. Did I do that right?
Super chatted $9.99.
You all remember Patrick Bet David's show? He's got a crew of people on there.
I put 2 donos before you made the goal. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that it's not hitting 8 would be like I said that I would put the butterfly in when we got to 8 because you did make those 2 donos, and don't think that I didn't notice, okay? Because I did. I just like the goal. They won't let me make the goal. They won't let me make the dono goal for 8. I have to make it for 5 or for 10. I think it's like 5, 10, 20 or something like that, right? So, but yeah, I said that if we had 8, that we'd. Of course, they're dark-sided. All that sand, it's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. All right, what is this? PBD's Vinny wins an idiot contest.
There's a guy named Adam, right?
Yeah, Adam, Vinny. I forget the other guys.
Adam Sosnick.
Tom is the.
We're about to see him because it looks like that's what won.
Tom is the guy who wears glasses, ostensibly the policy expert. Adam is the. Where would you characterize Adam on the spectrum?
I mean, he's definitely more well adjusted than Vinny.
Oh yes, exactly.
So is Vinny the guy that's Mr. Miami?
Vinny is the guy who pops a vein when he has to explain anything. And
he's the guy that got so red, red, and screamed at you because you showed that they were.
Vinny has the world record
lying.
for the most failed delayed gratification tests ever as a job.
And in here is I really listen. Patrick Bet David has a show. He has a business that he supports with that show where they do business consulting, and I'm sure also.
I'm sorry. That's a Star Wars quote. Oh, I should know this. Wait, chat. I am trying to catch up. Look. I know I don't know shit about Star Wars. Sometimes I even say Star Trek by accident, or I mix them up when I'm talking about Star Wars and Star Trek. I forget they're not in the same universe, just like I forget that, like, I don't know, Spider-Man and like Batman aren't in the same universe, right? That's Marvel and DC. But I'm trying to learn, and I do know the sand thing. Yeah, that's from the Revenge of the Sith, right? Is that where that is? Was that in the Revenge of the Sith where Anakin says that to Padme? The greatest pickup line in history. Yeah, it's one of the lines people make fun of, because it's like, you know, just a moment where, you know, like it's an important film to the lore of Star Wars, and it like it's just like so badly written.
And
it was Clone Wars. It was actually Clone Wars.
Almost like a system where it looks like a funnel or a pyramid. I mean, just conceptually speaking. And
oh, I'm sorry. Attack of the Clones. Yeah, Clone Wars is the cartoon, right? Attack of the Clones is the live action movie.
Org chart, yep.
Well, like a flow chart, right?
Yeah.
Why did I think that was okay? Wait, so is it the okay? So people don't like the Phantom Menace, right? People don't like the Attack of the Clones, but people do like the Revenge of the Sith. Like that's the standout movie from the prequels, right?
Okay, I don't know business speak. Anyways, exactly, and this is rather offensive, and I'm quite surprised that Patrick Bet-David has not made Vinny.
Clone Wars was the TV show. Wrong, Dane Vera. Clone Wars was 2 TV shows. One in the early 2000s and one in the later 2000s/2010s, right? The one with CGI is and with oh my god, Asuka. Wait, am I saying her name right? I'm not saying Ahsoka. God damn it. Chad, I said Asuka instead of, I'm mixing up Evangelion with Star Wars. No, I know it's Ahsoka. Right, is in the one that's the CGI one. And then there's like a really weird animation one from the early 90s that you should probably check out, just for the depiction of General Grievous in it.
Apologize for this. Well, look at this exchange. They're talking.
Yeah, I love Phantom Menace, but I'm also a product of my time. Darth Maul is camp as fuck. I never really saw what people were saying was like, I've seen some of the early ones. Like the early ones are supposed to be the good ones, right? Technically they're like the first, they're like the you know, the early, the 70s and 80s ones, right? My boyfriend only likes Phantom Menace for some reason. I said Asuka when I was trying to say Ahsoka.
Talking about the No Kings protest, which incidentally was one of the largest single-day protests in the country in modern times.
Grievous is my weird Star Wars wood. Do you think that when he has sex with you, he's like another lightsaber to add to my collection?
Huge.
I mean, and I'm talking like...
Do you think he does that?
I remember when there were Iraq War protests, you'd get 1 million maybe in New York, but that would be one day. And then next week it would be 1 million or 2 in Washington, D.C., and maybe 1 million in L.A. But there were somewhere between 5 and 7 million people who were protesting on Saturday.
Clone Wars 2003 shows the early clone battalions, Jedis, and the new units. The 2005 is focused on the main clones and the Jedis.
I went down to Riverhead and New York to protest. 50
Anakin and Shinji both have that incel energy.
100 people in a town of 30,000 in a not particularly democratic town.
And it's Long Island.
And so there was a lot of people out there. And out of those 7 million, Vinny wanted to make an example of one person indicative of the protesters. Couldn't find one, apparently, and decided...
The early ones are great. They've got sassy Yoda, incest, puppets. It's a great time. Yeah, they do have those puppets.
That he was going to attack some random guy enjoying Disneyland.
And also Princess Leia choking out what's his fuck Jabba the Hutt
or Disney World, whatever it is down in Florida. Here, look at this. This is pretty disgusting.
Let's enjoy them talk about the protest for a little.
That chat, that's got to be a fetish. I just realized that, chat. That was some fan service. Having Leia get captured by Jabba the Hutt and being his side piece, being his arm candy, right? And then her like choking him. That's gotta like there's some dude during that scene that's just like nutting so hard.
Minute before they get to Vinny's insane derailment.
Now they're saying they're coming to cities like Miami, and they're coming to a city near you. That's the list right now, by the way, if you're looking at this.
Look at that. Look, that looks insane.
Can you zoom in a little bit? What is it?
Are they scared of the No Kings people? Are they scared of liberals invading their cities and waving American flags around?
What is Nebraska? You have nothing to worry about. I was going to say, guys, for those of you guys that are frightened, move to Nebraska. Yeah. Right now, North Nebraska is...
They're frightened, chat. We're back in 2020. They're afraid of communists invading radicals. Just like, the whole thing where somebody subs to YouTube and it goes like, it used to be nice up here, but now there are communists invading radicals. That was Minnesota Mike. Minnesota Mike is actually from North Dakota, but he's near enough to the border that he was afraid that Antifa was going to come from Minneapolis and they're going to take over his town, right? He was afraid he was literally afraid that Antifa was going to come into North Dakota and take their shit over, right? To the point where they had an event at a Walmart, right? Where all the chuds in town met up in the parking lot of a Walmart, right? Because there was a conspiracy theory that they're sending a bus full of Antifa right into town. And sure enough, chat, a bus pulls up into the parking lot, probably a bus for something like a church choir trip or something like that, right? And it's just the kind of thing where they're like, hey, where should we stop? Oh, this place has a Walmart and a, This place has a Walmart and a oh my god, what's the fucking burrito place, chat? I'm doing the Pazanabi now. What's that one burrito place from America that I like? It's not Qdoba. I can't remember what it's called, chat. I'm forgetting everything about America. What's that? No, it's not Quiznos. It's like the Quiznos of burritos. What's it called? Anybody remember? Anyway, you know what I'm saying? You're going down the highway, you're looking for like, oh, this would be a good place to stop. Oh, look, there's a Walmart. We can go in and you can get snacks, right? From the Walmart. So they pull off, right? And they pull off and there's all these bikers there and all these people with guns and the bus just turns around and gets the fuck out of there.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.90.
Chipotle, yes.
I know I've let you down. I've been a fool to myself. I thought that I could live for no one else, but now, through all the hurt and pain, Anakin Skywalker.
Oh my god. I've been a fool too, Davy. Okay, that's true. General Grievous was cool. Yeah, it was Chipotle. I was thinking of Chipotle. Right, but like that's why you stop, like, right? So anyway, what I'm trying to say is they posted up in a Walmart parking lot, with Walmart and Chipotle and stuff like that, right? You know what I'm talking about, the kind of parking lot. Right, they post up there, sure that Antifa is coming to town, a bus that is probably for something, like a church choir trip, right? A charter bus pulls up, they all get excited because they're like, oh, here comes Antifa, right? And then it turns around and they take the fact that the bus gets the fuck out of their town, like that turns around and does not go to their Walmart. They take that fact as like, we intimidated Antifa out of invading our town. Like, chat, this guy literally thought that he and his biker friends had scared off Antifa by posting up with guns in a Walmart parking lot. And all they did was scare a church trip away from their city, away from spending money in their city.
Safe. Yeah, look at South Dakota.
I would say I need an Eva Star Wars crossover. I need to finish Eva. There's so many shows, chat, that I have started and never finished. We are at 166 right now out of 200. a mere 34 points from getting double bonus content, which would be the second day in a row, which would be kind of amazing in and of itself.
Like there are parts of Nebraska, the populated areas where
But yeah, chat. It shows like JoJo Part 6 and and Evangelion, where I have a feeling that like something bad is going to happen to the character in the show that I most relate to. That I'm just like, you know what? I'm just not going to watch the rest of this. And if I don't watch it, it means she stays alive. Okay.
You're going to have I bet you had substantial protests. Now, they were talking about this like on the day before, right? And they were amazed that there was 2,000.
I also need to finish Persona 2.
1,000 protests around the country.
Every part of the country.
Every part of the country. Good.
In Montana, like screw Montana. We're not protesting in Montana.
Trump sucks.
You know, so maybe
North Texas.
By the way,
have they pointed out how ridiculous this is? Like they're looking at areas of the map that are blank and reading that as, well, I guess nobody in that area is like upset with Trump. And these are also the areas like that are just not very populated, right? They call the South Dakota the Badlands for a reason, all right? It's not called the Goodlands.
A strategic
Western
move would
Oklahoma,
be
you're good.
Wait, I'm sorry, chat. Is it South Dakota that's the Badlands or North Dakota?
Move would be to move the White House to northeast Montana.
By the way, take a look at,
little bit.
Look at Nevada. Look in the middle of Nevada.
Oh wow, Nevada as well.
No.
Look
Look
at
at
that.
Desert.
We're from
These
California.
people
We know
know
Nevada.
nothing about the country.
Well, Nevada's very pro-Trump.
I would love to see Donald Trump move the White House, his second White House, to the middle of the desert.
I think I get the Mandalay Bay for cheap.
Why are they making this point? Can I ask? Like, they're just making the point.
They looked at the map and they got fucking stun locked. That's why.
I have to comment on the protests.
No,
first,
I get it, but whatever they're doing here is showing how widespread and popular these protests were.
Oh, wait till Vinny shows up.
Oh yes. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet.
What the hell is that?
Well, that's called Area 51 time.
Okay, hang on. There's a rest stop on the highway to Salt Lake City. Don't stop. That's right.
What has the most yellow?
Can you zoom out a little bit?
I mean,
red or blue?
East Coast. East Coast for sure.
Shit.
Yeah, East Coast.
Oh my
It's
God.
just like a virus.
Damn.
It's like COVID.
Oh my.
It's the woke mind virus.
It's like COVID over there.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at all those people. They're looking at the fact that their guy isn't popular. Their movement isn't popular. They had a moment, right, where they'd gotten Trump like just barely over 51% versus, a guy that is too old to speak and a woman who is too ineffectual to say, I'm not with stupid, right? And they expect this is a great moment of prophecy. Everyone loves, I feel the vibe shift. Everyone loves Trump now. Nope, they don't. Here's reality. Welcome to it. Wake up, smell the coffee.
These people are they're going to be shown to these protests.
Vinny said the joke twice, and it's like COVID. It's like COVID.
No one knows what you mean, man.
Dude, we pretend COVID was fake. The joke doesn't make any sense because COVID's fake, remember? Oh, yeah. Now, incidentally, there's a good reason why you'll probably see more protests on the East Coast, and it is because of population density.
Slow down.
Whoa.
Go ahead. I mean, it just gets stupider and stupider.
Most yellow.
Can you zoom out a little bit?
I mean,
red or blue?
East Coast. East Coast for sure.
Shit.
Yeah. East Coast.
Oh my
It's
God.
just like a virus.
Damn.
It's like COVID.
Oh my God.
Right? It's like COVID over there.
Look at
Now,
that.
who do you think these people are that are going to be shown to these protests?
People that need money that are getting
There
paid.
was an avatar for the people that are showing up to these No Kings protests.
I'll show you, Rob.
What would they look like? What color hair do they have?
I sent it to Rob. You guys have to see this. This is the guy. Rob, I sent
Pause
it
it for
to
a second.
you.
Now, I just really keep his picture up there. This is the guy who's about to make fun of the visage of the protesters. Okay?
Yeah.
This is the guy who's about to say, look how weird these guys look.
By appearance.
COVID. Vein pop out. COVID.
What's his shirt say? Angry? It's like, bro, we can tell your face is redder than every tomato in the world.
It says angry patriot.
Well, that's nice.
Exactly. This is like literally the biggest like walking glass house meme that you could possibly construct.
You see this guy coming down, you're like, hey kid, get a little bit closer to me. We're gonna walk closer to mom and dad right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, the problem,
he's so proud because he's found somebody who is the perfect avatar for these protests. Incidentally, 5 million people, 7 million people, somewhere in between there. He finds somebody who's not at the protests to be the perfect avatar of people at the protest.
Just someone from his group chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Color hair do they have?
I sent it to Rob. You guys have to see this. This is the guy. Rob, I slacked it to you.
Who are they?
This is the type of guy that's going to be there.
Davy Cliff asks, is this the guy who gets bright red? Yes, this is Vinny the Beat.
I slacked this to Rob. And I want to, as a father who goes to Disney, and I've been with you there multiple times, how would you respond to
someplace in northwestern Nebraska that are similar? I think that one is called Toadstool.
This dude, this is allegedly a transgender guy showing off his woman's dress at this.
I mean, I guess, are there trans guys that do drag? Yeah, I guess.
See, these are the people. Look at this.
Does Vinny know what he's talking about? I don't think so.
Look at this.
I'm at Disney.
Look, it's not a joke. This isn't a joke. Look. Look, Adam, watch.
I've been wanting to twirl all day, so I'm gonna twirl now.
He wants to twirl. This is Disney. No, he's not, Adam. He drove there. No, look. No. Adam, this guy drove there.
No, I get it.
But listen to this.
No, but I'm with Adam. I don't want to pick on him.
No, you're not. Guys, you're not picking on him. He's a trans. Just play the clip.
No, it's okay. He's a transgender. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I got caught along with the misgendering. I don't know who this person is. I'm assuming by what they're saying, I can kind of reverse engineer to guess that, we're talking about a trans woman who has maybe recently, come out as being trans and trying to make the dress go spinny. And of course, these guys cannot allow any bit of trans euphoria.
Pause it. Oh, we're not picking on him because he's subhuman in my...
That's what they just said. No, it's okay, Vinny, or it's okay, whoever. They're transgender, right? That's what that's their thing. No. Like they're like, no, don't bully. It's not nice. We wouldn't want to make fun of, like, when he's like assuming that it's because of the person's like, mental cognitive development or whatever, right? Then he's like, don't do that. Let's not bully. Let's not make fun. Oh no, it's a trans person. Oh yeah, fucking off to the races with transphobia. And also, how is this relevant to No King's Day? Showing somebody dress go spinny at Disneyland? How is this in any way relevant to what they're talking about? Like, how did they get so sidetracked of like, here's some trans... It's like TikTok, right? Where you're watching a video about one thing, but they're going to show you the kinetic sands over here. They got to show you the subway surfer up here. They just want to make sure that, you've got something to look at, right? And in this case, it's like that, but with transphobia instead of subway surfer.
Opinion. And so you're not really picking on him because he's a transgender.
Adam, look. Adam, do you see?
This is Vinny's show prep.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I spent all day we're setting up this piece. Why are you guys getting so mad at me? What's going on here? Are we going to... I found this neuroatypical guy, and look at he's wearing an outfit that I don't approve of.
It's the first time it's ever happened at Disney World.
And he's wearing some colorful outfit at Disney. How can we not want to make fun of this guy?
Not hurting anybody.
What's going on? Why are you guys acting like this?
I mean...
Trump Jr. did say that trans people are the most dangerous people in the world. Yeah, and Disneyland is the most dangerous place in the world. So,
Wow, the idea that there are neurodivergent people potentially, I don't want to know if that's what this person is, but at Disney who...
Wait, the part where Chewbacca says frack you to the xenomorph is amazing. Are we Wait, what is that? That's Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica, and Aliens? Oh my god. Ceres and Sasha G are like creative. They're world crafting right now. They're world crafting.
Or a little fixated on Disney. That's not something new.
And the rest of them realize, like, you can hear, like, Patrick, Bet David, and Adam, you can hear their brains going like, note to self, don't let Vinny do any show.
Wait, Star Trek? That's the one thing that's not in there, right?
Programming or anything.
Don't let Vinny
please.
submit media.
Oh
please.
my gosh.
It's like COVID. Adam, look.
It's like, yeah, look what I found, boss. Look what I found. Your father, if you saw this guy at Disney World, would you be afraid? I got news for you. If I saw you at Disney World, Vinny.
Yeah.
Pissed out about a turkey
hold
leg.
my children very close.
How long is the ride to Mission to Mars?
I got an extra
Is that the one that where the alien breathes down your neck? Mission to Mars?
coupon. I got an extra coupon in my app.
It's crazy how uncomfortable even Adam and PBD are.
Yeah.
Adam, he drove there. You're not having no. There's a mental issue that's called Democrat. Watch this. Listen what he said.
Wait, did he just say there's a mental issue that's called Democrat?
Be a special guy.
Listen,
You know what I mean?
I love it here at Disneyland.
I love it here. Watch this.
I wish I could stay longer.
But
I'm gonna stay till they kick me out.
why are they gonna
At
kick
least
him out?
That's my plan.
Why? That's his plan. Kick him out for what, Adam? What do you think that guy's gonna do? Hey, hold on.
Yeah,
What
I like
bathroom do
it
you think
here.
he's gonna use?
Turn this off.
Yeah. What bathroom do you think he's
Pause
gonna
it.
use?
No, I mean, here's a guy who obviously loves Disney.
Part 2, The Wrath of Yoder.
And I'm going to stay until they kick me out. In other words, when the park closes at 8, I'm going to be the last person here. Like,
There's no
Vinny
criminal
used
reporting.
to be at every bar he ever went to, essentially.
I'm sorry. Vinny has never stayed late into the night when he's been partying. That's never happened. He's never stayed until closing.
I mean, he's setting it up.
If he did chat, he would start to sing closing time. Except he'd do it in his Vinny voice and he'd bust a vein. He'd be like, closing time. One more chance for alcohol. Something and something else, yeah.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. The internet right is devolving. They're turning back to their 2014 internet forms. They're forgetting all the tactics they've built up. Soon Vinny is going to talk about Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, that's what we're going to get. He's going to bring up Anita Sarkeesian as if this is like a new thing. This channel feminist frequency. Now, first of all, admitting to being feminist, that's, they just admit it.
Wait till what he says. He really likes it at Disneyland.
It's like he's I'm gonna follow kids into the bathroom. No, he's like, I'm gonna stay until they kick me out. And guess what? There was no criminal report. Nothing happened. But this guy posted.
That's why they say the R word again and the F slur. I honestly think that they're gonna end up fucking themselves. I mean, they think this is this big. They think that them thinking that they can turn the internet back to 2009 or whenever they could say all the slurs that they want to is as delusional as Democrats that think that they're going to elect Pete Buttigieg in 2028 and then go back to brunch, right? That's equally delusional, right? That it's a mirror, honestly. And here's the deal. Can you get away with saying the R word? Yeah, I guess you're not going to get banned off of a platform. You know what I mean? You're not going to get like a giant dog pile on you, at least not on Twitter, for saying it. But it's still like it looks like look 17-year-old on the playground, yeah, you can get away with it. All right. 40-year-old man, Dan Saltman, 60-year-old man, Dan Saltman, calling people the R slur. I don't know. We'll see how that shit ages. I still think it's a bad look. I think that even people that don't have anything against, they don't recognize that as being a slur or being offensive. I still think that they kind of look down on it. It is still seen as being immature, if nothing else.
Video of himself enjoying himself at Disney World.
But I thought it was going to be like, I'm going to stay until I have to go to the No Kings protest, which is what they were just talking about. But that's not what it was.
No, it was just
17-year-old on the playground. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's where I was hanging out at 17, Davy Cliff. I don't know about you. I was, doing my research, my recess, at age 17 as junior year in high school.
Vinny came across this and thinks it's so egregious.
Wherever he came across.
They want to go back to when they didn't have to worry about hair thinning? Oh, damn.
Such an offense to humanity that I thought it was clever.
Closing time.
Democrats who go to the No
This
Kings
is the avatar. Adam said, who's there going to these protests? Who are the millions of people going to this protest? Oh, it's somebody I was laughing at because someone sends me. I mean, just sick heart. But let's just get PPD's response.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to use?
Turn this off.
Yeah. What bathroom do you think he's going to use?
I'm with you.
So you're saying
I'm not arguing with you. That guy's got a lot of issues.
Yeah, but they let him into Disneyland dressed like that, and those are the people that can be at the protest.
Let's stay on
and
the
that is
King's
a good
King.
poster child.
He'll be at the protest.
I agree with you.
They'll be at the
Rob,
protest.
what did that have to do with King's Kings?
Oh, shit.
I said this. He said, "What type of people are going to be at the protest?"
We're on King's Kings. That has nothing to do with King's Kings. So let's stay.
They're embarrassed about the optics of possibly making fun of somebody for their developmental issues, right? That's what they're about, right? Even these guys that probably are celebrating the fact that you can say the R word again and call people the F slur. Even these guys know that you look like a fucking asshole. You look like you are an asshole. You're turning them into assholes, right? They already are assholes, but they're less obvious assholes than Vinny. Vinny is going mask off in his asshole antics.
Rob, what's this here, Rob?
But David realizes how embarrassing this is, how utterly embarrassing and dehumanizing. And Vinny's still going, no, boss, don't you get it? Don't you get it? I do.
No, it's a transgender. It's a transgender. Oh, we can make fun of them because they're trans. No, but I thought we were supposed to make fun of the transgender. Look at the transgender.
Think.
Play it again. It's a trans person address.
But you know what? It's not enough that Patrick Bet-David was embarrassed by this. He really should have Vinny apologize.
It's unprofessional.
I mean, it's gross. It's effing gross. And as much as Adam is like, I'm with you. I know this guy, it's completely crazy, the idea that an adult would dress up to go to Disney World. Are you kidding me?
Disney, yeah, that's a part of their...
Vinny's walking around with his lightsaber. Look at me! I'm like Luke Skywalker. I mean, it's disgusting.
Oh my God.
It's gross.
Yeah.
And
this is what's under the surface of all these guys.
100%.
Remember, we see those right-wing influencers or media figures, whether it's Steven Crowder, that
no, he's gonna be like, I'm Kylo Ren.
Talk about their feeds on occasion, and they'll point out that it's all black people fighting or something like that, exactly. Or it's all race war stuff. This guy's telling on himself, Vinny, that he has a group chat as I don't know how old this man is, but a grown adult bullying some random person, most likely, that they just send videos back and forth.
Cackling about people they don't understand.
Cackling about people, right? Or that make them feel uncomfortable because they can't examine their own relationship to their own gender and their own sexuality, which is a majority of the reaation most of the time. It's the defensiveness.
I'm honestly surprised that Vinny didn't just pop out a Chris Chan, post transition video or something like that. It's just
and Bet-David is pissed, and Adam is pissed because.
That's the kind of content that they're doing, right? They're doing they're doing Kiwi Farms locale content, right? That might be fine for Kiwi Farms, that might be fine for 4chan. It's definitely not acceptable for a media outlet, which is what the PBD broadcast is trying to be.
part that we don't show on the show.
Yes.
This is for us.
Leave
to
it in
make
the
it more
group chat.
artful when we say when we try to
Yes,
send this
exactly.
message.
We're trying to pretend like we're reasonable and not pieces of garbage. So this isn't what we show.
Yeah, Vinny, stop fucking up the bag.
They know. This is the thing. They know.
Shame is to be had.
At their core, what they're doing is wrong. Yep. And they don't want that. We're not supposed to pull that curtain back, Vinny. You went too far. Because had they brought this up before the cameras started going live, they'd have spent a half an hour on this.
Hilarious, yep.
And it's somehow always the guys that they're most obsessed with performing masculinity, that they're this obsessed with people who are non-binary or trans or perform gender in a different way. I mean, that guy is like as red as it can be and wearing what does it say? Angry Patriot shirt, jacked up.
Yep.
I mean, give me a break.
I'd be way more concerned about a guy like him at Disney. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, are you kidding?
Totally.
Gross. So Patrick Bet David should do the appropriate thing and just tell Vinny apologized.
Oh, I was afraid of where Sam was going with that. I thought he was going to say, like, listen, when the racehorse no longer wins the races, the racehorse gets turned into glue. And that's what Patrick Bet David, I thought he was going to go with some... Like, I thought he was going to go... I thought Sam was going to get ableist and, like, pull out some mice and men.
Super chatted $9.99. PBD, what would the Shah think if he saw that you let an Italian disrespect you like this?
Ooh, jeez. That is rough. That is rough, Davy.
Apologize. Apologize to your audience. Apologize to that individual on there who absolutely deserves it not to be. I mean,
become a figure
God
paid
knows
to millions of people.
Exactly. Hey.
Doing that in $1 million studio, it's just so sick.
So gross.
Look at this. Look at this. I mean, he sounds like he's 13.
I mean, he pretty much
mentally
13, and is never gonna, reach maturity.
Look, I honestly thought that Sam was gonna have Vinny saying, "Which way did he go, George?" And PBD is ready to clock Vinny over the head like mice and men style. I really thought I thought Sam was gonna get ableist in response to this shit for a second. I'm glad to hear which direction he's going with it.
More like emotionally 13.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh, Play Something says, I've said this before, they have more gender dysphoria than I do.
646-257.
Okay. He's the ultimate math nerd.
Is the phone number. 646-257-3920 is the phone number.
Look, if you can decode Sam's numeric code, you could probably win the lottery. You can probably predict the weather. You can probably play the stock market. That being said, we're not on the numerological level of Sam Cedar, so it's very unlikely that any of us mere mortals would be able to do that. That being said, chat, we got to talk at least a little bit about the Iran thing. Let's see if Pod Save has got us for this.
Surprise Israeli attack on Iran. If you want more of the backstory into how that all went down, listen to that episode. But
and what I'm most interested in is the controversy of whether Trump was on board for this shit all along, whether he and Netanyahu did a secret handshake back at the Oval Office back when Netanyahu was there, or whether they got played by Fox News and Netanyahu and just kind of dragged along.
This is going to be more of an update on what things have happened since that time. So as of Sunday, the IDF confirmed that they had hit over 170 Iranian targets and more than 720 military infrastructure components. Bloomberg reported that Iran has launched around 370 ballistic missiles towards Israel, with around 30 hitting targets. As of this recording, Iran has taken about
Yeah, the meaning of life is probably somewhere in those numbers. Yeah, it's all divisible by 42.
24 casualties in Israel, 24 casualties. So some real damage happening so far. Much of Israel's nuclear infrastructure has taken a beating, like the Natanz enrichment site, the Isfahan site. There's lots of missile and military infrastructure that's gotten hit. And Israel has killed a number of additional Iranian military and intelligence leaders. Trump and Israeli officials now say they have taken out all of Iran's air defense systems and they can fly over the country at will. The Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. intelligence thinks Israel has set Iran's nuclear work back by about 5 to 6 months. And while U.S. and Israeli missile defense systems have intercepted the majority of Iran's missiles, dozens have gotten through and they've hit in major population centers like Tel Aviv. And so, Ben, as of 2 p.m. Tuesday Pacific time.
Davy says if Trump would have leaked this or planned this, it would have leaked like 3 months ago. That's what a lot of people are saying, is that like Trump cannot keep a secret.
We're recording this,
and it would have been group texted out to every journalist by Pete Hegseth.
This is not just an active war, but one that is growing and one that is clearly now a regime change operation, not just a limited strike on nuclear infrastructure. We know this because there are all these reports that Trump vetoed an Israeli plan to kill the supreme leader of Iran. So you don't get more regime changey than that. And the big question now is whether the United States is going to get directly involved in offensive military operations, meaning are we going to bomb Iran ourselves? So on Monday night, Trump left the G7 meetings in Canada early to head back to Washington for meetings about Iran. Earlier today, Axios reported that, quote, Trump is seriously considering joining the war in launch.
So chat, if Trump did get pulled into this war on the side of Israel, right, the rationale would look something like this. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Fordo, is that the name of it? There's a certain Iranian nuclear site that is deep underground, right? In other words, beyond the capacity of nations like Israel to hit, right? It might be within the capacity of the United States with its Moab bunker buster bombs and its, B-1 bombers, right? It might be something the United States could hit, right? And so if the U.S. gets pulled into war, it's going to be some rationale like that. Like, hey, there's no point in going after the there's no point in like what we've done so far if we don't finish off the site. Therefore the site therefore to make what has gone on so far worth it, to make it, in other words, to make it so that Iran can't easily recover its nuclear program, that at this point, the United States just needs to bomb this site, right? That would be the rationale that they'd be selling it with. Something. Fordo? Oh, I got it right. Wow. I thought I forgot the name of it. Also, good for Gabby. Thank you for re-upping your membership. Yeah, Love and Butterflies. At the no-com level. So that, I think that means, did we hit the, I feel like we hit the thing? Does that bring it to 206? Wow. 206, chat. That's my old area code. I'm gonna cry. No, I feel so embarrassed. I can't believe I cried the other day. It wasn't about like, I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously I'm sad about leaving my home and shit like this. Thailand is awesome, and I'm, I feel a lot more safe here. But yeah, I think I was crying because somebody just like super chatted that quote about like a tree, planting trees that you will not sit under the shade of. And for some reason, that image of like somebody planting a tree, knowing that they would be dead, they would die by the time like somebody else would enjoy it, right? It just like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? It just hit right there. And I did it again. Okay, I'm gonna think about other things. Think about happy things, like Tommy Vitor and Pod Save America.
Launching a U.S. strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, especially its under.
Crying is good for you. Maybe not so early in the VOD. I just feel bad for like, I'm trying to imagine like a new viewer like watching me and they're just like not ready for like me having a 20-minute like tear fest.
Enrichment facility in Fordow. That is the facility we talked about on Friday that's buried deep into the side of a mountain, and military experts think can only be destroyed.
I cried for years, still do, thinking about leaving the apartment I grew up in. I live like 20 minutes away. Aw.
By a series of bombing raids with America.
I just miss the woods, Chad. I miss being able to go and pick berries in the springtime.
America's massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, which can only be carried by U.S. bombers. Israeli officials tell Axios they believe Trump is going to join the fight. We'll see. That could be wish casting. But if Trump does get more involved, it will likely because of the inexorable...
No, there's actually a lot of evidence pointing towards Trump doing something. Mike Huckabee wrote him a letter. Let's see if we can find this, chat. Let's see if I type in Huckabee and Trump, maybe. Here it is. Okay, so yeah, Trump reposted a text he got from Huckabee that reads, "Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania to be the most consequential president of the century, maybe ever. The decision is on your shoulders. I would not want to be made by anybody else. You have many voices speaking to you, not as many as Huckabee does in his head, but you have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters, his voice." Oh, okay, so the voice in your head. That I am your appointed servant in this land. So he's the ambassador to Israel, and am available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. Truman in 1945 made this decision to do a nuclear strike on 2 cities in Japan, killing and ruining the lives of countless civilians. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice and make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not. My understanding is he could not leave the post if he wanted to. I think Israel has. I don't think Israel is letting Americans leave. But anyway, that's the kind of shit that Trump is sharing right now, right? Stuff comparing him to Harry Truman. That should be very, very concerning, right? Even if it's just a question of whether to drop the Moab on the Fordo facility, the best case scenario, worst case scenario, they are thinking about nukes.
Push towards war that presidents of the United States feel because of voices like this.
If diplomacy is not successful and we left with the option of force, I would urge President Trump to go all in to make sure that when this operation is over, there's nothing left standing in Iran regarding their nuclear program.
Well, as President Trump said on Friday morning that he had given Iran 60 days to make a deal, and that was day 61.
Talks on day 63. You know that. I mean, this wasn't really a hard deadline.
He gave them 60 days, and on day 61, the strikes began.
You know, sometimes when you see evil, it's actually evil. Wouldn't Israel be doing the United
I feel like I'm seeing that, having that experience right now, Mark Levin.
States and the West a favor by taking them out? And if we had a ally country that's trying to destroy the regime, or at least their nuclear weapons, I think we'd be appreciative of that, don't you? I think so.
So that was Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Tom Cotton, and then radio host, Fox News personality Mark Levin. Boy, Tucker Carlson is right. He has a horrible voice. So, Ben, we're going to dig into lots of different pieces of all of this. But I just want to start by asking you about any kind of big picture takeaways from you since we talked on Friday, and then kind of where you are on whether you think Trump is going to get us directly involved in this war offensively or not.
Yeah, a couple big picture things. I mean, first, I think it's really important to say that there's no reason that this war had to happen now. I'm struck, Tommy, that since Israel launched what it called a preemptive strike, they didn't even go through the exercise of putting out cooked up intelligence suggesting that the Iranians were just about to weaponize, a nuclear weapon. Iran has had, for people who don't follow this closely, Iran has had a nuclear program for decades. Bibi Netanyahu has been warning about them being on the precipice of having a nuclear weapon for as long as I can remember. And nothing changed between the day before this strike happened, the day after. So there was no reason for this to happen now. Israel was not any less secure, the day that they took the strike than they were the last 10 years, right? So this is entirely a war of choice launched by Israel, ostensibly against a nuclear program. Second thing is, this is very much feeling like a regime change operation. And we have to emphasize that too, because if they were just hitting the nuclear facilities, just even hitting nuclear and ballistic missile facilities,
to develop a
that would be one thing.
weapon.
I still wouldn't.
Israel has suggested that it had to act fast because Tehran was quickly approaching a point of no return in its nuclear weapons program. But sources tell CNN that U.S. intelligence assessments concluded something very different. That Iran was not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon and was at least 3 years away. And this morning, the president is weighing in on this.
So when he says there is no need, I don't even know what this guy's position is. This is a Pod Save America. What is Ben Rhodes? He's somebody they bring on from time to time to talk about stuff like this. It almost sounds like he is a Iran war hawk, but just does not maybe feel like he doesn't agree with the timing or something. I don't know. It kind of sounds like that.
So let's go live now to CNN White House reporter Elena Trine. Elena, walk us through this new back and forth on Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Yeah, well, there seems to be some daylight, Pamela, between what the U.S. intelligence community is saying regarding how far off Iran is from developing a usable nuclear weapon and what Israel is saying really to justify some of the attacks that we've seen them make toward Iran. Now, the president was pressed about this when he was flying back from Canada this morning back to Washington. And he was asked specifically about what his own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to in March, which is essentially that they were still far off from creating a viable nuclear weapon. Take a listen to what he told reporters.
How close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
So pretty dismissive there when asked by
that son of a bitch.
Our own CNN, Caitlin Collins, about this. I want you to take a listen, though, to what exactly Gabbard had said back in March. Listen.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So, Pamela, the reason that this is so important, of course, is because it shows that the president seems to be more in line right now with what we are hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, using that to really justify these different missiles that they are launching toward Iran. I should say these unprecedented strikes that we have seen. Much more, hopefully, that we can learn today from what the president is doing behind closed doors, particularly in that upcoming meeting with his National Security Council in the Situation Room.
U.S. intelligence says, or certainly said in March, that that Iran was years away from racing towards a bomb. Take a listen to my colleague Zach Cohen reporting earlier.
Yeah, there appears to be some daylight between what the U.S. intelligence community sees as far as how far away Iran is from developing a usable nuclear weapon and what Israel has said in the aftermath of those most recent airstrikes, which it is justified by saying there was an urgent threat posed by...
Forgot about her rogue hair. What I wonder is, like, did she, okay, so is that pop of gray, is that her natural color? And she went to her stylist and was like, yeah, I need to get this gray taken out. I need to get this, like, right. And they were like somehow convinced her of, like, you know, just leave this pop or some, like, I'm just like wondering, how does that happen? Right. I mean, I guess some people do get just like gray in one particular area. She dyes it. So do you think that her hair is actually like brunette and that she dyes a part of it gray? Or do you think that her hair is somehow gray and she lets one part of it, she doesn't dye one part of it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. It doesn't really matter. I thought it was like one of those birthmarks things. Yeah, that does exist. That does sometimes, I mean, that is a possibility. It does happen sometimes with, injuries to the scalp. Okay.
Iran's nuclear weapons program. And look, we're hearing from our sources that the U.S. intelligence community assessed prior to...
She has rogue powers and... wait, is it Rogue or Rouge? Rogue, right? Rouge is the one from Sonic, right? Rogue is the one from X-Men. She absorbs other people's political views.
Those Israeli strikes, that Iran was not actively working towards a nuclear weapon. And what's more is if they had decided to do so, it would take up to 3 years before they were able to develop not only a nuclear bomb, but the delivery system that would be used to launch it toward a target of its choosing. And so that's a pretty extended timeline, especially when you compare it to the public statements made by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders who have really framed Iran's nuclear program as an urgent threat, and again, saying that these strikes were needed to preempt that coming to fruition. And look, Donald Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified back in March that Iran was not actively working towards a nuclear weapon, and she said that the U.S. intelligence community could continue to assess that Iran was staying at the levels consistent under the threshold as dictated by the JCPOA. But take a listen to what Donald Trump said.
She literally said that the wisp of gray is to honor the troops. Wow.
He was asked earlier today about Gabbard's testimony from March.
How close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear.
Wait, no, that one I'll believe, GNN, that lightning is what caused the hair discoloration.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
That definitely looks like a lightning strike.
Ali, what do you make of this?
It's stunning, Becky, that we have gone from manufacturing intelligence to go into wars in the Middle East to now ignoring intelligence in order to engage in wars in the Middle East. The reality is we knew that Iran, as a result of President Trump's decision to come out of the nuclear agreement in 2018, at Prime Minister Netanyahu's urging, Iran had made nuclear advancements, and it would take Iran less than a week to enrich enough fissile material for a single nuclear weapon. But that is not a nuclear weapon. That is...
All right, Ali, let me just jump in because we are hearing sirens over Tel Aviv in Israel again. Let me just jump in for a moment.
Lizzie Kraft says, I'm sure all the troops love it. Yeah, if I was a troop, I'd love it too.
At 17 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, 5 days after Israel's initial attacks on Iran, early morning attacks, local time on Iran, as we work to get my colleague Nick Robertson up live for you in Tel Aviv. Ali, apologies for jumping in there. As we sit on these images, and it's important to sort of work out what is going on there over Israel. In a recent article for Time, you wrote, and I quote you here, "The question may be less a matter of whether diplomacy can succeed in all of this than how grievously the situation could escalate." You wrote, "The worst case scenarios are dire. A cycle of Israeli and Iranian counterstrikes that draw in the US, Iran's non-state allies, for what they're worth these days, and regional states." There is, of course, this, this narrative that says regime change at this point in Iran, and what that means going forward, what that looks like going forward.
And they're trying to sell like a sunken cost argument as well, right? To anybody who's not buying the need for a war with Iran, the narrative that Iran is on the precipice of developing nuclear weapons and Israel has to go to war to prevent, this mad regime from just like, nuking the country, right? Which is pretty ridiculous if you ask me. But the way that they're getting other people on board is saying, look, we've done strikes into Tehran, people have died there, people have died in Israel, we're so close to regime change, and it won't be worth it if we don't do regime change. In other words, like, well, we're so close now, so let's just go ahead and get this priority over with, which it was a priority. It was a priority from the people for the new American century way back in 2000, right? This was the end goal of the plans of the Bush administration in the war on terror, was regime change in Iran. Same argument is probably being made about the Fordo facility as well, and that would require U.S. intervening on Israel's side. That being said, I don't know about regional powers jumping in. I don't know what region, other than Yemen. I mean, Yemen will do, they're pretty limited in their capacity. They don't have the capacity of an Iran or an Israel, right? But Yemen will definitely, jump in. But beyond that, I don't really see any regional, any Middle Eastern countries necessarily. I mean, it'd be a huge surprise if they did, right? Intervening. It's the more likely thing that would happen. Like, so, and then you've got, Russia. Russia's an ally of Iran. Would Russia jump in if the United States jumped in? Well, it does give them better PR than if they started World War III over Ukraine. But likely Russia is way too busy, right? So then we look at China. Well, China, although they're, they've written some strongly worded letters, they're pretty hands off, right? They're very much about soft power, and makes sense because they have trouble projecting their force outside of the two island chains. Despite the fact that they're building their military and their navy and everything, they can't really project force the way that the United States can, right? So, but what that does open up an opportunity for, and actually provide somewhat of a necessity, since the United States is targeting Iran. What's in it for the United States is to help cut off China, right? We eliminate Iran. All right. Well, if they're going to do that, this is a good opportunity, especially if the United States were to involve itself in this conflict, with planes and or with troops, right? I don't see what is to stop China from going into Taiwan. This would be the time to do it, right? If the United States is going to squeeze you off on this side, is going to cut you off, by regime changing Iran, then it's incumbent upon you to break through at least one of those island chains, and they do that by taking over Taiwan, right? So anyway, a lot of shit could happen. A lot of conflicts between. I'm not thinking as much like U.S. Russia. I'm thinking more U.S. China could stem from this set of events.
How do you see this conflict developing from here?
Well, look, we're climbing up the escalation ladder for sure. In terms of the conflict is expanding in terms of the type of targets that both sides are going to go after. It started with military nuclear sites, leadership sites in Iran, but is now expanding to infrastructure and energy sector as well. And eventually, if Iran retaliates in kind, I think it will create the kind of rattling of energy markets that could drag in the United States. Or if Iran continues to escalate its attacks on residential areas in Israel, eventually there will be American casualties as well. And that could drag the United States in, even if the president today decides that he's still going to give one last chance to diplomacy. So the more this continues and expands and escalates, the higher the risk that it turns into.
And my understanding is that Israel has stopped flights. You can't get out of, if you're an American in Israel right now, you can't get out.
A fully fledged regional conflagration, which basically will have.
Wait, she dyes it and leaves part gray.
Winners.
Briefly, let me ask you. Very specifically, what are you watching for next?
Look, at this moment, I think the most important question is what the United States would decide to do, is whether it decides to end this conflict or join it. That would really determine the fate of the region and U.S. policy in the region. I think there is still a chance for a diplomatic solution, but that requires President Trump to create distance from Israel and basically
play good cop, bad cop with Iran. Yeah.
hold both Israel
And I think they'd see right through it, honestly.
Iran back in order to be able to get Iran back to the negotiating table. But he does not seem to be moving in that direction.
Question is, will the US, Stephen, decide to end this conflict or get involved in this conflict? Let's just briefly speak to who it is who surrounds the US president at this point. Ultimately, his responsibility as commander-in-chief is to make the decision. Who's whispering in his ear at this point?
Well, you have a pretty inexperienced team. You have Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News anchor who's the Secretary of Defense. In the past, you've seen people like Robert Gates or Leon Panetta in presidential cabinets with years of national security experience. You've got Marco Rubio, who was careful after this all broke out to say, look, this wasn't the United States' war. This was started by Israel, that the U.S. wasn't involved. He has been very deferential to Trump because he wants to have a future political career. But historically, he's been on the far more hawkish side of things. The vice president, J.D. Vance, is potentially the most isolationist member of this administration, and I think any recent U.S. political administration. He, I think, could well be seen to be counseling against deeper involvement as a representative of the real grassroots of the Trump movement. Yet he again is also wanting to have a future political career and has his eyes on the Oval Office. So you have lots of competing things here. I think to the point that was.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Remember, soldiers, Jody is with your wife in Topeka.
Oh my God.
Fight for no reason.
I don't know how I know this joke, right? But Jody's the guy that has sex with military wives whenever they get called up for duty. So the joke is like, if they're being deployed to LA, then you're like, oh yeah, Jody is with your wife right now on the base. Jody, there's nobody stopping Jody. Just as like, I guess if they get deployed to Iran, kind of same thing. Thank you for the super chat, Davi.
Just made is, as well as does the US want to end it or join it, does the president have the capacity and the bandwidth to do it? Is he willing to put pressure on Israel if he decides that there's going to be a diplomatic solution here? Is he willing to fully commit to military action? I think there's a lot we don't know about Trump, and the
one thing we do know about Trump is that he is much less intelligent than Netanyahu, right? So if anybody's going to be manipulating anybody, it's going to be Bibi manipulating Trump.
The hard decisions that he's faced with here almost all go against his instincts.
The U.S. used Israel as a weapon against Iran. Well, yeah, in general, I mean, look, this is the U.S.'s...
G7, he said it wasn't to deal with peace. It was bigger than that.
Okay, this is like the same story about Trump saying he doesn't care if the U.S. intelligence determines that that Iran is not close to reaching nuke status.
Good idea. And you know, frankly, that would only at this point have set the Iranian nuclear program back a few months. They're not hitting just those targets. They hit the...
So just to get back to Pod Save America, he was just saying that the all is set, like he kind of... Okay, anyway, this is Pod Save America. They are made up of officials from the Obama campaign and administration, officials from the Clinton campaign, etc., right? That's who the hosts are, right? This guy, I don't know who he is, but he's starting to sound like he is like not against the idea of a strike on Iran, but just is maybe against the timing of it. Doesn't see the, that doesn't see the hurry. And indeed, there's no indication that Iran's anywhere close to developing nukes, right? However, this kind of shit convinces Iran and any other country out there that it is in their interest to develop nukes as soon as they possibly can. They see that countries with nukes do not get fucked with the way that nobody's trying to regime change, like North Korea, for instance, right? For because they don't want to trigger a giant nuclear exchange. So this is the lesson that U.S. diplomacy is teaching other countries right now: is get nukes as fast as you can.
Television station. What does a television station have to do with the nuclear program?
They hit a television station while it was broadcasting. There are a lot of the Israel fans are cheering about it because it's like, haha, you were trying to do. I don't know. They're making some argument that it's like they do propaganda for Iran and therefore they're part of the military. We're talking about a news station, right? We're talking. That's like attacking PBS or actually more along the lines. That's like attacking Fox News, if you're at war with the United States.
They are just killing generals and scientists, including generals that are not involved in the nuclear program. What does that have to do with setting back the nuclear program? They were hitting oil facilities, right? So this feels very much like Israel has like a target list that includes people and infrastructure and
it feels like regime change, yeah.
Aspects of the regime, including media, and they're just hitting it all. And the fact that they want to kill the supreme leader, I mean, we are in a new world here. I mean, whatever you think of the supreme leader, and no, not a fan of his. We're now just in the place where we assassinate the leaders of other governments. We just decapitate regimes and preemptive wars. That is a wholly new place to be here. It seems like Israel is again treating the Iranian regime like it's Hezbollah, right? Like they're just going through it like it's a series of personality-based assassinations. But the problem is...
And that eliminating personality strategy is the same strategy that did not work against in Algeria, right? This is the same, if you've ever seen the movie Battle of Algiers, this is the same strategy that gave France a Pyrrhic victory against the FLN, but ultimately they lost they won the Battle of Algiers, they lost the war. That's like that idea that you can just eliminate the leadership of the of whatever group that you're fighting against, of it's has proven to be untrue.
This regime runs a very large and important state, right? With huge resources, with tens of millions of people. And so what you've not heard from Israel is any description of where this ends, where this goes. I mean, the things that are the most eerie to me, because there's a lot of echoes of the Iraq War here, Tommy, and we're going to unpack some of those. But you see some people, I saw Newt Gingrich, tweeting something like,
"Oh my God, I know.
Now is the time
Crazy.
for there to be like a secular, moderate, inclusive government in Iran."
How about in Israel? How about a singular secular state that that enfranchises everyone from the river to the sea? How about that?
Where is that government going to come from, right? So to me, it's very alarming.
I love how they have no problem identifying Iran as a theocracy, but they don't see like Israel as an ethno state.
We're a week into this thing, and it's just on a rapid escalatory cycle. And it feels to me like Donald Trump is getting pulled into this thing. That he couldn't stand up to Bibi Netanyahu. He's afraid to do that. He was too weak to stand up to Bibi Netanyahu. His own diplomacy got derailed. That's bullshit. That we gave diplomacy a chance and we didn't. The Iranians were trying to make a deal. And then Israel killed the guy who was trying to negotiate the deal. And he's afraid, he's more afraid of, Fox News and Lindsey Graham and Bibi Netanyahu than he is of his own base, who he promised that he wouldn't do this. And it's a scary place for us to be.
Yeah, so the Wall Street Journal just had a piece that posted a couple hours ago about kind of where the U.S. and Iran and Israel differ on the intelligence case. And it said, before launching its attack on Iran last week, Israel provided the U.S. with intelligence it deemed alarming. Tehran was conducting renewed research useful for a nuclear weapon, including an explosive triggering system. But U.S. officials briefed by the Israelis weren't convinced that the information pointed to a decision by Tehran to build a bomb. It sounded like they were doing research. New York Times had sort of similar reporting, like the U.S. is not aware of new intelligence showing Iran is rushing to get a bomb. And I think that's very important because, one, I mean, obviously it's the entire pretext for the war, but two, Netanyahu was on Fox News over the weekend and on countless news channels just lying and saying that Israel had to act now because Iran was rushing to get a bomb, when the U.S. intelligence timeline is still like, yeah, it'll take 1 to 2 weeks to produce enough weapons-grade uranium for a nuke, and then but then you'd have to go through the weaponization process. It could take much, much longer to get it on a warhead and then to get it on a missile that could hit targets. So we're talking about a process that would take, like 6 months to up to 3 years, according to like whichever intelligence assessment you believe. But Netanyahu is just kind of like yada, yada, yada-ing those details and claiming there was some sort of imminent threat he had to neutralize. And the Times also reported, Ben, that U.S. intelligence, like late last month, figured out that Israel was planning an imminent attack with or without us. And they say Trump warned Netanyahu not to do anything and not to screw up his diplomatic efforts. But basically, like, Bibi just didn't care.
Ooh, interesting. I wonder if it's something fascists succumb to because they are so hierarchical minded. They think decapitating the leadership is a good idea. Yeah, I mean, often cult of personalities, right? And that was absolutely not what the FLN was. The FLN was an organic, liberatory movement of the people. And so you could kill the people, that were in its command structure, but you could not kill the idea. Famously, France at the time was De Gaulle. Was this the government? Was De Gaulle still leading France?
Trump was too weak to make him listen. So, like, all of that bullshit we were talking about last week about how, there was this elaborate ruse between the U.S. and the Israelis where they were just, it was like designed to fool the Iranians. That was total bullshit. Like, the Times reported that Mr. Trump was still stressing the importance.
Everybody F's in chat for Dave. Dave is going to unfortunately miss the bonus content.
Of giving diplomacy a chance, and while doing so, was not intended to deceive the Iranians about the immediacy of a potential attack, but the possibility that it might deceive them was like a welcome side effect. So in other words, Trump sincerely wanted diplomacy, the fact that he kept talking about it certainly does seem to have convinced some of these Iranian generals and scientists and
people are forgetting how little land space Israel is actually on. Iran can do way more damage.
That they were safe, sleeping at their homes rather than going to a bunker. But this was not 5D chess as we expected.
Yeah, and just to put a point on the intelligence thing, because it really is important. I mean, it's amazing to me that we, nobody even feels compelled.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sari says they had secular government back in the day before the Shah. We did regime change. True.
You need to go through several steps to acquire a nuclear weapon. You need to acquire enough nuclear fuel, and that requires its own breakout. That you're rushing to enrich uranium at a high percentile so that you can have enough fuel for a bomb. You need to know how to weaponize that nuclear material, which we don't know that the Iranians, in the past, the assessment has been that they didn't have the capacity to weaponize. But then you have, as you said, go through this process, which takes months, to miniaturize the fuel, put it on a warhead, all this stuff, right? The reason that's important is that Israel had plenty of time, plenty of decision space to do this. And instead, they did it to derail Donald Trump's diplomacy. And
this is what he believes. He's buying the, I feel like people I trust have come to the opposite conclusion, right? This is the idea that Donald Trump wanted peace with Iran, wanted a nuclear deal, and wanted to just wanted to establish, whatever peace he could in the Middle East, right? By forestalling a war, an Israel attack on Iran, and by signing the nuclear agreement, right? And then there's other people who think, no, this is Donald Trump was never going to do this anyway, right? He was serving as a distraction. His overtures of peace were all a distraction for Israel to be able to do this, right? And I feel like it's people like Zay Squirrel that are coming up with that analysis. Obviously, Pod Save America is looking at Trump as being the dog that's getting wagged by the tail being Israel.
Every now and then we give ourselves this allowance. Imagine if a Democratic president got humiliated like that. Well, I guess Joe Biden did, so we can imagine it because it just happened.
Again, with Joe Biden, I think he's a lot more in the tank for Israel than you realize. And that's not that, I should say that better. Israel serves a purpose for the foreign policy of the United States, right? Biden is on board for this because this helps the U.S. against China.
Netanyahu did to Trump an even worse version of what he did to Biden, because with Biden, it was just I'm just going to ignore what you say about Gaza and take all your weapons and bomb people there. But here, he wants the U.S. to come in the war that he started over the objections of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, it feels like he's getting pushed that way. That story was amazing because basically the reporting was that Donald Trump thought the war looked good on Fox News, and that he was watching Fox News and why? Because Fox News doesn't tell you the full story. Fox News gives you this completely airbrushed version where Israel looks like they're in the most ingenious military operation ever, and Donald Trump's like, well, I want to be a part of that, And this is a crazy, crazy way to make decisions about war and peace. The American people, where are they in this? Donald Trump has not really spoken at length to us about, we usually would expect presidents to give speeches about what would be our objectives here, what would be the legal basis for launching this military strike, what's the end.
That's so gross. The idea, I don't know, chat. Both of these, contingencies, most of these possibilities are just gross, right? The idea that Trump got sold the war by Fox News, or the idea that Trump is, just getting, that Trump has essentially served as a distraction while Israel planned this attack. Trump is hard to guess with this because I don't believe he has any actual allegiance to anything. Yeah. Well, he definitely doesn't have the Biden. He doesn't have that Biden. And with Biden, remember, it's not an allegiance to Israel. It is an understanding of the national defense purpose for Israel, right? It's part of the global chess game for Biden.
Game, what's the risk?
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
People for oil prices to go up and for our service members in the region to be at risk. They're not even communicating any of this. The only communication that comes from them are in these kind of random comments to the press that Trump's makes in between meetings or on social media posts where they're like navigating their own internal MAGA fight about this thing. It's a crazy, crazy, crazy way to launch what could become, not guaranteed, but could become a really long and difficult war because of the regime change component of it.
Yeah, it really does seem like Netanyahu played Trump perfectly here, Ben, or at least had a trap by bombing unilaterally, because Netanyahu knows that the bar for this operation being judged a success will be whether the Fordo facility is operational at the end of it. And he knows that only the U.S. can take out Fordo with these massive ordnance penetrator, like massive bunker buster bombs. So either the U.S. does his dirty work for him and eventually joins this war, or he can blame Trump for it not being fully successful, right? So like Trump's feels trapped by the Fox News coverage that I want to talk about in a second. And just in terms of the implications, again, the early days of this war, it feels like the Israelis are being incredibly successful because they are. I mean, the Mossad has obviously done an unbelievable job penetrating Iran's military and security establishment and their nuclear program, right? Like the fact that they knew where all these generals and these scientists lived and, were able to target them on that first night is like an incredibly impressive intelligence operation. But now Iran has recovered. They've been able to launch hundreds of ballistic missiles back at Israel. And the New York Times just reported that Iran is preparing missiles for a possible retaliatory strike on U.S. bases in the Middle East. So we have about 40,000 troops deployed in the Middle East. And the first people to get attacked would probably be U.S. Service members and diplomats serving in Iraq. And then, last night I saw one of the guys who got fired by Pete Hegseth tweeted out a long assessment of sort of what he knows about Iran's ballistic missile program. He said it's about 2,000 ballistic missiles. The choke point is they have more missiles than they have launchers, and it takes time to fuel them and launch them and fire them. But he said, as far as he can tell, Iran seems to have held back using some of its most advanced hypersonic missiles with the biggest payloads, possibly because they wanted to keep them in reserve to target U.S. interests if we get involved as some sort of deterrent. So that is some very ominous.
Oh, will Trump lose his America First crowd if he starts a war? He is already losing, and especially given that he sort of threw. I mean, you noticed him throwing Tulsi under the bus there, right? The question is, will it matter? Like the cult has a way of closing up any wounds that happen, right? Elon goes off on Trump, calls him, points to his involvement with Epstein, and somehow, they do lose people from that, but they close off the wound. It doesn't bleed. You know what I'm saying?
Reporting from the New York Times right before we started recording.
Yeah, and we talked about some of this a few days ago, but there's what Iran could do in response, right? The blitz.
Chat. Does anybody? Do you all have soy milk with black sesame seed in it? Is that a thing in the U.S. and in Europe and places?
Strikes that have already taken lives in Israel. The strikes that they could do against U.S. bases and facilities that could endanger our personnel. Strikes that they could launch. I mean, one of the reasons why the Arab states have come out.
Soy milk is kind of a big thing in Thailand, but there's different varieties, and some of them are even like soy milk with dairy milk. Ooh, great. That's awesome. The thing that I was trying to get away from is in the product that I'm trying to buy to get away from it, right? But yeah, there's like a lot of different variations of it. I saw one that had like barley malt in the soy milk, and but this is like black sesame, and it's really popular here, right? Like, this is like a legitimate flavor of soy milk, and it makes the combined with coffee, it tastes like chocolate, like soy, black sesame, coffee. somehow turns into cocoa.
Vociferously against what Israel's doing. I think that's in part because they know that Iran could just bomb Saudi oil fields, as they've done in the past, to try to just completely disrupt the global economy. Because if they're going down, they're going to take everybody down with them. That's still a possibility. They could obviously launch terrorist attacks in different places. They could attack.
MTG talk on Gate shows wild. Yeah, the other thing I've heard was Ted Cruz talk to Tucker Carlson. Is soy milk good or bad for you?
They could, like, even though their proxies are weakened, they could do things in Iraq. But even beyond that, I think the important point is
Strait of Hormuz too. I mean, there's a lot of things, right?
Yes, just fuck up the global economy. Exactly right. But the other thing is the regime change part is what's so important here, because in a way, the more robust this Israeli war.
Look, anything can be bad for you if you drink too much of it or if you eat too much of it, right? I guess soy has a goitrogenic effect if you and that's promotes goiters and thyroid dysfunction, right? So if you were to go on a soy milk diet, yeah, that could be bad, right? Again, you can kind of take care of that effect just by making sure you have plenty of iodine in your diet. Most people get iodine through table salt. If you don't, if you eat some kind of fancy whole food salt, then maybe think about incorporating something like kelp into your diet to make sure you have plenty of iodine. But yeah, in general, no, you're not going to go wrong with soy milk, and it's going to be better for you than dairy.
And maybe U.S.-Israeli war is, the bigger the danger. Because what if you do take out the regime? What if they do kill the supreme leader? Well, who's going to be in charge of Iran? And what we've seen in the past, I mean, Trump says that the skies, we totally own the skies over Iran. Guess what? We totally own the skies over Iraq. We totally own the skies over Afghanistan.
Remember that? Remember that?
The skies over Libya.
Air superiority.
And how did that turn out? This stuff always looks like, when it looks like a video game in the first few days, the same fucking people. And it's the same people. It's like Lindsey Graham and Tom Cotton and all these people that supported the Iraq war that have, every problem in the Middle East is a nail and they reach for the hammer. The messier it gets, the more unpredictable it gets.
Do they sell pure iodine anywhere? I haven't seen like an iodine supplement. You'd want to be really careful with that though, because iodine is one of those minerals that there's a thin line between having enough and having too much, right? With iodine.
More unforeseen the consequences, and the more you get dragged in, because there's a cycle of logic. Well, we bomb the Fordo thing, and then let's say they take out the Iranian regime, and then it's like, well, we need the U.S. to go in there and help stabilize, make sure that the oil fields are secure, and then are there going to be U.S. troops in Iran, right? I mean, these are going to be questions that could be on us soon, and again, like, nobody's explaining what the end state of this military action is. By the way, the Iranian nuclear program would be set back about a year if they blow up Fordo. They still know how to do all this stuff. They could take that underground, and then what? Are we just going to keep bombing, and we're just kind of be in this open-ended state of war in Iran? Never mind how that looks internationally. Never mind all the humanitarian issues.
Yeah, this is what's being ignored, is that the United States is in a bad way when it comes to diplomacy. The United States is at the lowest state when it comes to diplomacy. The United States has gone from being the superpower that most of the world relied on, that most of the world threw in their lot with, right, to being a fucking pariah state. With one president, the United States has done that. So yeah, I would definitely be worried about if the U.S. goes to war along with Israel, like, it's fucking over. It's fucking over. The United States will be viewed as a villain for the rest of our lives. All right, I don't even see a Democrat getting in office with a very different foreign policy. I don't even see like that changing it, right? You have to almost start up a new party and run on the failures of the Democrats and the Republicans when it comes to Israel, right? If you somehow had an anti-Zionist party in the United States, then maybe, I don't know, maybe that could convince people in the world that we'd turned over a new leaf. But Jesus Christ.
There's just so many
bombing Iran would be that. It's fucking over.
Questions that nobody's answering.
And again, we've talked about how Trump shifted the Republican base, the MAGA base, into more of an anti-war direction because he correctly, I think, identified and channeled anger at the post 9/11 regime change wars. But the legacy Republican media has not adjusted at all. Like Fox News, watching Fox this past week, and I watch it most days all day, has given me flashbacks to
Oh my God, Tommy, why would you do that to yourself?
like 2003 and the run up to the Iraq War. So like if you watch it, Fox, it's nonstop IDF, handed out propaganda B-roll of airstrikes. It's interviews with hawkish voices and neocons and like the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. You got Brett Baer doing softball interviews with Netanyahu, where Netanyahu is just like spewing lies about the Iranian nuclear program and the timeline and getting no pushback. And then, Ben, what was fascinating to me, though, was I caught an interview by Steve Bannon of Tucker Carlson. We'll play more of it in a minute. But they were talking about Fox's coverage. And this from Tucker Carlson about Fox's coverage jumped out at me.
Some of the same voices at the Fox platform
the Fox platform is...
Davy, were you talking about this earlier?
It's so disgraceful. There's so many good people at Fox. I work for...
No, you were talking about Tucker talking to Ted Cruz, right?
Paradox for, all in over 20 years. I always liked them. I like them now. I'm not attacking them personally, and tons of people at Fox are my friends. But the one theme that runs longitudinally through the history of Fox is the promotion of wars that don't help the United States. And I don't know...
Why is that?
It's the owners are committed to that vision. Most of the time it's, it's fine. But when it really comes down to it, when it's a question of whether U.S. military power will be exerted on behalf of a foreign country thousands of miles from here, they are all in, and anyone who stands in the way will be destroyed. I don't think it's personal, by the way.
So that was spot on from Tucker Carlson, someone who would know. But it's not just Fox, Ben. Matthias Dopfner, who's the CEO of Axel Springer, which is like the big sort of media conglomerate that owns Politico. He wrote this op-ed. They linked to it in Politico Playbook.
Chat, I seriously thought he was going to say Axel and Wait, what is it? Axwell and Grosso? Axwell and Grosso?
Here's a graph from it. It is therefore surprising that Israel is not being celebrated worldwide for its historic, extremely precise, and necessary strike against Iranian nuclear weapons facilities and for the targeted killing of leading...
Oh, Axwell and Ingrosso.
...is dominated by anti-Israel propaganda. Now, this is a CEO.
Oh my God, chat, how embarrassing is it that I thought it was one dude? I thought it was one dude named Axwell Ingrosso. I thought it was first name Axwell, last name Ingrosso. I
don't think he's like editing.
It's actually Axwell and Ingrosso, and they're two people.
News copy when it comes in or anything. But like, I don't know. If you work at one of his publications, you know damn well that critical coverage of this war is not going to be welcome.
Yeah, and this has been part of, the way in which we got into the Iraq War, which again was not about Israel, right? That was just the U.S. doing something really fucking stupid on its own. Was in part having advisors who didn't understand, these countries that they were going to invade and, reconstruct. What Donald Trump said, right? Like we sent the nation builders over there. We thought we could, build a government in the Middle East in a culture we didn't understand. But it was also this kind of xenophobic cheerleading media that, made, was just 100% behind taking us into war. And it's extraordinary that like the exact same people and the exact same platforms are cranking up the exact same play all over again. And, what's interesting with
Trump, it still works. There's no immunity that's being developed to it, right?
And the America First stuff is we'll sell Ukraine out.
And the Democrats haven't learned their lesson from it. They're still, they're still signing on to this shit. Now, chat, I will say that there are outlets like TYT that are taking, they're finding a Republican that's against the Iran war, and then they're finding a Democrat who's for it, and they're like, oh, look at this, Republicans are against it and Democrats are for it. Oh, you got the populism over here on the Republican side. Oh, we should support the Republicans, right? TYT is just going nutty mode with it, right? But it is a weakness of the Democratic Party, right? It's not a reason to, support Republicans, but it is a reason to change the leadership of the Democratic Party.
We'll sell every ally in the world out. The Europeans are now not our friends. The Ukrainians are like leeches. But if Israel wants to bomb, and decapitate a government in the Middle East, it's like, well, why, how could we not be there? And it's almost as if like, the U.S. is already at war because they make no distinction between what Netanyahu is doing. It just gives him the authority to take us to war in Iran, which is what he's trying to do. And he's using Fox to talk to Trump. I mean, that's what he's doing in those interviews.
It's impacted.
Yeah, he's literally, they're going on all, and not just him, but all these IDF people that are going Fox are literally going on that for an audience of one. I mean, it helps that they get to talk to some right-wing Americans too. And it's a really strange thing to see. And again, to be very clear here, you can hate the Iranian regime. I know plenty of Iranians who despise the Iranian regime and would love to see, people who are involved in the women's movement there would love to see a new government in Iran, who are like deeply disturbed by what's happening, in part because some people have family members in Iran who are endangered, but in part because they know that this is not the Iranian people kind of removing their own government themselves. That if you have Israel and the United States killing thousands of Iranians and decapitating their government, you're likely to get...
Yeah, the government that's going to come out of that might not be, theocratic, might not be positively disposed to the previous government, but will most certainly be, the most militant faction against the United States and Israel. That is what you get by attacking Iran, by attacking civilians in Iran, right? You get the most militant faction against the United States and Israel.
Like really hardcore reactionary IRGC types, like running parts of that state, whatever remains, or like just a total failed state or some kind of civil war, because you do have different factions that would want to be competing for power. And that's scary. And nobody's talking about that. There's nobody talking about that on Fox. And all these people that love to spike the football now, they're the people that you kind of can't find to do a Fox hit 10 years from now when, things are a mess in that part of the world. And so it's just, we've seen this movie before.
Yeah, man. And the Atlantic, to their credit, had a great piece. They quoted a bunch of members of the Iranian opposition, some on the record who are really brave and some on background, saying, we don't want this. This is not helping us. We want to take down this regime, but we don't want it this way. Not just because of the political change it could lead to, but also because it's going to kill a bunch of innocent people. And it's going to lead to shortages of food and medicine and fuel.
And with those factions that he's talking about, factions that might, might compete with the current leadership of Iran, might be able to displace the current leadership of Iran, right? Which is not popular. It's their death knell, right? Their project to be the government in waiting gets destroyed by this shit, by what the U.S. and Israel is doing in Iran.
An immense suffering. And Ben, just even stepping further back out on sort of the coverage.
I feel bad. I see people going to bed right when we start the bonus content. I'm wondering, should I do the bonus content right after the... No, because then we would have only had one.
There's a lot of understandable coverage on sort of the impact on Israeli civilians in Tel Aviv and the horrific images of these crushed apartment buildings and things and people trapped in rubble. And that's totally appropriate and understandable. And your heart breaks for those people. But there is almost no coverage of that kind about the civilian toll happening in Iran. Now, part of that is because
it's going to turn Iran into Syria. And yet this is the other lesson that the United States hasn't learned from even before the war, the so-called war on terror, right? Is that, Afghanistan being a failed state made a great place for bin Laden to set up shop, right? Libya, Syria, Iran, probably Iraq too, Chad. Iraq has not really fully recovered from what the U.S. did to it in the 2000s. So you got so much of the world right now that is a failed state. Yeah, right next to me. Myanmar, chat, is in an intractable civil war right now. We'll see if that ends up, shaking out. There might be some hope for an end being in sight, but it's hard to imagine. But yeah, so much of the world in the United States may be a failed state in 4 years, Chad. I don't fucking know. Like, this is looking bad.
Because of a lack of media access. Part of it is,
it's midnight in the West Coast,
censorship laws, et cetera. But I do think it leads to a sense that people in Iran are somehow complicit in this, or sort of like everyone as a combatant, when it's just not the case. Like, both sides, there is immense suffering among civilian populations, just as there is in Gaza. And but I think that kind of like, there's just a lack of coverage, and I do think it's like genuinely damaging.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And I think in a strange and dark way, Gaza kind of plowed some ground for this, because that was been the experience of Gaza, right? That like a single Israeli casualty gets an enormous amount of attention relative to like thousands of Palestinian casualties. And there's a valuation of life, human life, and how
it's not the start of World War III. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Ligala. Like, I don't think that. Look, this might have been a tempting time, should the United States get involved, for Russia to jump in on Iran's side, because the world's sympathy is very much against the United States and Israel. So whereas with Ukraine, the world's sympathy was largely with Ukraine, with Israel starting the war and the United States enabling everything that they're doing and all the fucking child murder that they've been doing in Gaza, right? They are definitely seen as a villain, right? The people who opposing them in that conflict would be seen, therefore as maybe more heroic than they actually are. I don't actually think that Russia is going to be the one to jump in here. In fact, I don't see anyone interfering or intervening in the conflict other than, the United States, on the behalf of Israel. The question that I ask is what's going to happen in the rest of the world, right? And I do think this gives, if China's going to make a move based on this, right, it would be to do with Taiwan. Now, are they ready for that task? I guess we'll find out. Because if they are, if their military is capable of, of taking the island right off their shores, this would be the time for them to do it.
These wars are covered. And you look at, and by the way,
especially given how the United States' involvement, their interest in squashing Iran is specifically to further isolate China, right? And China's got to break out somehow. And there's two ways, chat. There is Taiwan. That would get China into the first island chain. Now, they still have another island chain containing them, right? Where the United States has, there's two chains of islands surrounding China that the United States has great influence with. These are called the two island chains. That's what is containing China's military, China's projection of power, and especially China's navy from becoming a legitimate blue water navy at the moment. But the other option, the other option for China is actually through Thailand. And no, chat, I didn't mispronounce Taiwan there. I'm talking about Thailand, right? There's a project that's been under the works for them to drill a canal through Thailand, which would offer them access to the Indian Ocean without going through the, the whole mess with Indonesia and Malaysia, right? The tiny little area that most of the world's maritime traffic goes through.
Iran there are challenges, you're right, but it's not Gaza. I mean, there are journalists there. There's a capacity to report on this.
All right, let's do the bonus content.
Are already hundreds of people, if not thousands, who've been killed in Iran. There's like apartment buildings that have been destroyed or damaged. You have Donald Trump tweeting that the city of Tehran needs to evacuate.
That's another 10 million people.
There are 10 million people
and they can't evacuate because they don't have fuel.
Incredibly densely populated city, and there are Iranians who are trying to get out. There are gas shortages. People can't get out. Life is disrupted. I mean, the casual way in which we, what's interesting is the American people, I thought, had come to put a higher bar on going to war. that we saw the failures of the post 9/11 wars. And again, I think Gaza has.
I really blame Obama, right? If you wanted to make a note, if you wanted to put a memo into the U.S. history books where we say this was a mistake, we are never doing this again, you needed to undo that. That would have started with actually emptying Guantanamo, closing down Guantanamo, maybe hell, chat, maybe giving Guantanamo back to Cuba. Whisper of a dream. Right? That would have started with shit like that. There would have been some real recognition. There wasn't, though, because these fucking Democrats weren't that against the war on terror. These fucking Democrats were absolute handmaidens to Bush's plans, to the people from for the new American century's, playbook, right? They were on board, and they only got opportunists in 2006 over Bush's poor prosecution of the Iraq War.
Weirdly roll back the tape, and it feels cost-free to kill people and to assassinate the leaders of countries, or or to treat it again like a video game. And again, let's just name it too, Tommy. Like, these are brown people in Iran and Gaza, and it's like they're all the same. And like, let's just it's not let's read like a heart-wrenching story about Israelis in shelters in Tel Aviv, and we don't really look at the Iranians who got killed
well, the world's not buying that story anymore. Nobody feels bad about obviously innocent civilians dying is horrible, but nobody's
the Israelis started so. I don't know. I find the lack of any the default position isn't that war is bad. To be pretty disgusting, frankly.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but if you are Democratic wonks, it's your job. It's your job to institute that shit instead of trying to, be like 2 centimeters to the left of Republicans. Anyway, Pod Save America, everybody. Let's get into some bonus content now. We have secured 2, not just 1, but 2 bonus topic, right? The one that won the poll is the Hassan versus Hutch and Asmongold. We'll watch that first, and then the one that won with the maximum amount of maximum amount of points is the Anna Kasparian getting a literal fucking tampon, I kid you not, thrown at her. So let's do that. Let's watch this bonus content. And again, chat, I'm sorry that I am keeping this stream going. There's just stuff that we have to cover. There's a lot going on, and I still feel like I'm giving you inadequate coverage of a million different subjects instead of adequate coverage of one. But I don't know, chat. I'm thinking maybe that the thing is, like, all right, here's my thought. If I moved the bonus content up until it's like I cover what's on the thumbnail, I cover the main story for the day, and then do the bonus content, then I feel like more people would be able to see the bonus content. And I always feel bad, especially when people are donating and stuff, making they're getting the bonus content for us, but then they have to go to sleep before before I get to it. So I don't know if I did that earlier. The only thing is that a lot of times we don't hit that bonus goal until after I'm done with nearly all the content. So I don't know. We'll figure out something. I guess if we sort of front loaded if the donos were more front loaded, maybe that would do it. Maybe that would fix it. And then we could do main story, bonus content, and then whatever news that I need to catch up with at the end of the stream. That way, people that couldn't stay for the whole stream would only miss a little bit of the news. I don't know. Damn. What is he saying?
Wow. Put your hands up in the air, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that Magaphonics?
This is the least anti-Semitic podcast out there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We are alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday News Day. TikTok to go. Stand as much. There was some weird moments yesterday. I will say the second day, actually, at least for the duration that we were there, had less police retaliation. It wasn't like as violent and as aggro as the first day was, partially because the first day there were more numbers, and obviously pigs get very scared when there's a large number of people out there.
We can still watch the VOD back later. I don't know. Some people, look, I like to eat pizza when it's a day old in the refrigerator. I really like pizza. Like, you know, I don't even heat it up, chat. I just eat it. It's delicious. But some people won't eat pizza like that, right? They'll eat pizza when it's hot. They won't eat the pizza afterwards.
There, right? If you ever see a cop running, you're fucking cooked. If you ever see them lining up, you're also fucking cooked. As a matter of fact,
imagine it being 2025 and the tampon stunt is considered a new and bold joke.
If you see cops in general, you're kind of cooked. They fear water bottles. They fear projectiles. It scares them. They fear loud noises and also expressions of joy. They hate expressions of joy.
Does a water bottle hurt, chat? Like, I feel like this water bottle, this is 1.5 liters, right? This shit would hurt. Like, this shit would, you know, bonk you, right? But, like, the smaller water bottles, like the 600 milliliter water bottles, I don't know. I guess the other thing, they always say that they're, like, frozen. Like, people are throwing, like, frozen water bottles at them.
Anyway, they hate bright colors. They hate prep.
Kind of like bulls.
They pretty
Did you
much
say they hate prep?
The only people that I don't see them routinely brutalizing are.
I'm sorry. Wait. Can cops smell you? Like if you're on prep? Did he say cops hate prep?
Hate bright colors. They hate press.
Press. Okay.
They pretty much hate everyone. The only people that I don't see them routinely brutalizing are other white supremacists. So I guess like
the only people I don't see them brutalizing are murderers dressed in cop outfits with easily discernible silicone mask, where like there's nobody in their right mind that would look at that person and be like, that's a human being.
Like, you know, there is that. But here is one thing that
Chat, that reminds me, I haven't covered the Minnesota thing enough, have I?
I mean,
should I cover that tomorrow? Are you interested in that? There's some weird shit about the Minnesota case.
Overall, it was more tense partially because they weren't like instantly fucking opening, and it wasn't like a constant barrage of them like pushing and then opening fire. But instead, it was just like more tense. But one thing that I found out, or after the fact, but even though they definitely
legal. That's what I was saying about the Anna Kasparian thing with Adam Suskin. What is his name? Soskin? What was I couldn't remember. I was calling him Sizemore. Suzmore. Adam Sesmore. Wait, no, Adam Less. Oh my god, I mixed up his name again.
I got
Sosnick, right?
Scoped a couple times by both the LA Sheriff's Department.
But yeah, the dude literally got a tampon because he was planning on throwing it at Anna and saying she's too emotional.
But also the National Guard troops was that they were pointing out people in the crowd. And I guess when he went and reviewed the footage, I think it's this guy.
California National.
Looking right at us.
The guy worked at a morgue who's Sosnick?
And pointing right at us. And getting other homies to come over.
Pointing at us?
March says they're pointing at us.
Wait, like.
Yeah, there it is.
National Guard is here.
But I can't tell if they were, you know, maybe they were just Hasanabi heads. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's a hate watcher, or maybe he was just a Hasanabi.
He's a Destiny. He's a DGGer.
Who knows? Like, there's National Guard. Maybe they recognize you and we're just starstruck. Is that Hasanabi? Maybe he just wanted a photo. I don't know.
No, I'm sorry. That would work if you were Vosh. That doesn't work if you're Hasanabi. I'm gonna call it, chat. They were coming for Haas. They were coming for him, right? If he had been Vosh, you might have a fan who's a cop. That's possible. If it's Destiny, you definitely have a lot of fans who are cops. But if you're Hassan Hassanabi Piker, you got no love from the police.
TikTok was saying it was because you look like a cop in your vest, lol. Yeah, I don't think the cops thought I looked like.
SM says, I'm sorry, but she want to be right-winger, so I don't care. Look, she didn't think the leopards would eat her face.
Like a cop.
She didn't think the leopards would throw a tampon at her.
Let me tell you, I just don't think the cops thought that. Maybe other protesters might have thought that, but then it would have been really weird if the other protesters that thought that would then look at all these other protesters coming up and like fucking taking photos and whatnot. He thinks your head is small is a challenging target. Yeah.
Well, it started.
This video actually kind of goes hard. I'm not gonna lie. Me with one hand in the pocket and the motorcycle also revving right at the same moment. Like that, I don't know. Sometimes videos just hit. CNN blamed the protesters when they found used rubber bullets. That's some top class reporting. I know. There's a reason why they're behind the fucking cops and we are on the side of the protesters. That is something that
Bosch has to stay at least 2 kilometers from any protest because of the horses, of course.
I wanted to explain, like CNN and a lot of mainstream media
also 2 kilometers away from any school
is there to drive home that same fucking narrative that like, yo, these rowdy protesters are really making police work quite difficult today. Like that is their job. That is their goal. That is what they're.
Bosch shows up with this strange carpenter at like elementary schools and stuff and says the time has come.
They're there to do. But of course, as always, the people that seemingly are paid to be wrong, ironically enough, they do it for free, but the
teachers have to get out the fire extinguishers and spray them away. Get out of here, Vosh. Get out of here.
Should be paid to be wrong.
Take your Alice in Wonderland shit somewhere else, you freak.
Are constantly getting things wrong all the time. Streamer Hutch praises the restraint of LAPD and criticizes Hassan Piker for implying the police will fire on protesters as police begin firing on protesters.
Well, that's kind of what it feels like.
Okay, all right.
If that makes sense.
Makes sense. I just think it isn't.
What is Hutch playing?
I mean, listen.
Please tell me.
Kind of comical that.
Please tell me that's not some Persona 5 like strikers or something. What is Hutch playing?
He's been given this commentary about like.
It looks like Joker. Oh, please tell me, chat. Please tell me that's not some Persona 5 spinoff.
Oh yeah, that's standard issue weaponry. That's usually a surefire sign that things are about to pop off. And he's been doing that for like an hour. And so far, it seems like the police.
Wait, what? Bro.
Chat. One in chat if you think I should cover more Hutch. Right, remember the whole conflict with Vadim? Should we be covering this guy more?
That's crazy. Ain't no freaking way.
There's apparently a conflict between Hutch and the Vanguard.
Talking this big shit. Southern Lion? This man is no.
Gotta make fun of him for being bald.
No lion, okay?
No lion.
Wait. He was watching my protest coverage for an hour straight, just hate watching. Are these guys all right, man? He's like, yeah, I've been watching for an hour and no one has killed him yet. What's going on? Pick up the slack, LAPD. His perspective is so anti-me that he's just decided like police actually don't brutalize people at all. I don't know why.
Oh, is it the new Dune game? I've been hearing good things about the new Dune game.
He's saying that.
It's like multiplayer, right?
He's been given this commentary about like, oh yeah, that's standard issue weaponry. That's usually a surefire sign that things are about to pop off.
Also, half of the things that I was saying was like memes. Like, I don't think, like, you know, when I say cops, like loud noises scare them. Anyway,
like
let's watch.
Like an hour. And so far, it seems like the police are showing restraint. Like they're not advancing. They issued a dispersal order and they haven't advanced. Oh yeah, no, they use that technology in Colombia. To, okay. Oh, fuck me, right?
Fuck you is right, Hutch. Fuck you is right.
Yeah, fuck you, actually.
In and of itself.
Yeah, fuck yourself. I love that this guy is so consistently wrong. It's so funny. Brother, make up your own fucking mind. If you position your whole shtick as being against me,
his takes on the protests were garbage for what it's worth, Hutches,
while simultaneously claiming that you're a fucking libtard, you're always going to be wrong, and you're going to be wrong in the direction of conservatism to a degree where like other liberals are probably going to look at you and go, I don't really fuck with you, man. You're constantly saying shit that is wrong and also kind of conservative. These guys refuse to develop their own political perspectives. They refuse to develop their own political perspectives and basically decide that like their whole thing is like whatever I'm saying, they're going to say the opposite. Leftists hating other leftists more than right-wingers. Who is surprised? He's not a leftist, man.
Chat, speaking of old Destiny orbiters, did you know that FD Signifier just went on Bridges, which used to be Destiny's podcast? I think that Not So Erudite has taken it over, like, right? And FD's on there, and I'm not sure what the angle is. FD's on there with CJ the X, right? I don't know if FD just doesn't know who Not So Erudite is, or, I mean, obviously Destiny's community hates FD, fucking hates him. I don't know what the meta is. It might even be, I mean, like, I don't know, like, is it like Erudite, you know, having FD on to spite Destiny? I'm not sure what the angle is there.
Man, these guys are just like, they're grifters. Speaking of grifters, this one is a liberal grifter, right? This one is the liberal.
Yeah, he definitely knows Destiny, but does he know Erudite? Maybe he just doesn't know that that's where she's from.
Version of this.
I mean, there might, I don't know. I don't want to judge.
But there's also a right-wing version of this as well, a more right-wing version of this. And that's fucking Asmongold. Asmongold, Hassan is a fake revolutionary. He's not on the street putting his life on the line. Chat, he was literally protesting in the streets. Asmongold, well, he should be arrested then. They will go, hey, man, why aren't you doing anything?
There's people way worse than him. Well, yeah, Asmongold for one.
Why aren't you getting off your ass? By the way, he never gets off his fucking ass.
It's like Ethan Klein.
Even though I get off my ass all the goddamn time whenever there is like an opportunity to mobilize. And then...
Chat, do you know that I thought about like the logistics, right? I need to leave the country that I need to leave Thailand and come back, right, for to get the process started on my new visa. But I was thinking, and there's no way that we could do this, and this would be stupid, but the thought did cross my mind, if I could somehow, I don't know, crowdfund like going to LA, find somebody there to stay with. I don't know, chat. It'd be there's no way. Like, I gotta leave. Let's see, it's the 18th right now. I gotta be gone from here on the 22nd, right? So I don't think there's a time to set this up, right? But I thought it'd be really cool to give you like a protest stream on the ground in LA. There's not a lot of risk given that I don't live there. I mean, obviously, if I'm live streaming, there's a risk of, you know, people, you know, somebody in the crowd could figure out, you know, where I was from the Visit China instead. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I don't know. At the moment, it's just looking like it's going to be a quick trip to Vietnam. But yeah, I thought about maybe trying to go to LA for this, and then I realized I don't want to give Trump that chance. I don't want to give the State Department, Rubio, that chance, right? I don't think they know who I am. I don't think I'm big enough, right? But I just don't want any kind of weird shit happening in like customs. IRL setups can be kind of pricey. Well, my IRL setup is this, chat. And you're right, this may not be something that would work because it would just be my phone and 5G, and you know, if I'm in a protest, that bandwidth is going to probably be sucked up by other people in the area. So, you know, it'd be like this kind of deal. But yeah, you're right. To actually do live correctly, it is a pretty expensive setup. Go to Lebanon and stay with Anthony?
When they find out I did actually fucking get off my ass, then he goes, okay, well, then he should be arrested.
Is it hard to get citizenship? I used to watch a streamer who went to Australia and they said it was decent there if you have problems with your visa. Hard to get citizenship in Thailand? Yeah, it's pretty hard.
You see Hassan? No,
I think you kind of have to, like, well, not necessarily. Okay, I don't think you have to marry somebody, but I think most of the people that I've heard about who got Thai citizenship, they did marry, a Thai person, and
I don't see Hassan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on like the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he
Of course not. Of course not.
Oh.
You work in Thailand. Well, not exactly. I work for an American, I'm a subcontractor for a couple of American media companies that you might know of if you watch YouTube or Twitch. And I guess work from Thailand, right? But very importantly, you can't work in Thailand without a work visa. And that's fairly hard to get because they do want to, any job that a Thai person could potentially take, they don't want to give that away to like a foreigner.
Oh, goalpost shifted. No, I was fucking down there, dipshit. Oh, he went in, but that's not enough. It's not enough that he actually is there. The
only exception to that whole work in Thailand thing I've heard of is people who become English teachers. And you can do that, but you got to understand that if you're getting paid in Thailand, you're going to be just like the cost of living is very low here, the cost of you as an employee is also much lower. So you're going to get paid a lot less than you would in the US.
He's not like in front of the line. Oh, he is in front of the line. Okay, well, then he should be killed.
if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it.
I have to double see.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested.
That's Asmongold's dystopia.
That was so quick. Someone was like, no, he was down there. It's like, oh, he should get arrested. Like, that was literally, bro, the goalpost shift.
Oh, no, that's what I was saying is that, like, the one job that I could think of that they do hire a lot. Okay, so let me give you, like, a rundown, right? I should look into this more to know for sure, right? But the two jobs that I can think of that I've seen Americans working here in Thailand and getting a work visa here for is teaching English to Thai people, and you don't actually have to have your the TSAL certification, right? You don't actually have to have that certification for that. You can pretty much just if you can do the job, you can get the job. You get paid very little for that job. But the other job that I've seen somebody come here to Thailand and get was a guy that came here to learn to train Muay Thai, ended up being pretty good at Muay Thai, ended up meeting a lot of people, and it turned out that his Thai was so good that they hired him as a bilingual ring announcer, right? So the ring announcer that says stuff in Thai and then says stuff in English, that's him, right? And that's a one-off thing.
It was so fast.
Okay, so it's the bilingual ring announcer in Lupini, right? Is his job.
He just went like, dude, oh my God. He went, he's not down there. He's a LARPer. He's not down there. He's a LARPer. Where are you? You're at your house. Why don't you go protest alongside ICE, dude? put your pussy right on that, okay? Put your pussy right in the fucking front lines. Stand behind the ICE agents and be like, please kill these people. You have no problem saying that from home. Go to the pro-Israel rallies and be like, we want more death. Yeah, go fucking assist ICE, you goddamn bootlicker. Jesus Christ.
Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though. Yeah,
Look, this part is so funny, though. Holy shit. Someone being like, nah, he was there. He was in the front lines. Like,
different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like,
oh, he's just fucking then kill him, arrest him. Come on. What's happening?
I mean, for sure. He was, though. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to go and double check. He already did. Oh,
dude, right-wingers are such crybabies, dude. They have designed their entire culture around resisting against a tyrannical government. Okay, they're like, oh yeah, come and take it, bitch. Like, I got my gun. Like, I'll fight tyranny, you know? They wave the Gadsden flag. But then the moment that the government is being tyrannical, they're like, oh, please do more tyranny, please. Actually, can I assist you? Can I assist you in the tyranny? We love the...
That's the one thing about having a dog, right? That like kind of, well, actually, I don't know. Huh. You know, having a dog or a cat does change the smell of your apartment. Is it more so with a cat? Probably so. I was going to say the smell of a dog, like having a dog in your house is one reason, that one drawback. The other real drawback is with a dog, you got to be ready. You got to go out on walks like at any hour, right? Middle of the night time, you need to walk that dog, because otherwise that dog is going to poop and or pee in your house, or have to hold the poop or pee, and that's not acceptable either. Never. Kaya takes small ladylike poops. Yeah.
Tyranny.
I'd have to double see and see it.
Oh yeah, and then you got to do the thing where you get the bag and you put it over your hand and you grab the poop and you feel the heat of the poop that just came out of your dog. That would be the worst part. Chat, if I didn't have to feel the heat of the poop, I think I could handle it, right? If I just had a glove that was like temperature, like, I don't know, dogs smell way more. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. I feel like cat boxes have a bigger impact. Maybe not the cats themselves. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, you know, you gotta, the feeling, the heat transfer from the poop to your hand is just something I cannot handle. That was actually, funny enough, the worst part of doing dissections in Gross Lab, right, was that you were, you know, the bodies were kept pretty cold to keep them from degrading. And when you were in there working on a dissection, your hands actually got cold, the same way as if you were, you know, working with some frozen chicken or something, right? And the fact that you just transferred heat with the dead, I don't know. There was something kind of kegame about that.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it.
Asmongold looking at the picket lines during the civil.
I love animals, but I hate cleaning up after them. That's why I need to get a dog and a cat, right? That way the cat poops and the dog goes into the litter box and has, no, just kidding, chat. That's gross.
Civil rights struggle. Yeah, all these blacks, they got to get arrested. And the whites too, actually. Separate but equal, guys.
Yeah, Karina, I saw that story too about the brawls. Yeah. Well, look, the first one was actually a trans sex worker in Thailand was on duty and had, I think, agreed to you know, perform full service for, I think it was like one Israeli tourist, and then this asshole like brings his friends and says, oh no, you're gonna do all my friends, right? And she's like, no, I am not, like, right, this is a thing that people do to sex workers, right? This is a classic fucking bullshit thing that people, and the thing about Thailand is that Thai people, if they see somebody being mistreated, especially somebody who can't defend themselves, they will jump in. And they did. They jumped in and they let these fuckers know, right? They let these fuckers know that they weren't going to be treating people like that, right? But yeah, you're talking about the it was more of like a turf battle. Sorry, not turf, TURF battle amongst sex workers. Two of whom were Filipina and the rest of whom were Thai. And yeah, like I always wonder about that, like, right, if it's like, because the thing about being trans in Thailand is it is associated with certain vocations, and you know, sex worker being one of those vocations. And so, you know, how much do people make the assumption that if you are you know, if you are gatoy, that you are also you know, doing sex work, and therefore, you know, would you be impinging on somebody's turf if you walked down the wrong alleyway, right? I don't know. This is all speculative. From what I've seen, chat, if you treat people with respect here in Thailand, they will treat you with respect.
Yeah, based. It's separate but equal. Too much, if you ask me. It should be separate and unequal. But they got equality. It's just separate. They don't like it. Yeah. Why are they resisting? Yeah. Based. Yeah. I was going to be on board, but LBJ, not really good that he sent the National Guard to Selma. Why is he protecting these criminals? Obviously,
Video of a Bulgarian guy going crazy amongst these Thai police. No, what happened?
The law's the law. The law's the law, guys. Chat. The law is the law. These blacks.
But yeah, on that video with the sex workers that were defending their territory, there were some good round kicks there, right? There was some really decent round kicks. They got that hip turn, which is, it's the hardest thing to teach about the round kick, right? Is the actual turning over of your hip.
That are trying to walk, trying to march. How about they don't march? I don't like it. We want to keep them separate. Yeah, law's the law. Law and order. Restore it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like there's no other solution to it other than that.
There's no other solution.
Impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
Yeah, they're impeding a highway, and that's unacceptable. But those cops are also then using said highway for the rest of the night to stage, okay, because that's what they did. Those cops then impeded the highway for the rest of the night as a staging ground.
Oh yeah, and Israeli tourists are like a huge problem now. There's been several incidents. One of the tourists took her shoes off in a restaurant, I think. And look, there are places like when I go and get my nails done, right? I take my shoes off and lead them outside and put on some slippers, right, that they have there. But there was a reason that this woman took off her, I can't remember what it was. She had a reason to take off her shoes, but people were offended that she didn't have, they're trying to eat at a restaurant and this Israeli woman's got no shoes on, right? And so when somebody confronts her about it, she says, don't you understand? Like what's something like tourists, like my money pays for your buildings, or my money pays for your infrastructure, right? Basically, like, shut the fuck up. I'm rich. I'm a tourist. I am funding your economy. Like, let me do whatever I want. And look, like I said, feet, lowest part of your body. You can really insult somebody with your feet, right? You know, for instance, just something like, I don't know, taking off your shoes near a temple. There's a statue of the Buddha. You pull your foot up like this, right? And now the bottom of your foot is pointing at God. All right. They don't like that. They don't like that, right? Yeah, it's feet are a big thing. Feet are a very considered Like I don't know. I'm exaggerating a little bit. I don't think that anybody would like beat your ass for like, you know, pulling your foot up near a Wat with a Buddha statue. But I'm just saying, like, it's stuff like that that's not, you know, that the Western that a lot of people wouldn't think of. A lot of tourists, you know, from Europe or the U.S. would not think twice about that. Yeah, I feel like even this, chat, if I went to a temple, I would want to have like a shawl or something on. I would want to have like a shirt, right? Because even this is like too much skin to be showing around the temples.
By the way, but Asmongold, of course, has no issue with that. These guys are impeding the highway in protest. That's wrong. They should be arrested. Cops impede the highway.
I haven't seen White Lotus yet, Karina. Is it on Netflix?
So they can use the same fucking taxpayer-funded weapons on their own fucking tax-paying citizens to defend ICE raids in the fucking state, a sanctuary state in a sanctuary city. That's perfectly valid. Do you understand the double standard? It all revolves around institutions and defending institutional power, defending state power. You're like, no, cops can do whatever the fuck they want. They can be as violent as they want. That's perfectly valid, because on the other side, the people that are receiving that violence are probably doing something that they shouldn't be doing. You're not even like entertaining the idea that maybe the cops should not be doing this.
All right, so does he go off on Taco Trump and possible World War III? Yeah, Hassan doesn't like people saying Taco Trump. You know that Trump always chickens out. Some investors started that because they noticed that he would do he would announce his tariffs, and then the bond market would punish him, and then he'd back down, right? So they made up this thing called Trump always chickens out, and some reporter even brought it up to him, like it pissed him off, right? But Hassan doesn't like it because it's kind of like when you're making fun of Trump by saying he always chickens out, you're like daring him to do the bad thing, right? You're daring him to do the bad thing. It's generally a bad idea. Anyway, chat, what do we have? Her Take. It's what it's called. Her Take. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh God, chat. There's been more added to this, right? Blair White was on. The episode was called Trans is a Mental Disorder. It's definitely something that Lindy Liu seems to agree with. Jillian Michaels seems to agree with. I don't know if Anna would sign on to that, you know, in a public way, at least. Blair White drops truth bombs on gender identity. Oh my God. Is this the one? Okay, so this is Blair White. Tech workers build AI. Okay. Blair White. Yeah. I think this is it. Wait, I'm a little bit confused here. I guess we'll see. This is the one with Adam Sosnick. It's a PBD host. And why did I think that? Oh wait, no, this is the whole thing. Oh my God. Okay. Let's look at the clip first. We'll see if we need to go to the
What triggered Operation Rising Lion? Was it self-defense? Was it something more calculated? What are the stakes for America? Is this the start of peace in the Middle East, or is it the opening act of another $1 trillion war that has a heavy cost to America?
If anybody thinks this is the start of peace in the Middle East, they have a very fucked up idea of peace that includes people, that includes a face, like a boot stomping on a face over and over again for all of eternity. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Including lives. So, Anna, I'm going to let you start us out here. Go ahead.
Sure.
Put on my flag.
All right. Well, on Thursday of this week, Israel carried out strikes in Iran, essentially beginning what is now referred to as a war. The strikes were carried out right before Donald Trump, the president of the United States, of course, was supposed to have another round, I believe the 6th round of diplomatic negotiations with Iran to get a nuclear deal, a new nuclear deal, because in 2018, Trump ripped up the original nuclear deal, which prevented Iran from enriching enough uranium to build nuclear weapons. That brings us to today, where you have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for literally decades, trying to push the United States to go to war in Iran on Israel's behalf. He decides to carry out this strike. There's now evidence indicating that Trump did give him his blessing to do this. And so what's the argument? Well, of course, Israel is making the self-defense argument. And I'll give you a little taste of what Netanyahu had to say when he was on Fox News being interviewed by Bret Baier just yesterday. Take a look. No, first video that I sent you. 1 second.
Oh.
Anna just wanted more.
Now, chat, understand, they're doing this with the infrastructure of PBD, right? So they should have somebody they should be able to handle this, right? PBD does this kind of stuff every day. I don't know what's going on here.
Screen time, so just give 1 second. There it was right there. Natalia's doing a good.
1 second.
Anna just wanted more screen.
Yo, they need to think, like, did they realize what they were doing? Okay, look, the foot fetishists, enjoy. You're eating good. Whoever's sitting on the ends of the table, you're gonna get to see their feet dangling off, right? That's an interesting choice, right? Look at what they're doing. Everybody's on these, like, what do you call these? Like these kind of chairs, right? Like their feet are in the air. It's weird. What a weird look.
Time, so just give 1 second. There it was right.
I get why they do this, right? Because like their table is so big that they gotta, kind of put people on these to get them to, be above the table and everything. But if you're gonna have people on the sides of this, like it gets weird.
There. Natalia's doing a good job pulling this up. But Bret Baier landed that interview. Congratulations. Bret Baier is a
Did
G.
you see him rapping on stage? Bret Baier is amazing.
Bret Baier can rap.
So this is Adam Sosnick. He's apparently trying to make small talk while they get Anna's clip, but it's also he's joking about her screen time while they're taking away her screen time.
God, yeah, he's great.
Okay, he's probably the best person they have on Fox. Shout out to you, Bret Baier.
I just liked it in the text exchange, so you'll know which video I'm talking about. And I'm going to go in that order, so you guys know how I'm going to present this.
While she's pulling it up, give a quick summary of what the.
Wait, she's got that Angry Patriot sticker. Remember how Vinny's shirt said Angry Patriot? This may just be PBD merch.
Text exchange, so you'll know which video I'm talking.
Who is she again, chat? I forgot her name. We got Jillian Michaels, Lindy Lou, Anna Kasparian, and who's sitting between Jillian and Anna? Anybody know?
And I'm going to go in that order, so you guys know how I'm going to present this.
While she's pulling it up, give a quick summary of what the central thesis is that you want to talk about.
Okay, so
MC Karl Rove. How about MC Steven Crowder? How about Mr. America?
All right, let's just forget the videos, I guess. So basically,
she'll pull it up.
Yeah.
She's pissed. She's pissed. Table doesn't need to be that high. My guess is they messed up the background and had to raise the desk to get the right background. Damn.
Yeah. So Netanyahu argues we have intelligence indicating
her name is like Dangerfield.
That Iran is on the precipice of developing nuclear weapons, and that poses a threat to Israel.
Something Dangerfield.
At the same time, though, we have Tulsi Gabbard. Can we pull up that video, Tulsi Gabbard? In March,
Angry Patriot is merch from whatever that show Vinny's is on. He's on the PBD podcast. Is it from that, or does Vinny have his own show?
Tulsi Gabbard gave a briefing. She is the secretary of the department.
She is trying to be professional. She is trying very hard to be professional. I guess she's been proud. I'm sure she and Jink piss each other off. Right? Amy Dangerfield, thank you. And that's the person that people speculate. Now, chat, we can neither confirm nor deny, all right? But the Vanguard, who were kind of experts on all things Anna Kasparian, have speculated that maybe Amy Dangerfield since she seems to have come out of left field. Maybe Amy Dangerfield is actually PBD's mistress. We don't know that. We don't know that.
National intelligence. And so she's talking about the threat that Iran poses. She's specifically addressing that.
Wait, they are in order. Karen Anna, order left from right, Latino Anna, Nerd Anna, and Asian Anna.
Allegedly building nuclear weapons. Now, this is in March of this year. Take a look.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader
Anna's just getting fucked here.
Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
I'm starting to get the vibe that no one likes Anna on this show, including the producers, right? And having the producers against you on a show like this, a very bad thing.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So without nuclear weapons, they're not building a nuclear bomb. That's what she clearly states during this hearing back in March. Then you have Netanyahu making it appear as though, oh my God, they're about to drop the nuke on Israel. There's no evidence of that. There's no indication that they're building a nuclear weapon. And more importantly, Nat, now you can go to the last video I sent you, because this is a video from 2002. And I should also note, dating all the way back to the 1990s, Netanyahu was saying that Iran is about to obtain a nuclear weapon. This has been a narrative by Netanyahu.
Wait, is that right? Amy Dangerfield is a Destiny orbiter? Why have I not heard of her? Does she have another name, maybe? Does she have a streamer name?
For literally decades. And here's what he had to say back in 2002. Obviously, this was after 9/11, but before the United States did the preemptive war in Iraq. Israel was trying to goad the U.S. to invade Iraq, even though Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Nonetheless, here's what Netanyahu said.
And this is a tyrant who is feverishly trying to acquire nuclear weapons. And today, the United States must destroy the same regime.
You may not like her, but the show only has spice when she's there. Wait, has she been not there for some of the shows?
Because a nuclear armed Saddam.
I feel like it would be smart for maybe Anna not to be there on the Blair White episode. That would, if I was Anna Kasparian, that would be the episode I'd be trying to miss.
Will place the security of our entire world at risk. Is simply not reflecting the reality to assume that Saddam isn't feverishly working to develop nuclear weapons. If you take out Saddam's
and the irony, chat, of this clip is this is about as based of a take as we've probably seen from Anna, like, ever.
I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, 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 the 3 principles of when.
Wait, what? What did BB just say? Oh my God, this is hilarious.
I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, location, location.
The principles of real estate. Is he a real estate guy like Trump? Location, location, location. The 3 L's. Okay.
3 principles of winning the war on terror are the 3 W's. Winning, winning.
Winning, winning, winning. It's just, how many times is he going to do this? Like.
And winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes a second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory.
Anybody ever gives you advice like this, run the other way. Do the opposite of what they're saying, right? This is a scumbag trying to manipulate you.
In Iraq will make the third victory that much easier, less than dismantling his regime will do.
Okay, so whether you're talking about Iran, whether you're talking about Iraq, whether you're talking about Libya, whether you're talking about Afghanistan, there has been this orchestrated effort, specifically by Netanyahu. He's been kind of like the mouthpiece for it. But the government of
Oh wait, chat, I know why you can see that. I know why they're trying to do like a Fox News thing. You know how like the you can see people's legs on Fox News? They're trying to do like the Fox News spokesmodel thing, right? You can see this by like kind of who they've hired for the show, or more importantly, who they haven't hired for the show.
Of Israel has been trying to get the United States to fight its wars for Israel to the detriment of Americans. We went into Iraq. 4,000 of our soldiers died based on a complete lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like, there's more to the United States going into the Iraq war than Israel. And honestly, like, completely attributing that foreign policy move to the tail of Israel wagging the dog of the United States, it's bordering on, you know, like kind of an anti-Semitic thought process. You're not, you know, you're not aware of the reality of the situation, which is that Israel is the United States' tool, not the other way around.
Destruction.
Choki super chatted $6.78. Thank you, Irene Butterfly.
Oh, thank you, Choki. Thank you for the butterfly.
There was no indication that they were developing nuclear weapons. It was a lie. And I believe that right now what's happening is...
Not really? You think that Israel controls the United States, X? I'm so wrong? Please tell me how. I'd love to hear more about this. I'm almost thinking, chat, what did we, wait, I said that if we get 8, did we get enough super chats to justify me putting, the butterfly pin in? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my God. Oh my God, did we ever? Look, we didn't hit them in time, okay? But I'm not particularly bothered by the time. You know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be like within 3 hours, but that's just like officially how I have to set it up. Let me just put the butterfly pen in anyway. All right. Did I put it in correctly? That's the question. Yeah.
Israel does the strike. Okay, I think Trump made a huge mistake by giving that strike, or giving these current strikes that Israel is doing, his blessing. I think he was under the assumption that that would bring Iran.
I think it's really easy to see what the United States' actions are doing for Israel, right? It's really apparent, you know, how it's considering that the United States is the one that is arming Israel at the moment, right? But I think it's less easy to see what Israel is doing for the United States. And you have to have a little bit more of a historical perspective to understand that that is how this operation is working, right? They are united, Israel and the United States, in terms of their interests, right? Israel's interest in dominating the Middle East, which is now come up to eliminating Iran as a force in the Middle East, right? Is enabling the United States to shut off China, to isolate China further, especially from their energy supply, right? And so it's really easy to lose track of that. While it's super apparent, it's like in picture, it's in the focus what the United States is doing for Iran, some of what what the United States is doing for Israel, some of what Israel is doing for the United States may be a little bit more behind the scenes. So I can understand why people might be missing that.
On to the negotiating table and give the United States more leverage, but that is not what's going to happen. Now Iran is in full-blown war with Israel, to the point where Israel is trying to get the United States to...
Choki, I'm really worried about the disability cuts that Starmer is trying to force through. Goddamn, Starmer fucking sucks. Yeah, we're facing the same kind of shit with Trump in terms of the big beautiful bill.
To fight
he's trying to shut down Medicaid. He's trying to make it not apply to any sort of medicine, any sort of trans medicine. He is trying to and they're definitely going to be going after the Medicaid of a lot of disabled people in the U.S.
Offensively, not to just defend Israel, but to fight offensively. So I give you that because people are going to die. People are already dying. On the Iranian side, as we speak right now, upward of 220 Iranians dead. On the Israeli side, it's now in the dozens of innocent people dead. And I think this is really part of what's known as the Greater Israel Project, right? They want to have dominance in that region, and they want to install puppet governments. And so in the case of Iran, Netanyahu can barely contain himself when it comes to wanting regime change. But it is always a bad idea when you have a third party or a foreign government carry out or orchestrate regime change in your own country. We have seen how that works out. It destabilizes countries. Look at Libya. That's a perfect example. Libya gave up their nuclear program. And you know what they got in return? American boots on the ground to do regime change war. So my issue here is
So the United States is also teaching every country out there that's listening that if you don't want to be subject to regime change, if you don't want to be subject to intervention and coups and the like, you have to have nukes, right? That is the lesson that the United States is maybe unintentionally teaching by how they treat a government without nukes versus how they treat a government with nukes. Israel might have a secret weapon that America fears. It does seem odd that America always has to defend Israel. Look, I don't think that Israel's doing anything that like does Donald Trump look like he's worried about the US's image on the public on the global stage? Right? Do you see what I'm saying? He's able to alienate the United States without even the Israel shit. The Israel shit does make it worse. Israel is a straight up pariah state, worse than South Africa was, when everybody decided to be against apartheid, right? They're more isolated than South Africa, but Trump's doing a fine job isolating the United States just by himself. I don't think that it's I don't think they're sweating anything that Israel's doing, and the stuff that's in Israel's interest is in the United States' interest in the grand game, in the grand chess game between the U.S. and near peers like China.
Being lied to, and we're being lied to the detriment of Americans and to the benefit of Israel, and I don't think that's okay.
Adam, do you want to? I actually have some thoughts, but I know you're far more well versed than me.
Well, I mean, I'm an American first. So, respectfully, what's your point?
My point is the United States should not be
respectfully
backing Israel in this war of aggression against Iran.
So
Iran is not a threat to our national security. There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
I don't think that's true, Anna.
Based on what?
Okay, based on the fact that she just said they have a huge amount of enriched uranium.
They
We
do.
know they have 6 to 10 bombs worth. So let's start with that.
You want to know who has nuclear weapons? Israel.
I know, but Israel is not. Hold on.
No, not allegedly. Not allegedly.
Hold on. There's a difference. Israel is not chanting death to America. They are not ideologically captured. On top of that, they just got.
They're celebrating the running over of an American citizen with a bulldozer. They have pancakes with her face on it every year to celebrate the murder of Rachel Corrie. But no, they're not chanting death to America. They're just eating a pancake with a dead American girl's face on it. Yeah, that's
detonators, which makes them more dangerous. What is the proof that they're doing this? They have nuclear sites that both.
Jill, this is the same Iraq narrative. How are we falling for it again?
I agree with you that I don't want Iraq ever again, but I see.
But we're driving toward that. We're totally driving toward that.
Just because you're right on something doesn't mean you're right on everything.
I'm right on everything when it comes to this.
So that's where you made a problem. Is that you just
tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong.
That you're right on everything.
Weapons, though.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
I just want to finish this one.
Does literally everybody else on the panel disagree with Anna on this?
Okay,
are you going to go fight? Are you going to enlist and go fight on behalf of Israel?
I have family family, I have friends that are in the IDF.
Okay,
How many
they're
family
in the
and friends
IDF.
do you have
They're in
Hamas?
Israel. If you're American,
If we're gonna have a discussion,
you should not be
don't
calling
talk
for
when I'm
American
talking.
soldiers
That's what
to
I'm
fight
saying.
Israel's war.
You just ranted,
Okay, hold
and
on.
I'm going to talk
Hold on.
now.
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to ask you one question.
Go ahead. Okay, Adam, go.
But if we're going to talk.
So yeah, he really does not like Anna. That much is clear.
Let me just say one thing, real quick. One
So
sentence.
I don't get to talk. You kept going.
You do.
Hannah, welcome to your show. Go ahead, sweetheart.
The country that is currently carrying out a genocide in Gaza has nuclear weapons, and they have the audacity to talk about how other countries in the region are a threat to their national security. Okay.
Adam, will you let me just say one
Yeah, go
thing?
ahead.
Here's the thing. I appreciate that Netanyahu is a
terrible
deeply
person.
flawed person.
Yep.
Okay.
He's a complicated historical figure.
And I appreciate that nobody wants to see Iraq again. But on top of the
Would she have said that about Adolf Hitler if she was around at the time?
fact that I do think there is some legitimate concern at this
No,
moment.
he's a deeply flawed person. Some of the things that he's done, we don't like invading Poland. We don't like invading France. But to jump to the conclusion that he is mass slaughtering people in concentration camps, I mean, that just seems like,
nuclear weapons. There's also intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Every country has that. Are we going to invade every country because they have missiles?
Death to America. They're the top funders of terror. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias. They have assassination plots against our president. There's cyber
There's no
attacks that
evidence
they-
of
she means Shia militias, right? She said Shia anyway.
that either, by the way.
I'm just like making sure I understand what she's even saying. I think she just pronounced Shia as Shia.
Where does that
Shia Islam?
Who said that?
the CIA loves to goad the United States into
I want to
war.
understand your central thesis. Here's my
go
question.
ahead.
What is
Are
your
you
central
saying
thesis?
that Iran is not
A threat to America. Iran is not a threat
are
to
they
America.
not,
There's no evidence that Iran
are they
is a
not
threat to America.
developing nuclear weapons?
They are part
Are they
of...
developing nuclear weapons or not?
They are not developing nuclear weapons. There is no evidence of that.
There's
Yes.
So why
hold
are they
on.
having nuclear peace talks?
Why do they have
Because they
detonators
think
and
that
enriched
because they think it's
uranium?
fun. What are you talking
Because
about?
okay.
If we can't live in reality, they're having nuclear peace talks.
Let me answer your
to
question.
do what? To talk about the nuclear weapons that they're not developing?
Okay.
That makes no sense to me.
First
It's
of all,
weird that he's complaining so much about her and, interrupting him, considering how much they are dogpiling her, right? It's
I would not be surprised if they geared up enriching uranium as a result of the fact that Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018.
The Iran
Listen
nuclear
to me.
deal.
Hold on.
So they're developing nuclear weapons.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
It's
Go.
okay.
Hold on.
Iran is part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Do you know what that is?
Go ahead, explain.
Non-Proliferation Treaty allows the international community to do checks on Iran to ensure that they are not developing nuclear weapons. The country that does have nuclear weapons is Israel. They are not part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. They don't even acknowledge the fact that they have nuclear weapons. The idea that Israel, that has the backing of the top military superpower in this world, and that's the United States, the country that has nuclear weapons, is crying about how Iran is such a threat to Israel, it's ridiculous to me.
Chat, I gotta think that for Anna, the fact that she's getting folded like a chair in the argument where she's actually right, where she's got, the moral high ground, right, has got to be it's got to feel pretty defeating to her, right? Especially after she burnt all of her bridges with everyone on the left so that she could have this chance, so that she could have, this is her first right-wing gig on the PBD network, right? This is, and this is how it's going. They fucking hate her. They fucking hate her. They are embarrassing her. They are dogpiling her, and they don't want to listen to what she has to say. Like, you've never heard of Shia LaBeouf militias. That's right. Good point. The Shia LaBeouf militia.
Just pull,
That's the militia that says he will not divide us, right?
I am not educated enough to fully go in, but what I did see everyone post this morning is that Iran is pulling out.
Is she Australian?
Of that treaty.
Yeah,
Have you
yeah,
seen
yeah.
it?
I did see that.
They
So what are
broke the treaty as well.
So
They
what
were
are the
dishonest, which is
implications?
why-
What does the treaty ensure in breaking
You're
it? What are
next.
the implications of that?
The treaty ensures that they're not developing nuclear weapons. Here's the problem. Iran played by the rules And they got fucked anyway.
They
and they got fucked anyway.
Why do you think Trump?
So let me understand
hold
one
on.
thing.
Let me ask
Are
you
you a
something.
defender of Iran? Is that who
No,
you
I'm
are?
not a defender of
the
Iran.
mental
I'm a
gymnastics you
defender
have
of
to
the
go
United
through
States
to
of America
defend
and our
Iran.
soldiers.
Sounds like you're defending
and our
Iran,
soldiers.
Anna.
You know what? I think Israel needs to
Sounds like you refuse to condemn Hamas, Anna.
fight its own wars. Why
Do you condemn Hamas, though?
do they keep pulling the United States into their wars?
America is not
it's
on the
unacceptable.
ground in Israel. I'm America first. There's zero
You're not
Americans.
America first. Don't say that.
You don't.
When you
And also, I want to point out something about America first. To the extent that anybody believes that this is Trump's ethos, right? America first. Understand what that means now. It means that he wants to go to war with America first. It means that he wants to declare his war on the enemy within and not get distracted by any foreign policy issues. It means that his dick is so hard for fascism, chat, that he can delay the gratification of being a great leader on the world stage, right? Maybe, I don't know. It looks like now, you know, he's questioning that. I don't, and again, it's, you know, anyone's guess, like what's actually going on. Is this something where Netanyahu and Trump were working together? As Zay Squirrel and a number of people seem to think, or is this something where he's being manipulated? He does have some kind of a peace agenda with Iran, and he's being subverted by Israel in that.
when you're egging on this war, you're not America first. We have soldiers in that region.
Does anyone watch this stupid show? Let me get a sense of that. Good question. Who is watching this stupid show right now? All right. So 12 hours ago, this video dropped. It's got 10,000 views. You know, 40. It's. I mean, this is a PBD project. They've got their. They've got their verification from YouTube.
X, Y.
All right, let's take a look and see what kind of numbers we're doing here. We had 100,000 a month ago, 89,000 a month ago, 24,000 a month ago, 9,000 a month ago. Okay, so they gained views in their second, or sorry, that's their third. Where's the second? Where's episode 2? I actually don't see episode 2. Did they take episode 2 down? Was episode 2 like some kind of... No, there's episode 2. Okay. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the number is 100,000, you know, almost 150,000, less than 100,000, 165,000. Let's see, where is episode 4? Ooh, 59,000 on episode 4. Where's episode 5? Are we on episode 5? No, that's the Blair White is episode 7. Oh, geez. Oh, wait. Episode 4. Unless there's like Patreon episodes going on, it does look like they're maybe deleting some of these episodes. Yeah, I don't know what's going on this show. Episode 7 gets 54,000, but it's only 4 days old. And then this one is, that's the Blair White one. This one is episode 8, episode 6, episode 5. Okay, there's episode 6 and 5. 73K views, 47K views. No, I don't think they're doing good. All right, now let's look for the next thing. Do they have any clips that are popping off? 26K, 32K. They had Jack Posobiec on. Oh my God. And Coulter. Yeah, none of their clips are working for them. But yeah, like 32K is like their best clip so far. Yeah, no, they're not doing well. They've got a lot of backing from a major giant YouTube channel that pays for promotion, right? You would really expect them to. I mean, they're not doing horribly, right? They've garnered almost 50K subscribers in a very short amount of time. Like, yeah, and like about a month or two. But again, this is being fed off of Patrick Bet David, and his network is pretty large.
Now, tens of thousands of them who are now a target as a result of this.
So are you just like, do you hate Israel blindly that you can't address the facts? Or like, what is it?
What the current Israeli government, not just the current Israeli government, what the Israeli government over the last several decades has done in lying to Americans and the American government in order to get us to fight their wars for them. That's what I have a problem with.
See, I really question Anna's framing of this as the United States being used by Israel, right? Like I said, you know, Israel is a pariah state. Israel, while they've been very successful in terms of their conflicts against, against the people of Gaza and against the people of Lebanon and against, Hezbollah, in Syria, etc. Like they've had a lot of successes, right? Their PR is like in the dirt. Their PR is absolute, garbage, right? They are hated. Israel is hated. So like that being said, so is the United States, and the things that they're accomplishing are United States priorities as well, right? I just don't buy this idea that Israel is in charge of what's going on, right? Israel is the tail that's wagging the dog. I don't think so. I think that Israel is serving a purpose for United States foreign policy too. And, while there are, long-term challenges in terms of, what the United States and what Israel are doing together is not popular, it does seem to be something that they are both on board for. Yeah.
All the wars, and I agree we shouldn't have done what we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that.
Yeah,
You're blaming
in 10 years, you'll say the same about Iran.
Our entire presidential, congressional, and military apparatus, all of that is based on Bibi Netanyahu's opinion?
Not
is that
just
what
his
you're
opinion.
saying?
The Israeli government
so you're saying that
wants to be the dominant force in that region. Can we pull up the Wesley Clark
newsflash,
video?
they are. They've just taken out all their enemies. So I don't understand, are you defending terrorists?
I want Linda's been trying to jump in.
Are you defending terrorists? Do you condemn Hamas?
Terrorism? I don't
anything
get
to
it.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm not defending terrorists.
I don't know what
no
you're
other
doing.
country expects the United States to fight their wars for them other than Israel. Why is that?
Well, Ukraine's doing a pretty good fucking job. How about that?
Okay, I was gonna say.
So you're dead wrong on that.
In the case
and
of
there's
Ukraine,
also other countries that we get involved in.
Yeah,
and I don't see American troops on the ground in Israel, in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, in any of these. Okay. So what you're doing is yapping and lying. Here's my problem with you. You can be loud, and you can be wrong.
You don't
Pick
have any.
one.
You don't have
when
any
you're loud
actual
and
substantive.
wrong.
All right, now here's the deal, right? Anna is fueled, right? Her whole media presence is one of outrage, right? Just like Cenk Uygur, right? He popped off yelling at USA Today, right? That was one of Cenk's big clips early in the Iraq War, right? Was him like, USA Today, you fucking suck, right? And he was really losing it, right? And that worked for him, back then, right? In old YouTube. Anna, instead of making her own way, carving out her own path, has just really applied the Cenk Uygur formula to herself. And just everything, the only virality to her social media presence is her outrage, right? And then here comes, Adam Sosnick, and he's recognizing, correctly so, that part of that outrage is real, right? I mean, some of that outrage might be faked at times, played up, etc. But in this case, Anna's actually got a moral point. And the way that he is engaging with her is designed to infuriate. He is trying to get her, he's trying to get her so mad that she just can't fucking control herself. And yeah, probably farm some clips. Yeah, like I'm getting the feeling that there's just not a lot of, she's not getting a warm welcome in the the face-eating leopard party. They are indeed face-eating leopards, and although she might have thought that they would not eat her face, in fact, that is on the menu.
That's when you get in trouble, okay?
Okay,
When
just
we
because
invaded
Go ahead,
Iraq,
Lindy.
I've been trying to speak this entire, it's like 20 minutes in, I haven't said a single word.
Go ahead, Lindy.
please.
Go crazy. Go nuts.
Ooh. This is a hostile work environment, chat. We're stepping into a hostile work environment.
I don't want to be like...
Just go.
Well,
Lindy,
anyway,
just
so
like her. Go.
I just want to say, just because you're yelling doesn't mean that you're correct, but that's not
Correct.
my main point. My main point is this. I'm not even pro the Netanyahu regime, but let's get our facts correct. Iran is completely desecrating all agreements that it's previously made. In fact,
it's not.
just yes,
The fuck?
yes. Can
they
I
are.
No,
finish?
they're not.
They've actually held on to agreements that, you know, that have been broken with them. They've actually held on to agreements for no fucking reason, right? Other than maybe that they Iran does seem to want to de-escalate, right? Whether that's self-preservation or whatever, right? They do seem to.
Just 2 weeks ago, they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their infrastructure, into their facilities.
That means they'd been letting the nuclear inspectors into their facilities, even though the agreement that predicated that had been broken in the first Trump term. They are fulfilling partially an agreement that they made with Obama for no reason. It's an agreement that's already been that the United States has already withdrawn from, that the Biden administration had a chance to possibly put back in place, although they didn't seem to be a priority to Biden.
That is a clear violation of previous agreements. To say that that's not happening is completely dishonest and disingenuous. And I'm not even pro Netanyahu. I just want to lay out the facts here. This is what's happening. They are violating agreements.
Well, let me ask you something. If you play by the rules for years, you literally play by the rules, you're part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, you're allowing IAEA inspectors to come into your country, and you still see that Israel is successful in goading the United States to fight this war, they're still lying about what Iran is up to. Wouldn't you just say, you know what, F it. Why am I even part of this? Why are we allowing the international community to come in and check
So you're saying
what's
Iran
happening?
is playing by the rules?
Yeah, Iran
Is that what you're saying?
absolutely playing by the rules.
Then now I know who you are. You believe Iran. Respect.
I don't believe Iran.
So
I
just
believe
how- just how
international
people are-
inspectors,
Okay.
and I believe the United States as they, by the way, if you don't want Iran to develop nuclear weapons, best way to do that is to remain in the Iran nuclear deal. But Netanyahu hated the
Trump
Iran nuclear
pulled
deal.
out of the Iran
He
nuclear
did.
deal.
Trump pulled out of it,
They
but why?
found
So
out
what
that
are we
they were
relitigating
lying.
No, they did. That's
Anna,
not
you
true,
just
Jillian.
moved the
That's
goalposts.
not
You
true.
just moved the goalposts.
Yeah, I don't-
First you
I
said
don't- I literally
wait,
don't
hold on.
understand your
Guys,
argument.
Let's
I don't
lay
understand
this out
anything you're saying.
clearly here. Anna first.
Chat, I haven't felt bad for Anna Kasparian in a really long time. I had a really good record going of not feeling at all bad for Anna Kasparian, and this shit is gonna ruin it. This is gonna ruin it for me, chat.
Said
I don't want to feel sorry for Anna joining the face-eating leopard party and getting her face the most predictable thing in the world.
Iran is playing by all the rules. That's what you said
Yes,
about
they were
5 minutes
playing by
ago.
all the rules,
I
yes.
just told you that they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their facilities just 2 weeks ago. So
Okay.
now you.
I love somebody with zero intellectual curiosity that knows just what she's heard on Fox News, trying to inform Anna, who actually, in this case, knows the broader picture, right? Of why Iran withdrew the, IAEA, right? Why Iran has now, after they were betrayed on the deal that they made with the United States. The United States unilaterally pulls out of the deal under Trump. They stick to that part of the deal up until this day. And then the Biden administration never seems interested in redoing the agreement after Trump broke it. And now that Trump gets in, he pretends to negotiate with them, only to find out that they had no interest in negotiating, and the United States didn't do the most basic thing that they could do if they really wanted to pursue another nuclear deal, which was to keep Israel from attacking them. Right? It's just like that. So frustrating. So frustrating.
Move the goalpost, and you're saying, oh, but it's not their fault because they didn't play. They played by the rules. Now they can not play by the rules because Israel isn't. Do you understand what I mean?
No.
Like you're changing.
Okay, let me calmly try to explain it so you guys understand what I'm saying. For years, Iran played by the rules because they don't want war. Okay, they allowed the international community to come in. They did abide by the Iran nuclear deal, even after Trump pulled out. For a few years after that, they were not enriching uranium because they wanted to re-enter the deal. By the way, Biden comes into power. Biden promised on the campaign trail that he was going to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. He didn't do that. So Democrats are a problem in this scenario as well. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
So you see how I allow you to talk?
So I need to ask you something, Adam.
Go ahead.
Do you think Tulsi Gabbard was lying to the American people when she said that Iran was not...
Yo, Series, thank you for renewing your membership. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I'm glad that there's some people that are at least renewing their membership. I love to see it when there's weasels in the chat, right? Getting a membership. That's the way that you use the emotes. And I feel like we have some pretty cool emotes. I should probably, we've got more that we can add. But yeah, if you wonder where they're coming from, it's literally, if you have a membership on YouTube, you too can post weasels, right? And Twitch, you can post weasels that are animated. Same deal with a sub, which on YouTube you can get for free by using Prime. But yeah, it's really awesome that people are renewing their memberships. It'd be really cool to see more weasels in chat.
Building a nuclear weapon. Was she lying?
I don't know what information she's looking at, but I'm pretty sure Iran is working on a nuclear weapon. Question for you.
Sure, based on what?
Question for you.
Based on what?
Here's the
How
question.
are you sure?
She said they have enough enriched uranium.
She says that they have accelerated.
And if they're not working on nuclear weapons, why do they have detonators?
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen?
Scientists there.
How do you feel about these?
Why do they have scientists there? They don't need science. You're a Middle Eastern country. You should just have camels and sand, like, right?
Islamic regime of Iran.
How do you feel about a country that's doing a genocide right now having a nuclear weapon? Do you have any problems with that?
But let's say
Can you
on track
address
here.
the nuclear weapons that Israel has, or are you going to deny that they have
We're talking about Iran, right?
Okay. Well, we're talking about Israel and...
Kratchy says they're enriching uranium for rave sticks. No, that's how Israel developed their nuclear program from their Psytrance program.
Okay.
Israel
let's
is
stay on Iran
a military superpower because of the United States. They have nuclear weapons. They're carrying out the mass slaughter of innocent people in Gaza and the West Bank. Which
XX, how do the other women on the panel not get it? They're parrots. They're repeating stuff that they've heard, right? They're not engaging in this issue. And I hate to say this. I hate to give Anna the credit, but she is engaging in this issue in an intellectual, curious way. They are just repeating what they need to participate in the conversation, right? It's literally not that deep for them. They heard enough of an explanation on Fox News, and they're just going to repeat it.
Which had nothing to do with October 7th.
Your
It's not.
talking
It's all
points are
related.
just
We're pretending as if
completely
Israel is the
invalid, and
devil
that's
here,
cool.
and they're not.
I've learned my lesson. Don't try to convince someone who's completely off left field.
Someone who's actually
keep doing your
educated on the
thing.
matter, yeah.
So here's my question for you. How do you feel about the Islamic regime in Iran? Are they good people?
No, they're terrible people.
Okay, so what do you
are
want
the
to
Saudis.
do?
So are a bunch of other countries we do trade with. That we have relations
violations of the proliferation agreement
as
right
bad
here.
as the Ayatollah. Why are people in Iran cheering for Israel? Why is
that's not true?
Yeah, no.
There's
hold on.
videos left and right.
80% of Armenians actually detest
Iranians
the regime.
are rooting for Israel. If there's one country that Israel has the highest approval ratings, it's within.
So yeah, Iranians like in the United States, maybe rooting for Israel. I don't think Iranians in Tehran are rooting for Israel. Look, the regime is unpopular. That much is true, right? The Iranian regime is incredibly unpopular. What's more unpopular than the regime, though, is going back to the Shah, which is the kind of regime change that the United States and Israel are trying to implement.
Iran.
Iranians
Why is Reza Pahlavi getting on TV, doing an interview, pull it up, saying, please, Iranians, now's the time
because he's going
to
to be
revolt
the
against the
puppet
regime.
that's installed by Israel.
Anna's cooking those parents. Unfortunately, she's just getting dogpiled here. Right? I mean, she's right. But she's got the entire room against her, and they're not doing the thing that you should do. Look, if you have a show like this where like one person disagrees with the rest of the panel, you kind of gotta, let people take her on one at a time, or at the very least, you give her as much time as the rest of the panel. Otherwise, you get this dog pile, and you can see that they have no interest in not dogpiling her.
So I don't understand what you're doing, respectfully.
Yeah.
You're defending Iran?
I'm defending
what
the United States.
What a horrible position to be in.
Yeah, I'm defending the United States.
The country.
These are Ethan's talking points.
Death to America.
Right.
A United
I don't want our
States
soldiers
that
fighting
Israel's.
this war. I don't want our soldiers fighting this war. I don't want American
Neither
taxpayers.
do I. You're using a straw man argument because our soldiers are not fighting this war.
But they're going to. It's like they could be any minute, and that's
no, they're not.
What?
Next week, chat, I predict this guy, Adam Sosnick, will be calling for the United States to do something like take out the oh my god, what is it called again? The Fordo is it Fordo, chat? The facility in Iran with their Moab and their B1, right? No, this guy's gonna be pulling America into the first step, get Israel committed in the war. Second step, we need this one little thing from America, and if America's gonna be a good ally to Israel, they got to do this. Otherwise, it's a sunken cost fallacy. We wouldn't want all this effort to go to waste. Go ahead and help us take out the Ayatollah. Go ahead and help us take out the facilities that are deep underground, because otherwise, it's a sunken cost.
No, they're not.
What makes
they're not in Iran.
Well, what makes you say that? Because this whole thing is already so suspicious.
So the argument is we don't want them could be,
right,
but they're not now.
Okay,
so let's live in reality.
Well, Trump initially denied involvement, correct? And then he later went on and said he actually had full knowledge of everything going down the entire time.
Of course he did. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh my God! Are you really going to cut it there? Oh, I get it. Is she going to sell me on maybe watching the VOD? But chat, they haven't put out there's a few of these episodes that just have not come out on. They only exist as a live stream. They only exist as a VOD.
Watching her take. If you like the show, can you help us out by subscribing to the channel?
I thought maybe she was gonna the thing to do would be if you want to see how this conversation ends up, then click on this video right here, right? And it shouldn't. Wait, is that the video? Okay, at least they have the right video on the screen to advertise that people might want to see more. Okay, so.
All right, team, welcome to Her Take. As always, please like, comment, subscribe, click the bell notification so you never miss a show. Today's guest is Adam Sosnick from the PBD podcast. Adam, welcome.
Thank you. I feel like I'm at a club in South Beach and I'm at a promoter table and I have all the chicks with me, so.
Oh,
It was very at home to me.
She's still smiling. Anna, you don't have to smile for that bull. God damn it.
All right, well then we're gonna do fine. I just want to remind
Jillian.
I want to remind everybody. I've been warned by Vinny that I need to be excellent at moderating today. He's afraid to even join me up here. I tried to recruit him. We are all friends at this table. We are going to disagree today, obviously, very clearly. At the end of the day, we are good people. We want the same things. We're not going to get any punches in below the belt.
None?
And I'm setting it up there. All right, so
I came bearing gifts, though.
Did you? What do you got?
Yes.
Oh.
Everyone gets an American flag.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone gets an American flag, because let's not forget what country we love and what we represent.
Thank you, Adam. I like it.
Of course.
All right, guys. While I put
it on, ladies.
I'm in the process.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
What an asshole.
There's a lot happening today, guys. I'm sure you've heard.
This guy's like unbelievable.
But we are not going to repeat headlines. Our goal here is to ask the bigger questions of why. Why is all this going on? And hopefully provide you with some answers so you can make the best decisions for yourself and your family. As always, do your own research, because right now we're living in a world where information moves faster than the truth can catch up. We all have blind spots. We all have biases. So please fact check us, challenge us, and most of all...
And unfortunately, only one of you has any intellectual curiosity.
Think for yourself. So here's what's on deck. I'm bearing the lead, obviously, but the No Kings protests, who's really behind them? Who's funding them? What's the end game?
Oh my God, that's the question about the protests, right? Not what does it mean for Trump's presidency? Not let's compare the amount of protests that have gone on in the first, I don't know, like what are we, 6 months, 5 months of the Trump administration to what had happened in 2017. No, like who is causing these protests that definitely are not real? We're going to start off with the assumption that these protests are fucking astroturfed. They're not. They're made by dumb fucking liberals on Reddit. There, I said it, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that, there's not, some truth to what they're saying about Donald Trump, all right? But these are people that don't really know how to organize, and they're riding a wave of righteous anger against Donald Trump from the public. That is what's driving these protests. It's not even the fucking yellow vests that are organizing this shit, Chad. It's not even the people that are, that are calling themselves like the, the 5150 people, right? Or indivisible. It's really about the American people. This is actually an organic phenomenon that we're looking at. But no, according to these assholes, it's George Soros and maybe Bill Gates, I don't know, that is making this happen, paying they're all paid. You're all paid protesters, Chad. If you went to a protest on No King's Day, you're a paid protester, right? Like I do have criticism for the organization that's facilitating that, but that being said, there is some real energy that they are tapping into, right? It's just I don't know, like I said, Reddit libs, but
Newsom and Bass, they warn that deporting illegals are going to crush the California economy. But when you break down what are the real costs of illegal immigration, the benefits of legal entry, and the reforms that we should actually be demanding from our leaders that might actually benefit both migrants and citizens, they're not talking about them. Speaking of, why does the left suddenly act like deportations are a crime against...
Were you about to say debortion? We're just going to deport these people.
Humanity, when our heroes on the left, like Obama and Clinton, deportated. This is like just my fifth coffee and my second piece of nicotine gum. This is sad state of affairs. I apologize in advance. Deported millions more than Trump. And then we're going to discuss David Hogg's exit, Alex Padilla in handcuffs, Newsom's curated dissent, what's really steering the Democrats, what is their strategy? And of course, first, we're going to unpack what triggered Operation Rising Lion. Was it self-defense? Was it something more calculated?
Okay, so this is where I think we started in on this.
What are the stakes for America? Is this the start of peace in the Middle East, or is it the opening act of another trillion-dollar war that has a heavy cost to America, including lives? So, Anna, I'm going to let you start us out here. Go ahead.
Sure.
Put on my flag.
All right. Well, on Thursday of this week, Israel carried out strikes.
Okay, so yeah, this is what we saw earlier. This is Anna, starting off the segment, giving the, reading off kind of the news items that are going to spur the conversation, I guess. What we missed was what happened, and I can't believe that they put out this video without the fucking tampon. The tampon heard around the world, chat.
We have soldiers in that region right now, tens of thousands of them who are now a target as a result of this.
So are you just like, do you hate Israel blindly that you can't address the facts? Or
I
what is
hate what the current Israeli government, not just the current Israeli government, what the Israeli government over the last several decades has done in lying to Americans and the American government in order to get us to fight their wars for them. That's what I have a problem with.
All the wars, and I agree we shouldn't have done what we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that.
Yeah,
You're
in
blaming
10 years,
all
you'll say the
that.
same about Iran.
Our
Trust
entire
me.
presidential, congressional, and military apparatus, all of that is based on Bibi Netanyahu's opinion?
Not
Is that
just
what
his
you're
opinion.
saying?
The Israeli government
So you're saying that
wants to be the dominant force in that region. Can we pull up the Wesley Clark
newsflash,
video?
they
Matt?
are. They've just taken out all their enemies. So I don't understand, are you defending terrorists?
I want Linda's been
Are you defending terrorism? I don't get it.
No, I'm not defending terrorists.
I don't know what
no
you're
other
doing.
country expects the United States to fight their wars for them other than Israel. Why is that?
Well, Ukraine's doing a pretty good fucking job. How about that?
Okay, well,
So you're dead wrong on that.
In the case
and there's
of Ukraine,
also other countries that we get involved in.
Yeah,
and I don't see American troops on the ground in Israel, in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, in any of these.
There are American troops literally defending Israel, like on the ground. I don't know what the fuck you mean. It doesn't fucking matter to me whether they're on the ground or they're on a, they're on a aircraft carrier. Right? They are fighting in this war. Israel attacked Iran. Iran shot missiles at Israel. United States military is taking out, to the best of their ability, some of those targets, right? They are involved. They 100% are involved. Okay. And Anna's right. In addition to that, the United States has a tens of thousands at least of soldiers, stationed in the region in striking distance. In fact, I feel like all these soldiers are within striking distance of Iran. And, given what's happening, it is only a matter of time until those, bases are targeted.
So what you're doing is yapping and lying. Here's my problem with you. You could be loud. And you can be wrong.
You don't
Pick
have any.
one.
You don't have
when
any
you're loud
actual
and wrong,
substantive
that's
points.
when you get in trouble. Okay.
Okay.
When
just
we
because-
invaded
Go ahead,
Iraq,
Lindy.
I've been trying to speak this entire. It's like 20 minutes in. I haven't said a single word.
Go ahead, Lindy.
please.
Go crazy. Go nuts.
I don't want to be like.
Just go.
Well,
Lindy,
anyway,
just
so
She was about to say, I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be.
I just want to say, just because you're yelling doesn't mean that you're correct, but that's not my main point. My main point is this. I'm not even pro the Netanyahu regime, but let's get our facts correct. Iran is completely desecrating all agreements that it's previously made.
Desecrating? Are they making religious agreements where they're like, this agreement is holy? And anyway, I think she was looking for another word there.
In fact,
it's not.
yes.
Anna,
Can
they
I
are.
finish?
No, they're not.
Just 2 weeks ago, they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their infrastructure, into their facilities. That is a clear violation of previous agreements. To say that that's not happening is completely dishonest and disingenuous. And I'm not even pro Netanyahu. I just want to lay out the facts here. This is what's happening. They are violating agreements.
Well, let me ask you something. If you play by the rules for years, you literally play by the rules, you're part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, you're allowing IAEA inspectors to come into your country, and you still see that Israel is successful in goading the United States to fight this war, they're still lying about what Iran is up to. Wouldn't you just say, you know what, F it. Why am I even part of this? Why are we allowing the international community to come in and check
So you're saying
what's
Iran
happening?
is playing by the rules?
Yeah,
Iran
Is that what you're saying?
absolutely playing by
Well,
the rules.
then now I know who you are. You believe Iran. Respect.
I don't believe Iran.
So
I
just
believe
how
international
people are-
inspectors,
Okay.
and I believe the United States as they, by the way, if you don't want Iran to develop nuclear weapons, best way to do that is to remain in the Iran nuclear deal. But Netanyahu hated the Iran.
Okay,
against the regime.
That's
clearly we've watched this.
I don't understand what you're doing. Respectfully,
Yeah.
you're defending
No,
Iran.
I'm defending
what
the
a
United
horrible
States.
position to be.
Yeah, I'm
to be
defending
in.
the United States.
When the country that yells death to America,
Right.
A United
I don't want our
States
soldiers
that
fighting
Israel's
this war. I don't want our soldiers fighting this war.
Neither
I
do
don't want American
Neither do I.
taxpayers.
You're using a straw man argument because our soldiers are not fighting this war.
But
They're
they
going
could
to.
be. It's like they could be any minute, and that's
No,
to
they're
me-
not. No, they're not.
What makes
They're not in Iran.
Well, what makes you say
That's
that?
what
Because this
Netanyahu's
whole thing
calling
is
for.
already so suspicious.
So,
the way that
so the argument is we don't want them could be, but they're not now.
Okay,
So let's live in reality.
Well, Trump initially denied involvement, correct? And then he later went on and said he actually had full knowledge of everything going down the entire time.
Of course he did.
Okay.
With that said, though, can I tell you
What he's leaving unsaid is that they're gonna proceed as if the soldiers are not involved, the United States military is not involved, even though the United States military, the United States is holding Israel up, right? The United States is part of Israel's shield against the ramifications, against the consequences of their actions in attacking Iran. and also, you know, the on the ground as a sort of like a intimidation factor, and yes, on the ground, so that when inevitably Iran does strike one of those targets, American soldiers will be hit, and then Dave is going to be, this is the reason we have to go to war, boots on the ground with Iran. We're not doing that right now, but it's all set up like mousetrap, like a set of dominoes to just fall into place, and he's playing dumb. Yeah, what a disingenuous fuck. Wow.
One thing. Okay, so Iran, while it hasn't officially pulled out of the non-proliferation agreement, they have violated both the spirit and the technical limits of the JCPOA.
But they're not in the JCPOA anymore. That doesn't exist.
But this is
Trump
right.
pulled
You
out
said
of
that out of that deal because they violated it.
You said that,
But Anna, listen, the
you
uranium
guys have no
beyond
idea what you're talking about.
You just
the
said it.
JCPOA
Anna, you don't need to be emotional. Just talk. Don't cry.
It is frustrating when people. Okay.
Here,
the JCPOA.
Philip Blair, thank you for the gifted membership. Shakespeare, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Is the Iran
Yeah, this is a rare W for Anna.
nuclear deal?
Although I gotta say, look, she's right morally. You know, she's on the right side of history in this. All right, she is getting cooked rhetorically, and yeah, it's to be expected. She's getting dogpiled. And I honestly think that Adam came on here as, I don't know, this looks like them trying to take her out. Oh, is that what's happening? Okay, yeah, here we go. This is the exciting part, I guess. This is the part that they cut off of their video. Their fucking viral video should have started off with the tampon getting thrown. This is like the gauntlet, chat. He's throwing down the tampon like he's throwing down the gauntlet.
They pulled out of that in 2018.
Oh no! First we got the tissues. First we gonna give her the tissue.
Here's why.
You
said they still complied
You're
after
saying
they pulled out.
They were still part of the non-proliferation treaty, which is
Anna,
separate.
you're
Hold on, let a guy speak for a second. All you guys are doing is
let a guy speak for a second. You've been speaking for at least half of the time already. No, dude. Oh my God. Why am I surprised? These dudes are misogynistic. If they're gonna have a woman show, then when the man comes on the woman show, he's going to show the women where their place is in the PBD network, which is on the fucking bottom, making him a sandwich. Like he all but is telling Anna Kasparian to get back in the kitchen here. This is
debating minor little details.
It's not minor though, Adam.
Are you pro-Iran or anti?
Okay, did they not see it? So that is like he said a napkin. It looks like a tissue. It looks like a little pack of tissues, right? That he threw her. So that's him saying she's getting overly emotional. I think the tampon comes out later.
Sounds like you're very much pro-Iran, and I don't understand that.
I'm not pro-Iran
the
or
mental
anti-Iran.
gymnastics
I'm
you
not
must
pro-Israel or
do to be
anti-Israel.
anti-Israel, pro-Iran,
My
pro-America. It's very hard to be what you are because you're very confused.
I know you guys use
on one
the
hand
same...
you're pro-America, but then you're pro-Iran.
I know.
Hold
on. You don't believe in Israel, but you believe in Iran.
Hang on a second.
Sense to me.
It seems to me that you're concerned we are killing innocent people and we're getting America in another forever war.
Not only that.
Okay, but it's my understanding, and again,
Here, I'll roll it back. Chat saying this was the tampon. I feel like I've seen the moment where he throws something over.
POA is the Iran nuclear deal.
Right, you said
they pulled out of that in 2018.
Here's why.
A little napkin. Okay, so chat, I guess it could be a pad? Maybe he would throw a pad and say it's a napkin?
You said they still complied after they pulled out.
They were still part of.
I feel like I saw a clip where he throws it and he mentions like that it's a tampon.
The non-proliferation tretive, which is
Anna,
separate.
Hold on, let a guy speak for a second. All you guys are doing is
correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Have people seen this before? Did Vanguard watch this? Right? It's not the tampon yet. That's what I thought. No, it's anticlimactic. It's actually foreshadowing. I'm pretty sure it's not the tampon. Yeah, right, SM? Anybody seen this before? Anybody watched it on the Vanguard? I'm pretty sure it's not a tampon. Right? I watched the beginning of the Vanguard's clip, And they did it right. They started out with that moment where he throws the tampon, right? You know, this is what, if her take, if it was serious, you know, they'd be starting with the most contentious, you know, the most contentious moment in the conversation, which is, you know, obviously the tampon. I'm locked on and on the tampon again. Yeah. I don't know. I think he does throw the tampon eventually, but
develop is debating minor little details.
It's not minor though, Adam.
Are you
they
pro-Iran
in
or
fact
anti-Iran? It sounds like you're very much pro-Iran, and I don't understand that.
I'm not pro-Iran
the
or
mental
anti-Iran.
gymnastics
I'm
you
not
must
pro-Israel or
do to be
anti-Israel.
anti-Israel, pro-Iran,
My
pro-America. It's very hard to be what you are because you're very confused.
I know you guys use
on one
the
hand
same...
you're pro-America, but then you're pro-Iran.
I know.
Hold on. You don't believe in Israel, but you believe Iran.
Hang
it
on
makes
a
no
second.
sense to me.
It seems to me that you're concerned we are killing innocent people and we're
Not
getting
only that.
America in another forever war.
Not only that.
Okay, but it's my understanding, and again, that Iran is not trustworthy. And I've heard this from numerous people, our generous benefactor, Patrick Bet-David included, that you cannot trust the government. So when I'm looking
our generous benefactor, Patrick Bet-David. Okay.
looking at examples of the ways they violated agreements, okay, they promised they would not enrich uranium beyond 3.67%, but they began enriching up to 20%.
When they were in the JCPOA.
But why did Trump pull out
He
of
pulled
it?
out because Bibi doesn't want the JCPOA. Bibi wanted to go to war with Iran. He's wanted regime
that's
change
not
in
what
Iran
Trump
for
said.
So you're saying that Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump?
Trump's the most honest
You're
person
saying
in the
that
world.
Bibi Netanyahu
Yeah.
controls Trump. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I
so-
think the Israeli government controls our government.
All right,
Yes.
well, that's your
I do believe
opinion,
that. No, it's
and
not an
you're
opinion.
wrong, but that's
it's based
entitled
on
to your opinion.
It's based
So you're
on
saying-
impact.
so you're saying that
It's
Trump-
based on money and politics. It's based on the fact that Netanyahu go to the U.S. to.
I think that people have too much belief in an obvious dog and pony show of a democratic process that we have in America, especially when it comes to foreign policy. We are seeing now in stark relief that regardless of whether you get the neocon, right, George W. Bush, the neoliberal Barack Obama, or the populist Donald Trump, the foreign policy results are the same. That should point to something to you. It is not that Israel controls our country through AIPAC. It is that our country and Israel's their interests are aligned. They are one force. And yeah, Israel's the projection of the United States into the Middle East. Israel's the unsinkable aircraft carrier in that region with which the United States enacts its agenda. Like, I mean, this has been a long relationship. It didn't used to be like this, chat. You can point back to the Sinai crisis, right? Where, you know, the United States or even Obama's administration, right? Where at least like he was reining in Israel on some of their settlements bullshit, right? But in general, the two are one. The two are aligned. And yeah, the United States being the global hegemon is the one calling the shots here, right? I don't know if this, you know, concept of like the sneaky Israelis are manipulating the United. I don't know where that leads, chat, but it's not thinking with your logic. It's thinking with something else, right?
Invade Iraq and then didn't even send IDF soldiers. He had 4,000 of our soldiers die in Iraq based on a false premise of weapons.
He had, look at what Anna's saying. Netanyahu, this was his secret plan. He manipulated George W. Bush, right? George W. Bush never would have done this on his own. It's not like there was a whole plan drawn up, chat. It's not like the People for a New American Century, i.e. George Bush's cabinet. It's not like they had a list of countries in the Middle East that they wanted to roll up. No, it's definitely those sneaky Israelis that are that are manipulating everything behind the scenes. They've just got their tentacles and everything, don't they? Yeah, no, that's not.
Like, you care about American soldiers.
I do care about American soldiers, and I care about American taxpayers who spend trillions of dollars on this trash when we are dealing with $37 trillion in debt.
So now you're a fiscal conservative.
Yeah, I am a fiscal conservative when it comes to spending our resources on wars that we shouldn't be fighting on behalf of a foreign country.
Let me understand this. You're saying that Trump is so weak and such a pussy that he just listens to whatever Bibi does? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think he's weak or a pussy. I think he's transactional. I think he's transactional.
Wait,
and I think that he buys this ridiculous narrative that Iran was behind the 2 assassination attempts.
Somehow Jillian Michael was anti-CrossFit is wild in this timeline. Wait, what? She's anti-CrossFit? Yeah, she's a personal trainer. And so like, you know, CrossFit was kind of coming in. And, you know, back in the day chat, you could open a CrossFit box without any real credentials, right? You just like, I'm into CrossFit. I've got money. I'm going to open a box, right? And I'll hire trainers who hopefully know how to not kill people or give them rhabdo, right? And so, yeah, like they were cutting into the money for personal trainers and stuff like that. And somebody like Jillian Michaels, who probably spent a decent amount of time, you know, getting her certification at least, maybe going, you know, doing an exercise physiology bachelor's or master's program. You know, that was painful, right? But I didn't know, she's anti-CrossFit? He's thrown the tampon. Yeah, it can be the new jump the shark. Why is Anna always at max rage? It's unfortunately her one move, right? And that's why she's gonna get folded in this argument, right? It's MTG, School of CrossFit. That's right.
There isn't even a shred of evidence other than Netanyahu declaring it.
So, wait, hold on, guys. Wait. Can we please talk about that as well? I feel like that's really, really important because they keep talking about how another attempt is going to come from Iran against Trump. And for me, one thing that I'm personally concerned about is a false flag.
Yeah.
Yes, and that could
Well,
literally be laying
according
the
to our friend
foundation
Anna,
for that
Iran
to
is
be
a
happening.
peaceful regime, and you have to believe whatever they say.
You know,
They're
Adam,
great
I know it's
people.
difficult to debate me, but don't put words in my mouth.
And
don't make
I'm just
arguments that I did
summarizing
not
what you're
make.
saying. You're defending Iran.
No, I
would much rather defend Israel than defend Iran.
By the way, she's not just defending Iran. You go on X and you see a lot of people on the right, conservatives, who also completely agree with Anna. They don't want to see American lives taken. They don't want to spend trillions of dollars on another war.
Well, nobody does.
So then what's your point? Let's say, okay, so China and Russia are now saying that they will back Iran. What are we to do then if we get in that position, Adam, where they're saying, okay, now American...
Is she literally conceiving of China and Iran saying, back off Israel, back off US, or else we're gonna war you? Yeah, that's not happening.
Men on the front line. Are you pro-America or are you...
I love how she's dignifying Anna's viewpoint by saying lots of good conservative people on X agree with her.
Pro-Israel.
I'm pro-America, but
Russia's
to answer your question,
Russia's not going to do that.
Russia, this is all, you're talking about false flags. You're just throwing out false flags like you're a fucking paid referee.
No, it's very easy for you right now to say that you would...
Let me talk now. You asked me a question,
ahead,
I'll talk. There's 3 camps here, and I wonder which one you're in. There's the pro-America, pro-democracy, pro-Israel, pro-NATO, hey, I'm with you. And there's MAGA in there, there's level-headed Democrats, moderates, they're all there. The second camp, which I have friends with as well, they are isolationist, America first, don't get involved in any foreign entanglements, foreign wars. I understand that narrative if you want to live as an ostrich in America. Then the third camp, which I'm wondering is chanting death to America, death to England, death to Israel. So I know which camp I'm in. I'm in the first camp. Which camp are you in? The isolationist camp or the hate America, hate Israel camp? Which camp are you in?
I'm in the camp of don't allow the Israeli government to lie to the American people and goad us into another war on their behalf. I'm in that camp.
So you're basically saying, Trump, listen to yourself, not anybody else.
What I don't. How about learn from recent history in which
you know whose instincts I trump more than your, you know whose instincts I trust? I trust Trump's instincts at this point.
Conversation that happened in the lead up to the 2003 invasion of Iraq. But this is the exact same type of conversation that took place.
Okay, Saddam was letting inspectors in. Iran was not. Saddam was not offered a deal. Iran was. Saddam's group was not ideologically captured, and their mission was not death to America. And we all know
Yeah.
that it wasn't just Netanyahu. It was all the neocons like Cheney and his whole company.
Yeah, those people are
But
involved
let's not just lay this
right
at
now.
the feet of Israel. It's all
It is
them.
at the feet of Israel, though, Jillian.
Well,
it is at the feet of Israel.
Your blind
Why would we?
hatred to Israel doesn't let you at least acknowledge the truth that she just told you, and you just shut down Jillian when she tried to feed you the truth.
Adam, you have
Because
no
Dick Cheney
argument.
and the
You have no
establishment-
argument,
Just
Adam.
because you say I
You
have
your
no
only argument is
doesn't mean you have
hate
one.
Israel. You hate Israel.
Well,
That's
you
not
do.
an argument.
Do you not?
I don't give a damn about Israel.
Well,
I give
there
a
you
damn
go.
about my own country.
And
I don't
which
give a
is
damn about
Armenia? What's your
Iran.
country?
I don't care about
What's your
Israel.
country?
I don't care about the United States of
Okay.
fucking America.
Really?
That's my country.
Okay.
And I'm
What-
sick of
what
fighting
if-
wars on behalf of Israel.
Can other people talk other than Adam
So when
and Anna?
9/11 happened, you're saying that they fought that on behalf of Israel?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay, so you're
Yeah, it was
blindly
based on a
retarded.
No, I'm not
So
blindly
congratulations.
retarded.
Oh, wow. Yeah, good. Yeah. Adam used the R slur. It's super effective. He just straight up called her chud logic, chat. Did you hear that? He said that she was chud logicked.
Mental gymnastics you must do to
Okay.
be able to validate Iran's existence is really impressive to me.
I think
so keep
it's just
going.
you're being reductive though. Like they have put out 8 articles at least that I've seen since 1995 saying within 5 years they're going to have a nuclear weapon.
Preach
Oh,
it.
we're not going to pretend
Yeah,
like
but-
political
and-
propaganda exists,
Great-
conditioning exists.
Great point by Amy, but you got to go deeper, sweetheart. Why have they
Ooh, sweetheart. Oh my God, what a prick.
further? Because Israel somehow keeps killing the nuclear scientists. If you want a profession to not go into in Iran, it's nuclear science. Because the closer and closer you get to a fucking degree, you're going to be eliminated. So use that for your talking point. Because why does it take longer and longer and longer? Because they keep getting eliminated. That's why.
Wait,
Who
guys,
did Israel
there's
go
also
after
a
first?
point. Go ahead.
Nuclear scientists and generals. They're all dead. Start over. There you
You
go.
bring up a really good point.
Thank you.
Start all over. Yes, all the knowledge disappears because somebody died, right? It's not like it gets transmitted.
I want to say if Trump and Republicans didn't believe that Iran was a threat, why did they take away Mike Pompeo's Secret Service protection as an insult? Do you understand? They did that to basically, knife the guy in the front. That's point number two. Point number one. Point number two, Anna, I tried to say this earlier, but I wasn't able to. You said that Netanyahu controls Trump. Netanyahu couldn't even get Trump to visit him on his first foreign tour. He went to Saudi Arabia first. He couldn't. It was a huge insult.
So now there's some people that think that this was a psyop, right? That Trump was trying to project a distance between himself and Netanyahu that didn't actually exist. That maybe even he had talked to Netanyahu behind the scenes of like, look, I'm gonna not visit you on my Middle East trip. People are gonna think it's an insult. I'm gonna talk to Qatar. I'm gonna talk to all these people. I'm gonna be working on this this treaty with Iran. But don't worry, I still got you, boo. Right? There's some people that think that's what went down.
Because Bibi was fully expecting that.
The
Do you
Israeli
understand what I'm saying?
government has a massive amount of influence on our government. I didn't say Bibi controls
But
Trump.
you did say that.
Okay.
though.
Maybe it's the other
They
way
have-
around, that
there's-
America has a massive control of influence on Israel.
I think
To
that
say that a little tiny country is dominating America would be lying to yourself or just completely uninformed.
We
You're
have
saying that Israel
destabilized-
controls America. How about America controls Israel?
That's
Maybe
hilarious.
it's the other way around.
Why are we paying for Israel's
Just
bombs?
like
the country that had an economic surplus.
Maybe because we, much like Israel, share those objectives. Maybe because we as America want to use Israel as a tool, and Israel functions better as a tool when it does not have, populations so close to it that are antithetical to its goals, right? There's
In 2001 was Israel. I'm sorry, 2021.
What do you mean? Why is Israel buying bombs from America?
No. They're not buying bombs with their money. We're paying for their bombs.
No,
okay? And they had an economic surplus in 2021. In the middle of a pandemic, they had an economic surplus. We haven't had an economic surplus since 2001. Why are we paying for their bombs?
And maybe because it's useful for us to have an ally in the Middle East. Like
they're not an ally. They're barely.
Hold on a second.
According to the U.S. government, they're definitely an ally.
They use us as a tool to fight their wars. That's what they are.
Your blind hatred of Israel doesn't allow you to be reasonable.
I would almost argue the opposite to a certain extent, that they almost often do our dirty work in some cases.
Like what?
Like taking out the nuclear scientists in Iran.
There's no question that we wanted this.
Taking out the nuclear scientists in Iran is going to lead to.
I mean, like the question though, that you got to ask yourself is who is we, right? Because Donald Trump represented himself as being a detractor of the neoconservative, consensus, Washington consensus on foreign policy, right? So the lie that Trump was trying to sell is that he is fundamentally different than Bush, than Clinton, than Obama. When when it comes to Israel, we're seeing kind of the same shit coming out of every administration. When it comes to Iran, we're see. I mean, like I guess Obama, you could say was more disposed to a treaty there, but in general, this is this remarkable thing about Donald Trump and his foreign policy is how it is not a break from previous U.S. foreign policy.
I'm not saying it's
right or wrong. War, but our soldiers
already at war.
During a peace treaty as well, though. Like, how are we ever going to have diplomatic relations with? Do you think they're ever going to trust the American government, Trump, anyone ever again when they're in the middle of these negotiations?
There's no diplomatic relations with a psychopathic regime in Iran.
Hold on. I don't even know.
Hold on. What? I'm sorry.
They were in the middle of their peace talks.
Who was?
The treaty.
Iran and Trump. Yes.
Yeah,
no, they were not.
Yes, they were. They had their final talks coming on Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
When they are saying we're never going to do a deal with America.
That's not true. They're coming on Sunday.
Amy, do yourself a favor.
Now you're just full of
succumb
shit.
to her bullshit argument.
It's not just her. This is all over the
Trump gave them
marketplace.
60 days. Okay.
Exactly.
Not only did they not negotiate, they were like, bah ha ha.
Exactly.
So much so that I could not believe.
And what day did they?
Okay, again, just like the Palestinians negotiated, just like Yasser Arafat negotiating at Oslo, right? This claim is being made that in that case, the PLO or the Fatah, and in this case, Iran had no interest in negotiation. We're not going into negotiations with good faith. In both cases, the negotiations were poison pilled. What do I mean by that, chat? If I'm negotiating with you and I put a provision in the negotiation, and I say this is a non-starter without this, right? You don't get to breathe air anymore. That's a non-starter for you. That's a poison pill. And if I then claim that you refuse to negotiate in good faith with me after I put down as one of the provisions that I must have that you don't get to breathe oxygen, I am full of shit. You are well within your right for rejecting a negotiated settlement in which you don't get oxygen. That's fucked for you, right? That's what they did to Yasser Arafat, right? They would not give them the right of return. He would have been signing away right of return. He would not have been able to maintain his position as a leader for the Palestinian people had he agreed to that deal, right? So, it's just a worthless agreement for him. It's an agreement he literally cannot sign. In the same way, the United States wanted what they were pushing was an agreement where Iran does not get to use nuclear power. That was for them a poison pill, right? This is not Iran blowing up the negotiations or not being serious about the negotiation. This is actually the United States blowing up the negotiations, just like the United States and Israel blew up the negotiations at Oslo. And you can thank Bill Clinton for that one.
Bizarre.
They were meant to meet on Sunday. They were meant to meet on Sunday.
Hey, we have 60 days of a peace treaty.
He just said, okay, ready? He just said, still want to do a deal.
Yep.
Okay, where is it?
Well,
where is that
give them
deal?
the chance to get to the talks to be able to discuss
Amy,
the
they
deal
had 60
instead of first
days.
allowing this attack to happen, denying it at first,
You
and then
guys,
coming back and saying,
I
"Oh yeah, no,
love-
we actually were complicit."
The truth is
I'm not
definitely
even
somewhere in the middle
pro-Iran.
here.
I'm
Hold
not
on.
pro-Iran. I'm not
Let me
pro-Israel.
show you the truth.
I'm just talking about what people are saying in the marketplace. You guys are acting
I know,
like
but
it is
if they're
wild
saying this-
and saying these
Okay,
insane
but you know what,
things.
by
There's
the way,
plenty of people who agree with
and
her
there
who
are
are on the
plenty that
right.
also don't.
I know.
There are military historians
Hold on.
that are not ideologically captured that fundamentally disagree and do see them as an existential threat. And while they are MAGA, their concern is if you kick this can in order to, yes, focus on America, what do you get in a very short period of time? And the reality is Iran is telling you who they are. In the words of Maya Angelou, believe them. I don't want...
Get Maya Angelou's words the fuck out of your dirty mouth. You fucking monster. You fucking fitness predator. Get Maya Angelou's words out of your fucking disgusting, grifting, scamming mouth. Chat, if you don't remember who this is, Jillian Michaels, she was on The Biggest Loser. She promoted unsustainable practices as a method of dealing with obesity, right? And if it doesn't work out for you, it's not because it's fucking bullshit. It's because you didn't try hard enough, fatty, right? Fuck this woman.
Want any of the stuff you're talking about. And if you are right, God help me, that will be awful. But
I am right, and
what
it will
if-
be awful.
I don't know that you are. Everybody said this about Soleimani, and they were wrong.
Okay, so
Well,
let me
Anna,
hold on.
as much as I think you're great, you're not even willing to be reasonable.
Because there's
hear me
a
out,
body
hear me
of
out, you'll
evidence
talk,
that you guys
I'll
won't even
talk,
let me
and then you'll
present.
talk.
Like,
No,
you guys
'cause
won't
I'm
even let me make my argument.
Okay, so I'm going to talk.
You go, and
then you can come back with your talk.
That's good. Okay, Adam,
Here we go.
and then let's go to Anna.
The problem that you have is the same problem that I had about 4 years ago when I joined the PBD podcast. I was so blind with hatred to Trump, I wasn't willing to be reasonable and hear the argument out. But here's what happened. I said, you know what? Instead of yelling every time somebody tries to talk, let me use these 2 ears and learn something. And now I said, you know what? Maybe they did lie about Russia. Oh, maybe they did. Oh, you know what? Maybe the media did play us. And I had to learn, I had to rewire my brain to understand that maybe everything I understood was not accurate. So now
Curly Bear says, Project 2025 says the U.S. needs to ensure Israel has both the military means and political support and flexibility to take what it deems to be appropriate measures to defend itself against Iran.
I'm one of the loudest, proudest MAGA people because I realized I was lied to.
Good
so
for
my
you,
hope
Adam.
for you is that when you say things like, I'm 100% right and I know everything, that is a very, very weak position to be in because you're not willing to even recognize the...
He's like low-key telling her, we're not going to let you hang out on the cursory areas of right-wing shit. You're going to have to swallow that MAGA pill. Just like I did. That's cost of doing business, right? You can disagree on this, you can disagree on that, but there is going to be some uniformity, and part of that is to be MAGA, right? That's an assumption that we on the PBD network are going into everything that we do with, right? And she should know that she's already carrying water for MAGA. She should know that already. But yeah, he's telling her, no, you're going to have to swallow that shit, hook, line, and sinker in view of everyone. You're going to have to eat shit, Anna, or else you will not work out at this position. That's what he's letting her know.
In fact,
yeah, he's saying, get my sandwich too, true.
Maybe.
I mean, he's been saying that this whole discussion, though. He's a sexist piece of shit.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
Have you ever been wrong before? The answer is yes.
Of course I've been
Bingo.
wrong. Yes, of course
Also,
I've been
your
wrong.
argument
However,
has shifted
Lindy, let me
several
make my
times.
argument, please.
Hold on.
Let me just make my argument without people jumping down my throat.
Go ahead.
Because I want to provide the...
Go ahead.
Dating back to the 1990s, Netanyahu was saying that Iran was days away from having a nuclear weapon. That was false. They don't have a nuclear weapon now. So this has been a multi-decade effort. Now, Nat,
Do you
I want to
acknowledge
go...
that they've been eliminating the scientists?
Do you acknowledge they have 6 to 10 bombs worth of enriched uranium and they just developed detonators?
Okay. They have,
Do you hear what she said?
according to the IAEA, okay, and by the way, the head of the IAEA, he's got some issues.
Just said this.
Okay, but hold on. Tulsi Gabbard in March said they don't have a nuclear weapon and they're not building a nuclear weapon.
They said they were enriching uranium.
They do. Okay.
What are they doing that to watch
That's what I
TV?
said.
Okay.
And okay, go ahead.
To provide nuclear power, you dipshit. Look, this guy, Emperor's got no clothes. He should be pretty easy to roll up. Unfortunately, Anna is mad at this point. And her passion is not her friend at the moment, right?
Go ahead. I understand where you're at. It's hard to make your argument when you don't have a standing
Congratulations,
legislation.
Adam. We're going to send American soldiers to it.
We are. That's
what Netanyahu is pushing for right now.
But it doesn't mean that
do you
But
think a
they're not
regime
there now,
change
so let's
war
live
is
in
going to be an
reality.
easy war to fight?
Let's play in realpolitik. Let's play in reality.
You don't use that word if you don't know what it means. Chat, realpolitik, for anybody who doesn't know, means that this is a Henry Kissinger related term, and it means that you're not going to decide your diplomacy via your morality, right? Even a humanistic morality that, the most good people might want to universalize, right? You're going to eschew that. You're going to throw that away. And you are instead going to play with the pragmatic approach to, this country is against the values of what I believe in, but they are useful in this fight, right? Like Bin Laden. Bin Laden, useful asset against the Soviet Union. Let us arm him, right? Despite the fact that we know what this dude is actually about, and you should anticipate that you're arming somebody who you may be, that may use those weapons or that training against you someday, right? That's realpolitik, right? The Nixon engagement of China is an example of realpolitik, right? The United States hates communism, but we also really, really, really hate the Soviet Union. And if we can play China off the Soviet Union, then it's worth it. It's worth it to talk to China, right? That's realpolitik. He is using it as, I don't know, like it means he just doesn't know. He just doesn't know. He's using a word that he's heard smart people use, so it'll make him sound smart. To all the dummies out there that don't know what that fucking is, that's okay. But to everyone else, you sound like a man that has gotten up the table, pulled down his pants, and is puppeteering his asshole to talk, right? You sound like you are farting out your thoughts here.
Reality. If, woulda, coulda, shoulda. How about what's happening now?
Okay, let's go to Wesley Clark.
Hold on a second.
Let's go to Wesley Clark. Let's go to Wesley Clark.
Let her finish.
I don't know if she has a point.
Okay.
Her point is I'm pro-Iran
You
and I'm
wouldn't even let me make
anti-Israel.
my point.
I'm with you.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let her make her point.
Back in 2007, General Wesley Clark was told something that he found deeply, deeply problematic. This is in 2007. Let's watch the video. Let's put the volume up. Take a look.
And he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon, and one of the generals called me in. He said, sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second. I said, well, you're too busy. He said, no. He says, we've made the decision we're going to war with Iraq. This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, we're going to war with Iraq. Why?
Why?
He said, I don't know. He said, I guess they don't know what else to do. So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to al-Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail.
Exactly. But notice,
I came back to see him a few weeks later.
The neocons in the Republican Party are still in charge. They're still in charge. They still have quite a bit of sway, clearly.
I am surprised at this moment in time to find myself agreeing pretty wholeheartedly with that sentiment just expressed by Anna Kasparian, right? She's full of shit. She's absolutely craven. She has sold herself out. She has burnt the bridges. And now she is amidst the leopards getting her face eaten, right? But, you know, this is key. This is crucial to understand that there is no difference in the foreign policy of George W. Bush compared to the current foreign policy. Donald Trump, who's supposed to be this big breakaway populist who hates George W. Bush, who hates neocons, is running neocon foreign policy right now. And these jackass American first shitheads are just lapping it up.
Because unfortunately, going along with what Israel just did in striking Iran is going to lead to a full-blown war. Netanyahu isn't even hiding the ball. He's being very clear that he wants regime change in Iran. Go ahead. Iran is not Iraq, by the way. You're right about that, Jillian. Iran is not Iraq.
Yeah, Iran is a much more difficult military objective than Iraq, which the United States was, in the end of the day, incapable of completing their military objective. What they wanted was a stable puppet government in Iraq. What they got actually was, you know, essentially an ally to Iran. At the end of the day, almost a you know, almost like an ISIS. I mean, it could have, you know, it for a little while it was trending towards an ISIS government, right? It was trending towards something actually worse than Al Qaeda, coming out of a country that had nothing to do with Al Qaeda. But at the end of the day, you know, Iraq ended up being, you know, a tool of Iran, despite the United States' best efforts to change hearts and minds by killing 1 million Iraqis.
Iran is far more superior in their military capacity and capability. It is a country.
And they're also like, is she going to mention that they're Iran is like a mixture of Afghanistan and Iraq. The way that Afghanistan has got mountainous terrain that, you know, is easy. It makes it easy for guerrilla forces, like, right? Makes it easy for partisans. Were they to take down the Iranian government, we would have no doubt be dealing with Iranian partisans. And yeah, ultimately makes a great place to, you know, hide, you know, to be able to secure things via the terrain from being attacked with bombs, right? There's even some questions, Chad. I told you before, the reason that Israel kind of needs the United States to intervene in this situation is because there is a facility that is buried too deep in the mountains for Israel to get. There's actually some question whether the United States' bunker buster bombs, the Moabs, can actually penetrate and you know, take out that facility.
Country of 90 million people. Okay, the fact
who
that
want
he's
to be free.
Okay, first,
Notice BV pivoting from there getting a bomb to regime change. Yeah, he's pivoting all around. Must have unclogged this toilet for donkeys, because I swear the tampon thing happened by this point. He did throw out something, right? And he said it's a napkin, right? So that makes me think if it would be anything, it would be like a pad or something. Like if it was anything to do with menstrual health, it would be like a pad. But he did throw out something. Yeah. I swear to God, though, I saw him throw out something and say it was a tampon.
First of all, they do. They want. Hold on.
Regime.
Iran
They beat women to death. In the,
Wait, hold on. I know. That's
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Guys, that
Let's
video
beat some
is.
women.
Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah,
I've
sorry,
been trying to.
Go.
Okay, so that video
go.
was from 2007. Can we please all remember who the president of the United States is?
George Bush.
Well, right now,
yeah.
I mean, it's Donald Trump who ran on the platform of, come on, America First.
Right, he did.
Ran
but
on
is he going to follow through on that?
Not intervening. I'm actually in. You talk about ostriches. I'm one of your ostriches. I don't want to. get involved in other people's shit. I want to focus on all the problems we have here and just get it sorted out. I don't want to go overseas. So in that regard, I'm with you. I just think that you're fighting a straw man argument. I don't think we are in danger of going. I don't think we're in danger of sending our boys overseas. I just don't see that happening. Because this guy ran on a. You think MAGA is going to be okay?
She trusts him. She's a true believer. She went from writing Kamala's rat summer, like she fully being on board in the Kamala Harris campaign to now like just this, you know, true believer in MAGA.
Concern that she has without question.
Yeah.
There is.
Did you vote for Trump?
She's
No,
got
I did not vote.
You didn't vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I didn't vote.
Hold on, let me ask this question. Who did you vote for?
I didn't vote for
Trump?
either candidate. I didn't like either candidate.
So you didn't vote for Trump.
Listen,
so you're
Adam,
not America first.
Adam, are you fucking kidding me right now?
You're not America.
You
You
can
didn't
be
vote for
America
Trump.
first and not vote for Trump. Okay, America first means
if you
you
were
want.
America first, you would have voted
means
for
you're
Trump.
a populist, and you are a populist.
I am a
correct?
populist, yes.
You're a progressive.
America first.
And respectfully, you're a progressive.
America first.
You're a Bernie Sanders
Who
progressive.
gives a fuck what I am, Adam? What I give a fuck about is what's
because you're
right
a
and
talking
what the
head on the
evidence
internet, and
indicates.
I think people should understand
what are
who you are.
Are you Israel first?
No,
Because
I'm
it
America
sure seems
first.
like it. No, you're not.
Ooh.
I'm America first.
You're not. You're not.
'Cause I voted for
because
Trump,
you
America first.
constantly provide cover for
I
the
am
country
Jewish.
that we spend $3 billion on every year.
Are you-
In addition to every time they get into a war, we're the ones who shell out
you-
the money, shell out the money, shell out the money.
Are you Armenian?
While our
Are you
Americans
Armenian?
are homeless, they're
Answer
sick
the
and
question,
dying,
yapping
and I'm
lady.
sick of this.
Are you Armenian?
Dude, why are you asking me questions about myself? This isn't about me.
You just
this
said
is
something
about a political issue.
You just said something about myself, so I'm asking
After
you a
you-
question.
He's gonna call her anti-Semitic for that. He's gonna say that she was doing the dual loyalty thing.
Ask me about
So
myself.
we're not even asking personal attacks. Let's grow up. Are you Armenian?
Yeah, I'm Armenian.
So do you care about Armenia?
I do care about Armenia.
So do you
yes.
do you want the best for Armenians?
I do want the best for Armenians.
Okay, that's
but if
great.
Armenia
So I feel
was
the same
trying
way
to
about
drag,
Israel.
if Armenia was trying to
but I
drag,
feel the same
listen
way
to
about
me.
Israel.
If Armenia was trying to
So
drag
what's
the
the
United
difference?
States into an offensive war on its behalf, I would have problems with
Well, that's kind of like your opinion, man. That's not the actual
That's not an
facts.
argument,
Can I ask one question?
But you just attacked me
That's
for
not
being
an
Jewish
argument.
and defending Israel.
I didn't
I told you.
attack you for being Jewish. Don't put
yes,
words
you
in my
did.
mouth.
You just
Don't
said-
put words in my mouth.
Listen,
don't do this whole like,
yapping
oh, you hate
woman.
Jews bullshit.
Like
okay?
you're the type of woman that
I'm talking about the
disgusts
policy.
men because
okay, stop.
as you're trying.
Whoa! You're the type of woman that disgusts men. How we went from 0 to misogynistic in like, you know, under 2 seconds.
Have you seen my
You
husband?
love
Trust me,
Armenia.
I don't
Guys,
discuss men.
I'm sure your husband's
We
very
agreed no
feminine.
personal attacks.
Go ahead.
Stop. Here's okay.
There's no way a real man. would
Hold
put up
on.
with
I
this.
completely.
I'm just imagining Anna being like, never mind. I could just imagine like the way that she defends herself, right? You know, that this attack about, you know, you disgust men. That's not what my husband says when he's raging hard, railing me up against the bedpost. And I'm fucking like, I don't know. Oh my God. You think I'm disgusting to men? Well, then why is my husband stay rock hard for over 2 hours while we're fucking?
Really lost
I'm
track.
just saying, no real man would want to hear
Listen,
Hey,
if
that's
you
a personal attack.
if you had an
Hold
argument,
on.
you wouldn't.
You're Armenia first, are you not?
Okay, hold on. Does anybody have a legitimate?
Are you like literally retarded?
No,
Guys,
pretty smart.
guys,
Seems like you're pretty retarded.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna call Vinny.
Oh my God. Well, see, Anna, that's not, I mean, you can't, it's not just like a, this is what she's learned from the right. You're losing a debate to somebody, you're embarrassed, you're a little hot under the collar, call them the R slur, call them chud logic. That's what you do, you know? You just break out those playground insults, all right? Like you are a fucking 12-year-old boy.
In here to start slapping people around. I can't
Let's
just control
get 'em.
this. And my flag is not upside down on purpose. I cannot rotate the pins.
No, she's doing she's doing a secret, like, she's secretly in support of the LA protests.
So I'm not anti-American. With that said, okay, a genuine question for you. Okay, is it possible, and I'm obviously, there's no way to know if I'm right or I'm wrong here, but is it possible that some of the stuff you're
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's not even about her husband. It's about, what is his name, Jeff?
talking about was actually.
I didn't discuss Jeff. Jeff seemed pretty interesting. He carried my bike upstairs for me. He didn't seem very disgusting then.
The United States agenda, and we.
So chat predictions. Is there any chance that this experience causes Anna to reconsider the moves that she's made? Is there any chance that she tries to back away from this, maybe quits the show? I don't know, moves back by a few steps? Or do you think, because the other way that she could go is she just submits to this shit. She kisses the ring. She accepts what Adam is saying as the truth, right? That you are going to, if you want to work here, if you want to be part of this thing, if you want to make money, if you want a piece of this action, this PBD action, you got to swallow that MAGA pill whole, right? We're going to check under your tongue. We're going to check in your cheeks. We're going to make sure that that pill goes down your esophagus.
We utilized Israel to do our dirty work. Is it
What dirty work
possible?
did they do for us?
But you're talking about Iraq. You're talking about,
right?
For example,
Is it
with
possible?
Iraq, but hold
Answer
on.
the question.
But Israel didn't send IDF soldiers to fight in Iraq. We sent our soldiers to fight in
She tried
Iraq.
to ask you a question and you
I'm
said
talking
answer
about,
it.
okay,
Ask her the
but
question.
but they backed us up with their intelligence. They
Right,
gave
right. Their intelligence was that
She asked you
Saddam
a
Hussein had
question.
weapons of
Is
mass
it
destruction.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Jillian, please ask that question.
Who was behind Iraq? Like, we know that it was Connolly.
Emily French says now she'll go Zionist. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, that's what she's going to have to do if she wants that money. If she wants a piece of that PBD action. Yeah, I think they're telling her in no uncertain terms that her opinions on Israel Gaza are unacceptable. Do they have anybody on PBD that's a reasonable critic of Israel? Do they have anybody on that show? Is there any PBD enjoyers in chat? I see people talking about Jane Fonda going to North Vietnam. Funny enough, chat, it's gonna be me sitting on that tank as soon as I can get a flight over there. I need to make that happen. I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing though, chat. I haven't decided like how long I want to stay there, what I want to do there. Obviously, I want to find a North Vietnamese tank to take thirst traps on, but other than that, I haven't really decided.
Lisa Rice. It was Dick Cheney. Oh my God, I forgot the guy's name. The friggin'
Colin Powell.
Thank you, Powell.
What's the guy's name? Anus, butthole. What's the guy's name again? Sphincter. Sorry. Anyway, I'll shut up.
The other guy that was with Bush. It was
the devil.
Okay.
The devil?
My point is that
wait,
it's
what?
not just Netanyahu. And the thing is, what I get slightly concerned about is that we're like, look at this little country. They're evil. And it's that rhetoric scares me a lot.
Wait, go to the chemist in Vietnam? What's the...
I do see all your concerns with Netanyahu. You're very legitimate to be concerned about it. But right now, if I could just step back, right, and say, as I've been
Oh, is that Rumsfeld was who they were thinking of?
watching Trump this first term, I've been completely confounded. And I just don't understand his one thing, like the one bad guy, the one country that he was willing to conduct attacks on. Was he?
Get your visa in order before you go. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to go to get my visa in order.
He's like, I took it. I came out of that too.
But yeah, no, I do have the plan for the visa. It's gonna take some processing time, right? So that's why I need to leave the country and come back in order to reset my tourist visa, and it's going to be during that time that I'm able to process the educational visa application.
2018 deal. They were dishonest. It was a terrible deal. They were allowed to enrich uranium. Blah blah.
But yeah, I have put down my deposit for the from the Thai education fund money to the school that I'm going to be taking Thai lessons from, and the school that's going to facilitate my educational visa in Thailand. That's my first step, Chad, is learning Thai. I feel like that's got to be my first step, right? Whatever else I want to do, whether I want to, get really serious about Muay Thai, or whether maybe I want to, finish my master's here. That could be an interesting, that could be a good use of my time. It's gonna require learning Thai first and foremost.
Okay, whatever, believe true or not, he didn't do that to anyone else. Then it was, he took out ISIS, he went after Soleimani, he bankrupted the country. He's been genuinely concerned, and he didn't get us into any new wars. He wanted out of Afghanistan. He wasn't engaging in regime changes. So all of a sudden it's like, I'm going to do a deal with Iran. I'm not going to put sanctions on Putin because he's going to cooperate in a deal with Iran, which does that mean Putin's going to look the other way if I don't put sanctions on him for Ukraine?
Cooperate with Ukraine, you mean, right?
I'm saying Trump said after that whole Operation Spiderweb thing fell apart, he still didn't put sanctions on Putin. But he turned around and he's like, well, I talked to Putin for an hour and 15 minutes. There's not going to be any peace over there. But we talked about a deal with Iran. He's going to be helpful. Obviously, they clearly discussed that this was going to happen. My point is, the administration knew. The administration wanted to do this. I don't think Netanyahu is pulling Trump's strings. I think Trump has had a bone to pick with Iran since his first term. And I worry that if we're like,
Jillian's probably right about this specific thing, right? Oh, great. I'm sorry, Jillian. I didn't mean to do that to you, but there you are, giving us a great thumbnail. Look, chat, Vamps, if you're watching this, take a screenshot of that right there, put it on the thumbnail.
Israel's doing this. There's a Venn diagram there with that makes me very nervous with regard
But Jill, do you understand why I say Israel is doing this? It's because of the long history of Israel trying to goad us into war with Iran. That's why I'm saying it. Again, it's Netanyahu's own words dating back to the 1990s. You say that Israel helps us with intelligence. Okay, well, I wonder where we got our intelligence that Iraq had nuclear weapons.
No, that was
or
bullshit.
weapons of mass destruction.
There was no intelligence. It was a lie. We knew it was a lie.
But where did that lie come from?
It came from Cheney.
It wasn't just Cheney. Cheney in the very, very, very beginning.
All those
in the
neocons
very
knew they didn't have
Hold on.
WMDs.
Let me just
They
finish my
knew
point.
it. Okay.
Cheney in the there's a really great book about this. Okay, if you guys want to read, and it's full of evidence. So it's called The Israel Lobby. Okay, in the very, very, very beginning of this whole debate about whether or not the United States should do a preemptive war in Iraq, Cheney wasn't convinced, believe it or not. But he was eventually convinced with the intel, allegedly, that there were weapons of mass...
Anna needs to look over the document called People for a New American Century, right? She's missing something really crucial here that sheds light on Dick Cheney. And like, I love her trusting Dick Cheney. Well, he said that he wasn't convinced, so...
destruction in Iraq.
I read another book called Provoked, written by Scott Horton, and his argument is that Cheney wasn't convinced until Halliburton was bankrupt.
There's
and
an
he had to
oil
go get
component.
into the whole mix. So there's differing perspectives on this. I would simply ask you, Iran, you don't see them as a threat. They didn't come to the table. They had an opportunity to.
But they, Jill,
Okay.
they did come
We've
to the
had 60
table.
days.
The gaslighting on this issue is unbearable, and it's very reminiscent of the gaslighting that took place
Then
in the
why
lead
do
up to
they
Iraq.
fund? Why are they the top state funders of terror?
I think Iran poses a national security threat to Israel.
Don't agree with you.
They do,
Well,
though.
That is true, right?
No,
They-
to Israel and
Yeah.
they destabilize the entire Middle East. The Saudis can't stand them. The Qataris can't
I mean,
stand them.
look, listen.
Do you understand what she just said? She's bringing a very good point to the
reached out
table.
to Israel and said, we want to expand. What if, in my dream world, and I am not saying you are wrong, there's a very good chance that you're right. I'm simply trying to open up the possibility that Trump doesn't want forever wars. He hasn't engaged in
That's
regime
what I've been
change
trying
to
to
date.
say.
Okay? That now his goal is to win a peace prize. He's trying to expand the Abraham Accords. Syria reached out to Israel and said, we want in. Does it free up that
Syria is run by Al-Qaeda, Jillian.
region to stabilize things with these? I mean, I'm sorry.
And Trump is not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize. Trump could not win dog catcher on a global, if there was a global like dog catcher, right? It's just not.
There's an evil regime, arguably.
Like, these dumb fuck Republicans don't get that the world fucking hates us now, and it's because of Trump, and it's not going to change. And you can't manipulate people out of hating your guts, out of seeing you rightly as a villain because you are acting like a villain.
Defanged.
Afghanistan is currently governed by the Taliban.
You're not wrong.
Okay. In
Syria, run by Al Qaeda.
We have a former ISIS and Al Qaeda agent now leading that country. And then in Libya, I mean, you want to talk about destabilizing the Middle East. No country has destabilized the Middle East on Israel's behalf than the United States of America by overthrowing Gaddafi in Libya. By the way, that happened under Obama. This is not a Republican or Democrat thing. Both parties are complicit or actively involved in the regime change wars that have cost American lives.
Now, Anna, if you want to win this debate, this is where you need to start from, right? You need to shove it down Adam's throat that he is supporting the uniparty, right? That there is a neoliberal, neoconservative consensus of how to go about foreign policy, and that he is echoing, he is parroting that line. You need to hit him where it hurts and call him, you know, fucking bought and paid for on this shit, right? This is not that hard.
Cost American resources, and I just ask.
He's able to frame the issue in a way that is causing you to lose this debate that you're actually right about. And it's just so frustrating because I would think that they've been around PBD enough to understand what their core brand proposition is and how to hit them where it hurts by associating them with the establishment. That's how you win this debate. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's, you know, something that Anna's recognized.
That we maybe think this through a little more before we start beating the war drums.
But what? Hold on. I just want to say again that I'm an isolationist. I think that if you cannot, for most Americans, they can't even pick Iran on a map, we should not get involved. Like, this is not our business. That is my point of view.
What a stupid take.
I want to wash my hands of the situation. I don't want to get involved. That said, Anna, respectfully, you fail to mention that the people who, like, for example, the Taliban, it's a moderated version of the Taliban, who has made concessions. Also, the guy from Al Qaeda.
Okay. It's a moderated version. No, it's okay. It's a moderated version of the Taliban. Oh my God. Make sure you condemn Hamas, all right? But no, this is a moderated version of the... Look, Hamas is bad because they're like ISIS, but don't worry. This guy's a moderated version of ISIS. He's reformed. He's seen the light. He's decided cutting people's heads off is really bad.
Right? I understand they're bad, but it's a less bad version. We have to acknowledge that, though, because the guy who is now running Syria, he has made a...
He's not less bad. He's just on our side because we're the fucking baddies.
And has very vocally said that I am not who I used to be. Right. I'm reformed. I just want to say that. This is not like your pure version of Al-Qaeda. It's not the Taliban of your grandfather, so to
The United States should not be in the business of carrying out regime change wars anywhere.
Is this
period?
That, though, or is it
I agree with that, but Trump is not going to because he
that
ran on America first.
We're making the regime change thing. I couldn't agree with you more. Okay. I'm just saying, is this that? Because they are pretty freaking scary.
Well, that's the first video that you were going to play, right? That was where he was trying to appeal to people's emotions because he knows that people are against child brides. They're against all of these things. So, of course, that's going to be the main rhetoric used when putting out this video.
I just don't think that's our business.
Cranberry Soul, this is a dumb show. That is the understatement of the stream right there. That is, yes. It's very, very much so, Cranberry Soul.
That's the rhetoric. The rhetoric is they are the freaking top funders of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Shia militia. I mean, the list goes...
The Shia militia, where we go again. The Shia LaBeouf militia.
On and
then
on.
let's let
Shia LaBeouf militia.
Israel deal with it.
Thank you, Lindsay. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, then we're in agreement about this.
Let Israel handle it. I don't think the United States taxpayers should fund that war. And I don't think, look, if they need defensive support, okay, fine. But no boots on the ground.
We already provided that with
and absolutely no more American taxpayer money. Israel should pay for its own bombs.
I agree with you. Why don't you just say it at the beginning?
So you have a problem? Do you have a problem with the fact that currently the United States funds Israel's wars? We provide them over $3 billion a year in military aid. Do you want that to come to an end?
So No, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because what you're doing is a disservice to all the other countries that the United States gives money to.
No, I disagree.
We give money to Palestine. We give money to Egypt. We give money to every single country in the world.
Currently,
Okay,
Israel is carrying out ethnic cleansing and
established a
genocide of
rule.
Palestinians. So,
Right,
I mean,
a genocide.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is a genocide.
And there's no other genocides going on in the world. It's just
we don't
Israel.
fund those genocides. We fund this genocide.
Pretty sure we fund a lot of
this
things right here.
genocide.
Can we, instead of just
So-
blaming everything on Israel, though, can we
No,
also
that's her-
wait,
that's
hold
her
on,
MO.
wait, can I just
really don't
hold
like
on? Can I
Because
let me
all
finish
those
that point?
things you mentioned, we were behind. I just want to be clear.
That's not Jill. You bring up a really good point. Let me expand on that. Instead of just throwing everything and scapegoating Israel for all the problems under the sun, why not look at our own military-industrial complex and ask why are we, not just Israel though, in Ukraine, billions of dollars gushing all around the world. Right. And instead of blaming,
It's a little difference between arming Ukraine with the munitions that it needs to defend itself and arming Israel with the munitions that it's using to conduct a genocide and to start a war with Iran.
Israelis for this, why not ask the defense contractors who are constantly lobbying our senators and congressmen
That's
for
a problem
additional
too,
funding,
yeah.
right?
That's
so
a problem
it's
too.
not just not all Bibi. Okay?
It's not all Bibi.
He's a problem, but he's not the only problem. We also have to look here at
But
home.
it is a happy marriage when you have the government of Israel pushing us to fight a war, and when you have defense contractors who see a profitable opportunity to exploit that situation on their behalf. And this is the same thing that keeps playing out over and over again. Again, I'm just asking, look at the evidence, look at what Netanyahu has been saying for decades, look at the lies that we're told about other Middle Eastern wars that we got dragged into. I want to prevent that. I want American soldiers to fight wars to defend the United States when it's necessary. I have not seen enough evidence, or any evidence really, to indicate that Iran is a national security threat to the United States.
America, what do you think they mean? Because I'm taking them at face value. I'm being honest.
Yeah. I mean, look. With
You think they want a pillow fight? What do they want?
No,
They're chanting death to America. What do you think they want?
Listen to me. I don't think that they favor the United States. Okay.
Favor?
But the idea
They're
that they're
calling death
chanting
for America.
Right. I mean, people chant all sorts of things, but we're going to go to war.
What I'm saying is that Trump is not going to. I just don't think
we need to
minimizing the whole death to America.
I am minimizing it.
Okay,
I am minimizing
well, then there we go. I know
yeah,
we
I am
are now.
minimizing it because
Listen,
I need to see actual evidence that they're carrying
I
out
like the
acts.
fact that I know
just
we
said an
are now.
attack against the United States,
Okay.
and there's no evidence of that.
Okay.
First of all,
So if you were America first, you would say, hold on, some countries falling, trying to call for America's death. I wouldn't minimize that. I would actually take that
I
at
think
face
we're
value.
actually under-
And that's why Trump is behind Bibi Netanyahu on this. Because you know what America first stands for? Three things.
It really means
they're
Israel
anti-globalist, okay, anti-Marxist, anti-CCP, and ready for it, anti-Islamic terrorism. So I know on behalf of Iran, what you're defending, Anna, for some reason, you're kind of advocating for Islamic terrorism. I actually believe
I'm
Iran.
not, no.
I actually
do not
hold on,
straw man
shush.
me.
I'm talking.
I never
then you
said
go.
that. No, but I'm not going to let you lie about the argument I'm making.
You just said
I never said that.
You just said you're okay with death to America.
I don't think
You
people
just said
chanting
you're okay
things.
with
I
death
don't
to
think
America.
chants justify hot wars.
What do you think? They're chants, and then they're just like they're doing pom poms and they're rooting for a football game.
How far down
they're
the road
trying
do you want to let them get?
They've had their history taken from them and fucked up by the United States of America. We took them from a quite progressive, a quite advanced, like secular society, to a puppet government run by the Shah, who we placed on the throne. Right? Iran has had enough of the United States' bullshit. Right? That is why you get people saying death to America. Because America has been their fucking enemy. America would not let them run their country. America ruined their fucking country, and they still haven't recovered from that shit. That's why they chant death to America.
They're trying to destabilize the West.
Wait, guys, we destabilize the entirety of the Middle East. I don't blame anyone for being angry with the United
States. Did he call her toots? He's been ramping up his sexism. So, chat, if you look at Amy, what's her name, Dangerfield, she's sitting right next to Anna. In front of her computer is, I don't know if it is a bag of tissues. I don't know if it's a napkin. I don't know if it is maybe even like a menstrual pad. But he threw that at her, saying, "You look like you need a napkin," right? Basically implying that she's too emotional. She's crying. Here, cry into this, right? We're about to see him, I think, throw something else at her that's going to really, if you thought that was misogynistic, just wait.
United States over that.
But it is now
Iran is the sole
2025. We had the
proprietor
Abraham
of
Accords.
destabilizing the Middle East.
No.
Saudi knows it.
No.
By the way, here's a little fun fact for you.
Saudi knows it. You mean the country that the hijackers came from? You mean the country that cuts up their dissidents and like, takes them out in suitcases? That Saudi? Is that what we're talking about?
You have to ask yourself what role they are
If all the
playing.
countries in the Middle East were actually against what Israel's doing, you would hear statement after statement
for
after
it.
statement condemning Israel. I don't hear shit from the Emiratis. I don't hear shit from the Saudis. I don't hear shit from the Qataris, the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the Syrians. Syrians are cheering on Israel. So here's my question for you.
That's actually a very good point. It's a really good point because
If he's talking about the governments, yes, those governments are full of fucking cowards. And listen, those governments at some point, chat, may be taken down by their own people. All right. And if so, that's going to be some justice right there. That's going to be a beautiful moment when the people of those countries get a hold of their leaders and they get to find out if you get the full Gaddafi treatment or just the Saddam Hussein treatment. We'll see.
Of Israel's enemies are cheering for Israel against Iran.
They're definitely on board.
And the people of Iran are cheering for Israel.
The Saudis
so you have a
cannot
losing
stand
side. You're taking the 20% of an 80-20 issue. Best of luck.
You literally just made my argument.
No,
Why
I
do
didn't.
you think Israel pushed for regime change in these countries? They wanted to get rid of leaders that weren't friendly.
these very same,
Saudi?
hold on, no, not
In
Saudi Arabia.
Qatar?
Syria,
Libya, Afghanistan.
Like, I love how he's like, no, but Saudi Arabia is okay with this. And like this other coward state is okay with this. And never mind that the rest of the world regards Israel as a pariah state. Let's just ignore them. Right? Let's ignore them. We don't want to listen to what the poor brown people say. We want to listen to what the rich brown people say. I don't know. I don't know what his fucking logic is here, right? But apparently, the opinions of all these, Middle Eastern, fucking kingdoms are really fucking important, right? But the opinions of the rest of the world doesn't matter.
They tried, but
You
we
know
failed.
who pushed for regime change in Syria? The Syrian people that overtook Bashar al-Assad.
Right.
Your arguments
that was a
are
proxy
weak
war
and invalid.
that had the United
Anna, do
States
better.
involved, Israel involved, Russia involved. That was a major proxy war.
If Russia gave two shits about Syria and had the wherewithal to do it, they would defend Syria, and so would Iran. But because they're being flanked by Ukraine and Iran is being defunded by Israel, nobody can come to Syria's defense.
Israel should
now,
fight
the
its own
people
wars.
of Syria are going to have to decide
fund it. We
who
shouldn't
they want
send
to
any
lead
of our
them.
soldiers. And when we do, inevitably,
Anna, just say
I want to come
you're
back on the
Iran
show.
first. That's
No,
fine.
I'm not going to say it because I don't believe that.
Can we just stop and remember who the president is? Everyone is underestimating the
I'm giving
strength
us
of
5
Donald
minutes
Trump.
before we move on.
There's no way he's going to let himself be pushed around by anybody, including
The final thing I'll say about this, and then we can move on, is we currently have a United States Congress that's nickel and diming the fuck out of Americans by focusing on cuts to Medicaid, SNAP benefits. In the meantime, we are sending tens of billions of dollars to Israel so they can fight their wars.
But you got to
It is
remember,
unacceptable.
that money isn't just going to
let me respond,
going
Let me
back
just say one
home.
thing.
No,
I agree
it's
with you.
going to
but-
defense contractors,
Here at
Lindy.
home.
So we
I don't
also-
give a fuck about
But you're
defense
saying-
contractors
Anna-
making more money. I think that's the problem.
But that's
So, Lindy, let me say one thing. Let me say one
your
thing.
own argument.
She's saying
Yeah.
exactly that it's
So,
not just.
It's prime
If
in
you
our
ever-
economic.
if you ever done
You're
a
saying
budget
you're sending
before-
No.
That money.
Do not make the mistake of thinking defense contractors fattening their pockets even more is somehow beneficial to the American
Anna,
people.
you just heard me make
not
that.
saying
I'm
that.
just
She's
saying
not
it's not
saying
that.
that.
You're saying the money is going all the way overseas. I'm saying it's also coming back here.
She's trying to get you to see
I know.
the role that we're playing.
Do you
'cause keep
understand what I'm
saying
saying?
I know,
their
but
wars.
do you understand that it is a redistribution of wealth?
I'm
Hold on.
isolationist. I
Let
don't
me-
want this
I know,
happening,
Lindy.
okay?
I'm not going to direct this to you. I'm just going to direct it to the audience or in general, okay?
Yeah, in general, Lindy Lou is just not a person who's worthwhile talking to.
This is a redistribution of wealth from working class Americans to defense contractors.
But it
I
is
don't
not
want it
because
happening.
of Netanyahu.
Right.
Well, I mean,
I think he's a factor. I don't think he's the only
Bibi
factor.
likes to push false narratives about, ooh, this country's a big threat. American soldiers, go fight this war. Go fight this war. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. That's Netanyahu.
You have to give our people a little bit more credit than trying to be.
I do give our people credit, including the actual genuine America First crowd that does not want this war. They don't want this war. The left doesn't want this war. Actually, this is the one issue where it seems like there's some unity. With contingents
the gays
on
for
both
Gaza
sides.
and the isolationists have teamed up to be basically anti-America.
That is absolutely the truth. The far left sees Jews as having all the white privilege and being the ultimate imperialists. And then the MAGA far right sees the Jews as being responsible for all of this. And it equals a real bad situation for the Jews. I'm being friggin' honest.
If you're
doing the same thing that they've done for years, they blame the Jews for everything. That's fine. That's cool. That's your argument.
If you're concerned about anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is real, and it has
I've
increased.
Noticed.
Hold on, it has increased significantly in the United States. You want to know why?
Yeah, tell me why.
When you see the slaughter of all those innocent kids in Gaza, and our government provides cover.
Chat, I would like to maintain that the major portion of the anti-Semitic increase that we've seen in the past few years has nothing to do with Gaza, right? When we're looking at anti-Semitism, when we're looking at right-wing anti-Semitism on Twitter, we're seeing Charlottesville. That shit has been around for way before October 7th, right? There is a major increase in anti-Semitism, and you know, there might be, like, you know, obviously the Israel trying to conflate itself with the Jewish people to the extent that people buy that, to the extent that people believe that is harmful. You know, that is potentially something that could justify somebody's anti-Semitism, but that the major portion of this is just right-wingers feeling emboldened now that they got their president in the White House to be mask-off anti-Semitic. That's the majority of what we're seeing, right? And yeah, will these people you know, try to virtue signal by giving nominal support for Palestine, like Candace Owens? Yeah, absolutely. But their whole motivation is hatred for Jewish people, right? And they're not somebody that you even want on your side. They literally they literally support the argument that you know, Zionists are making in conflating opposition to Israel to opposition to the Jewish people, because these people are literally fucking anti-Semitic, and they don't really give a fuck about Palestinians. They just associate Israel with Jewish people and hate Israel for that reason, right? I mean, there are obviously also anti-Semites that love Israel, right? Because they want the place for the Jews from their country to have to go to fight the final battle on Earth, when 2/3 of them will be destroyed and 1/3 of them will be redeemed by Christ, right? But yeah.
For and in fact funds it, that leads to a lot of rage among
nobody
hardworking Americans who see their quality of life go down.
She's excusing actual anti-Semitism by saying that it's because of they saw Israel doing horrible things and then they became anti-Semitic. I'm not buying that.
The drain as we're funding a genocide.
Kids being killed.
She's literally saying don't blame the anti-Semites. They're hardworking Americans. They're too stupid and they don't have time to see that that Israel's actions do not represent the Jewish people. No, fuck that shit.
And I would love to see.
I am not excusing fucking Twitter Nazis like Anna is.
Hamas. Leave.
Right, it's not about Hamas. Let's
Can we talk about
if
Hamas would, in all fairness, listen, I agree with you. I agree with you. The other side, though, because there are two sides, why didn't Hamas just give the friggin' hostages back? Then
they fucking did. You. Oh my God, does Anna know this? Does Anna know this? Does Anna know that the hostages were fucking on the table? That they were part of the offers that Hamas was making, that Hamas even tried to give back hostages that were, like, you know, elderly or like, you know, people that they didn't feel like they could take care of.
There'd be no excuse.
Yeah, I agree. Hamas should have given the hostages.
Oh my God, she doesn't fucking know. God damn it, Anna. You're the wrong person to be thrown into this fucking viper pit.
100%. But let's also acknowledge when there is a siege on Gaza, when there are Israeli and American, by the way, hostages being held captive by Hamas, they're not just starving those poor Palestinian civilians, they're also starving their own hostages. Let's also not forget about the fact that the IDF...
They're also killing their own hostages.
Shot and killed 3 Israeli hostages themselves. They didn't ask any questions, immediately started firing, killed 3 people. We need to actually have an honest conversation. Well, I mean, they didn't.
Unintentionally, I mean, hey, look up Abraham Accords, Jillian. Google Abraham Accord. Or, sorry, not Abraham Accords. Google Hannibal Directive. Sorry, not Abraham Accords.
Ask any questions. They were literally shirtless, waving white flags, saying, we need help, we need help. They got shot and killed immediately. The IDF is super belligerent in how they're carrying out this war. They're killing a lot of innocent people. In the case that I'm outlining, I'm talking about 3 Israeli hostages. If you're not willing to be critical of Israel, I question how honest you're being about this whole situation.
I'm critical of Israel just like I'm critical of America.
Can we be...
Lindy,
hold on.
If America makes mistakes, I'll call them out. But I'm very pro-America. But we do make mistakes. If Israel makes mistakes,
that's a mistake.
I'm very pro-Israel.
It's not like it's a literal directive. It's not like it's a literal fucking directive.
What you're doing when you're trying to be pro-Hamas and pro-Iran. Hold on.
When you strawman me, it makes this entire exchange fall apart. So I'm trying to have an honest exchange with you. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Please don't put words in my mouth.
You can talk when I'm done talking, and that's how this will work. No?
But if you strawman me, and argue that I'm making arguments that I didn't make, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you if you lie about what I'm saying.
So you're a grown-up when you argue. Got it.
I am a grown-up, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you seem very emotional, and I threw you a tissue just in case. I also have a tampon in case you need a tampon.
He must have talked to Jillian about this. Like it sounds like he bounced this off of Jillian, and she was like, "Don't fucking do that shit. Don't fucking," like he was like, "Oh, it'd be really funny. Yeah, I'll throw her a tissue," and she was like, "Yeah, that's great, right?" And then he's like, "Yeah, and then I can throw her a tampon too," and she was like, "Don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that," right? And he did it.
She's gonna beat the shit out of you.
That's fine. That's fine. It's a tampon, just in case you start crying.
I'm not deterred by your ridiculous juvenile attacks. Let's have an argument about the.
They should all beat his ass.
Israel is fighting terrorists around the world, and in this one particular situation, why isn't Israel doing genocide in Lebanon? Why aren't they doing it in Syria? Why aren't they doing it?
You know why they can't do that though? He's higher in the MLM. He's higher in the MLM structure than the rest of them. That's how Patrick Bet David works. They can't say shit to him. Anna can't say shit to him. Jillian can't say shit to him. Nobody can say. He did something so fucking misogynistic, and he's been a piece of shit this whole time. He's basically been telling him to get back in the kitchen and make him a goddamn sandwich, right? And they can't do shit to him because they are all trying to suckle off the Patrick Bet David teat. And chat, I know that's a disgusting image to put in your mind, but there you go. There you go. All of these people suckling on Patrick Bet David's bountiful breasts.
Everywhere else. Why is it only in Gaza? By the way, why is Gaza
because they want to clear Palestinians out of that land and take it. That's why.
And let's say that were the case, which it's not.
It is.
Why couldn't they do that? Because that's what everyone has done in that region for decade and after century.
Wait, why couldn't they do what?
The Islamization of the entire Middle East. Who's the centerpiece?
Oh my God! Oh my God! He's gonna do the whole convert or die thing, right? The whole jihad, the whole idea that the Muslims were coming through the area and they were like, all right, you're going to convert to Islam or I'm going to cut your head off with a sword, with a curved sword, mind you, right? Because we got to be for extra racism points there.
These have been
make sure that it's a curved sword.
First
fit that stereotype.
Majority countries
and why is every Muslim country fighting with each other? Syrians fight with Syrians. 500,000.
Oh, I guess because racism is right and based. Is that what you're getting at, shithead? Is that what you're going for? Is that the answer that you're seeking, you little turd?
People died in Syria. 1 million people have died in Sudan. Yeah. In Sudan. 500,000 people have died in Yemen. I don't hear bo peep about any of that. But when Israel gets attacked on October 7th, that's all you want to talk about. I'd give you a little bit more credit if you were talking about the Christians that are being killed in Syria. I'd give you a little bit more credit credit if you would talk about the millions of Muslims that have died around the Middle East, but you guys don't say shit unless Israel's involved. That's the problem I have
Because
with
we
you.
fund Israel's wars of aggression.
Okay, so just because we fund it, we're not allowed to talk about anything else? So we can't talk about the genocide in every other country?
You can't do anything about it. If your nation is involved in what's going on, then theoretically, if this was a real democracy, which, you know, again, like I said, dog and pony show, right? The people that think that AIPAC, you know, buys the American Congress, I'm going to maintain that they don't have to. They don't have to, right? That enforcement mechanism is in place, right? But that our military industrial complex is in line with Israel's interests already. But yeah, the idea that, like, well, what about, this is literal whataboutism. Oh yeah, what about, there's also these people being killed. There's a genocide in Yemen. Do you not care about that? Well, actually, the United States could have affected that through their allies, Saudi Arabia. But but he's trying to be like, you know, well, look, there's other genocides. Oh my God, and you don't care about those. Therefore, this is purely anti-Semitism. The reason that you're pretending to care about Gaza.
Different contexts all the time.
The only thing I've ever heard you talk about is Israel. You're obsessed with Israel.
Well, then you need to get to know me a little better.
Trump derangement syndrome, you have Israel derangement syndrome. And it's seeping out left and right. I hope and pray that you stop being so ignorant to the fact that Israel is defending America and American values against terrorists
How are they defending
around the
America?
Middle East.
How?
Let's say that Iran was a threat, which a lot of people think they are.
They are. Let's not even
Credible and intelligent
hypothetical.
People think so. And I know there's a lot of credible and intelligent people who don't, right? And unfortunately, time's going to tell how this is going to play out.
I don't know too many credible or intelligent people that don't think Iran is a threat.
But then the argument on the other side is that Israel is doing the dirty work and getting demonized for it. That is the argument on the other side.
Also, Adam, can I also say a couple of conversations ago, Adam, you brought up something very interesting that we haven't even addressed. It's the Islamic terrorism. And then Islamification of Europe and also America.
What?
If you're going to talk about,
let's talk about that.
He just gave Lindy the side eye. Wait, what's going on?
Let's talk about that.
Wait,
yes,
hold on.
I'm definitely not getting to know Kings today.
Let's talk about that. And I really appreciate everything you brought up. And you know, the Israeli regime does deserve to be criticized on occasion. But we also have to look at this extreme threat of Islamic terrorism that is here at home. I mean, do I even need to mention 9/11? We just had a shooting a couple weeks ago.
We're back in 9/11. No, you don't. Apparently that mindset has never really changed. It just incubated.
Against the Jewish community, right?
Our regime change wars have spurred Islamist groups like ISIS to pop up.
But you don't
what about
know
9/11?
that this is that yet.
Okay.
You don't
That was also blowback. Oh my God, we need Hassan Piker. We need Hassan Piker to tell it, to be like, I'm going to say it. I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
All right, so then
America deserved a lot of things.
Let's end it here.
The Iranian Revolution started in 1979.
Let's end it here. Let me just say one more thing. Let me say one more thing.
Because we
play that clip?
When we inevitably get dragged into this war, when we inevitably end up spending tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, if not $1 trillion, depending on how long that war with Iran lasts, will you guys come back on this show and at least admit I was right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Conversely,
hold on a second.
if it ends within 6 months,
Yep.
and Iran is defanged in the Abraham Accord, this is a pipe dream. I get it. But if it ends within 6 months, Iran is defanged.
Will you come back on here and say Donald Trump is a genius?
I don't know if there'll be a regime change. I have no idea. I haven't heard talk of that yet. Obviously, I know that we wouldn't be hearing that because nobody is for that. In fact, Trump denied involvement because it's so friggin' unpopular. I get it. But if in 6 months this is resolved, it's like Soleimani, it came, it went, Iran is defanged, and the Abraham Accords are expanded, will you admit that?
Yeah, of course.
All
yeah,
right,
of course.
then.
We've got a theory in chat. Lindy Lee is a comedian. That makes sense. I hope I never have to see Hassan and Anna together on a panel in the near future. I doubt that Hassan would have any interest in that.
Saying is that Trump is not going to allow himself to be dragged in. I just don't think it's a possibility.
You have way too much. Look, I don't have that much faith in any politician.
I'm not saying,
but
you know that I'm not MAGA. What I'm saying is,
Good night, X.
he ran on America first. This
Yeah.
is what he ran on isolation.
Yeah, you'd like, she's still on, but he said it in his campaign promise. And Trump is very truthful. Even though I was probably literally calling him a liar for things that he lied about in his first administration, not 6 months ago when I was a Kamala Harris supporter, right? But now I'm on this Trump never lies. He said it in his campaign promise, therefore it's true. Okay.
Guys, I just want you to remember one thing, because you brought
Did I miss the tampon throw? Unfortunately, yes.
up Yemen. I'm so happy you brought up Yemen, Adam. Thank you for doing
I'll roll it back.
Because the United States assisted Saudi Arabia in fighting the Houthi rebels in Yemen.
Yeah.
Who are, of course, backed by Iran.
Yeah.
Now, did we beat the Houthis in Yemen?
It's still going.
It's still going. So I bring that up because if anyone is under the assumption
that you can beat Iran,
war in Iran is going to be a cakewalk. They have another thing coming.
Okay, but Trump
who said
bankrupted them,
Who said
and it made a
cakewalk?
huge difference.
It's going to be a massive endeavor.
He choked them out financially.
This is a genocide that she's talking about, like she's praising Trump for having done, because it bankrupted Iran.
Means that the U.S. is going to get dragged into that war, Adam. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so what you're arguing is a hypothetical, and I hear you on that. Nobody wants to.
It's not a hypothetical; it's a pattern.
Israel, United States to get involved in more wars. I'm with you on that.
Agree.
But you're arguing a hypothetical as if it's fact.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that I had with you. It's like, we can't have this, we can't want this, blah, blah, blah. It's like,
tampons is a bad word now? Yeah, I guess according to YouTube.
Yeah, but it's not happening right now.
And it did
So let's argue what's happening. So let's not happen the first time.
It doesn't happen, right?
But
Like she's...
Lindy's bringing up probably the most important point, because we're so fixated on Israel. Lindy's talking about the Islamization of European Christian cities.
Yeah, do you know why that's happening? Because of refugee crises, due to wars that destabilize these Muslim-majority countries.
I think it's intentional.
Like a Syrian civil war.
Yes.
Like a Yemeni civil war.
Like the Libyan war, regime change war.
I don't think it's just a humanitarian crisis. I think there's an intentional
it's a fundamental
campaign
ideology.
to destroy Western. They say that. It's a campaign to destroy Western civilization.
She really did go from shitlib to Nazi in like record time. Lindy Lou's amazing. Isn't there's a clip about Lindy Lou that we've never looked over, right?
Civilization.
Anybody want to remind me of who she was talking? Anybody remember that? The real, like, you know, where she just gets exposed?
Destabilizes your home, your country.
That
leads to a lot of rage, and I can understand why. If some other country invaded us, destabilized the United States of America, believe me, I'd be out on the streets chanting death to whatever country as well.
They're not just doing that. They're coming over to our countries, invading us, killing our people.
Who's invading us and killing us?
Politicians are creating the incentives to bring them in. Like, this is a system problem as well. It's systemic, you know. But honestly, listen, guys. I saw a post that says, I am smart enough to know I'm too retarded to comment on this. I'll agree with that. What I can say is I feel like nearly all of you have been incredibly reductive of Anna's points. She is not just this insane progressive person who's spewing this leftist rhetoric. This is real issues that people have on the right as well.
I'm saying that we should not get involved.
Pretending that there could not be repercussions in place where we could go to a war, and you guys are saying, oh, it's just based off a hypothetical. This could happen.
That's not true.
So you're defending her hypothetical. I'm trying to live in reality, guys.
100%. I also presented an alternative that is possible. And the reality is we don't know yet. My deepest concern on a personal level, and I have no connection to this and no dog in this fight, is to see it all being focused on Israel when there are many different factors at play here that you mentioned, and you mentioned, and you mentioned. And that is the one thing, it's like, time's going to tell.
Can anybody find this clip for me? I'm looking for, she's talking to, I can't remember, I don't actually know who it was. She's talking to somebody, and it's about her book. And, you know, it becomes really obvious that she basically admits that she ghost wrote her book.
Concerns are very real, and I agree with you. I hope to God you're wrong. And I also think Adam makes some great points. And we just don't know yet if this is a catastrophe in the making, or potentially this Pollyanna version that I laid out earlier.
Can we at least address that you guys are forming your opinion based on a hypothetical that Iran is a national security risk and threat to the United States?
No, I'm saying that it's not our business, and Trump won't get dragged in.
Just like ISIS wasn't a threat to the United States.
You're forming your opinion based on your extreme faith in Trump.
No, I don't have an extreme faith in him. I'm not MAGA. You know that. I'm not one of those like MAGA heads. I'm just not. I'm just saying this guy ran. when someone talks, let's believe them. He's saying he doesn't want America in forever wars. That's what he ran on. It's one of the bedrocks. In addition to immigration, mass deportation.
Okay, I think I found it.
On getting us out of foreign entanglement.
So let's see if that happens.
Let's see if that happens. He has tried so hard.
You're right.
I want to say, you can say a lot of things about Donald Trump, but there's one thing you cannot say, and that's his effort and willingness to deliver on his campaign promises. Look at the lengths he is going to prosecute those mass deportations. He is fighting hard to carry through his campaign promises. So let's take a step back. It's been 48 hours, right? Our math is terrible. Let's see what he does, and let's see if he keeps his promise to keep us out of forever wars. Because Anna, I agree with you. We have nothing. I want nothing to do with it. Okay.
Okay.
Well, has Trump
respect that.
retracted his promise? You brought up immigration. I mean, we're not going off to people who are in the hospitality industry anymore.
Okay, so let's shift gears. You guys have all set
made the segue.
I know you made a great segue.
But you got to give Trump a little credit.
Let's give him time. It's been 48 hours.
Give Trump a little bit of credit because what he's doing is threading the needle. My homegirl.
Oh my God, these people are so full of coke.
Said this, threading the needle of the MAGA right that basically doesn't want any more foreign wars.
Good for them.
And the progressive left that says don't fund Israel anymore. And also Israel saying, hey, we want your back. What Trump is doing, and this is sort of counterpoint to what you're saying, is I don't listen to any of you mother suckers. I'm going to do me. And I believe that about Trump.
I do too.
At this point, I believe Trump is going to do Trump. And Trump is basically saying the following. I don't want Iran with nuclear missiles. I don't want anything with that. I don't trust them at all. We give them 60 days. On day 61, I coordinated with Bibi Netanyahu to handle this, despite what the narrative was from Marco Rubio, like, yeah, they acted unilaterally. Trump knew. Bet on that.
100%.
Number two, the Israeli lobby that are basically saying, attack Iran, attack Iran, attack Iran. Trump's obviously not listening to them because he's not captured by Bibi. Because if he was, he'd have American boots on the ground. So it's sort of...
Yeah, then why did he post the Mike Huckabee... why did he post this, right? This is what Trump reposted on Truth. This is Mike Huckabee... reposting Donald Trump reposting Mike Huckabee's text to him, saying to listen to the voice of God, and that he is in a position that no American president has been in since Truman in 1945. Look, that implies that he's thinking about nukes. I hope that that's, not true, but he is definitely contemplating United States military actions, offensive in Iran. They've already taken a part. They're already a part of Netanyahu's operation by defending Israel from the consequences of its actions. They are already part of that. This guy is fucking coping so hard.
Counterintuitive to saying that he owns Trump because Trump hasn't done anything. And the progressive left is basically saying free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Trump don't give a shit about Palestine.
No, I know
Trump
that.
Understands
believe me, I know that. Apparently, the international community doesn't care about Palestinians
Trump
at all.
Trump understands that the real threat
slaughtered.
is free Iran. And what his massive point is to do is what he wants to do is free the people of Iran. I agree with you on one thing. We should have taken all our efforts for the past 2 decades, not on Afghanistan, not on Iraq, not on any of this nonsense, and gone to the head of the octopus, so they say, which is...
Okay. Is this one of those things where we take anti-Semitic tropes and we apply them to the Islamic world? Is that what we're doing here? Because it really feels like that's what we're doing here. Right? I pointed out when some of the shit that Anna was saying was borderlining on conspiratorial, tropey shit about Israel, right? But I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that oh my God, who the fuck are we dealing? Adam Sosnick, is inverting an anti-Semitic stereotype on Iran here.
Iran, and when Iran falls, and it will, you're going to come down here and thank the free people of Iran because you're going to see people in Iran saying, "Thank God I'm free. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Israel." Let's
get the Shah's son in power. That's what they'll be saying. I want to be governed by this fucking corrupt puppet state that we overthrew in the 1970s. That's what I want.
So public opinion polls in Iran do indicate that Iranians absolutely want regime change.
80%.
However, hold on. However, it also indicates they are not in favor of Israel coming in and doing regime change.
Yeah,
they do not want that.
Well,
it
then
should
it's
happen
too bad,
organically.
because that's the only person that's going to happen.
No,
organically is not an option.
Organically is an option.
is not an
There was a
option.
Because what are you going to bring?
Organically is actually more of an option when there's not an external enemy for the Ayatollahs to focus on. Yeah, if you want to see it happen organically, that's most likely going to happen in a situation where the Ayatollahs cannot say that anyone who stands against them, the ruling powers cannot say anyone who stands against them is acting on behalf of Israel, is an Israeli spy, right? That is going to be, if you really believe in regime or real regime change, the Iranian people choosing their destiny, that is something that Israel's and the United States' interference in Iran is blocking. They are literally playing into the hands. This is, part of what's keeping the regime stable.
There was a Velvet Revolution in Armenia. Hold on. There was a revolution in Armenia recently. No one heard about it. You want to know why? Because it was a non-violent revolution. They threw out the old regime. And there's a new regime in Armenia right now. So that happened organically. The Armenian people rose up, mass protests, demands for regime change, and they got it. Having a third party, a foreign country come in and carry out regime change is not the way to go, especially when that foreign country wants to install a puppet regime that's going to do their bidding.
Look at what the United States did in Vietnam, right? They installed a puppet regime. Was that successful in decommunization of Vietnam? No, the opposite is true, right? The people of Vietnam rallied against the colonial fucking enterprise that the United States was continuing from France and from Japan.
Okay, so
they don't want that.
Ideologically, I hear what you're saying. But in reality, they're not doing any of
Hold
that.
on. Let's stop litigating what happened within the last century. It's all very real and very true. Right now, as mentioned, everybody has presented facts that everybody should be thinking about and considering, and it's going to come out in the wash, period. And unfortunately, we cannot see the forest through the trees right now, and we've all been through a lot. We're beleaguered from these foreign wars. Let's just, we have no choice. But by all means, please speak your truth, educate yourself. Moving on. Okay, no kings.
All right.
Speaking of Trump. Poor guy.
Okay, so the poor guy, yeah, I feel really bad for him. Well, I mean, he's eating shit this week, right? Anyway, chat, I'm kind of curious if anything ever got resolved, like around the tampon throwing.
With men on the PBD podcast on Valuetainment. You can find me arguing with women any day of the week.
I'm Lindy Lee. Also, I'm on the.
Okay, so they're just giving their shouts out. I wanted to see if there's any.
I think it's hilarious that anyone thinks that this country is being overrun by Marxists. I know Marxism. There's literally 5 people who are genuine Marxists in this country.
We find you, Anna.
Is actually totally fine. Most countries have progressivism
as
is
well.
what's basically been hijacked by the.
So this guys, for a lot of liberals, honestly, party first.
I just want to see. We're not going to get closure.
Hold on. You said follow the money. Let's follow the money. Let's ask ourselves which.
Oh God, follow the money. Yeah, remember how they were framing this was like, is Soros secretly behind the No Kings protest? Is all of Trump's opposition actually astroturfed? Are all these protesters being paid to pretend like they're against Trump, even though Trump is actually really, really popular? Yeah, it's bullshit. Anyway, chat with that. I wanted to really quickly somehow. All right, this is
because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having free reign of the White House?
Talking about Biden.
You could go to places that were usually cordoned off.
Like where?
When you go there on a tour, it's usually roped off. Or, at Christmas parties, it's like, areas you're just not allowed there. But
like what parts?
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know the specific the names of the parts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
God damn it. I fucking hate shorts, chat.
He also wrote that he, quote, gave me.
I hate shorts so much because that's what they do. They take a sensible clip that exists somewhere and then they turn it into something that doesn't have all the information that you need, right? Something where even if you're showing something that you think is definitive, the part that makes it definitive isn't contained in the clip because the clip is limited to 1 minute. And then it gives it more views than any kind of non-short could ever fucking get. So then that becomes the clip. Oh my God. And there's not another clip here. There's not anything. Fuck me.
Who calls inside the end of everything, and she's warning everyone in the town of Washington, D.C. that they should be afraid. Take a
need. I need that thing that where it shows you what the most watched part of the fucking thing is. And this doesn't have it. This is so fucking frustrating. Here, let's try Lindy Lee. Am I even spelling her name right? Lindy Lee Tara Palmer. What fucking, I can't remember what her name is. Here it is. Tara Palmieri. Okay. Really, I can't fucking find this even here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God, this is infuriating.
listen to her on.
I didn't even intend. Someone told me the other day, actually one of the producers who's vying for the book told me that this story is bigger than Watergate, and I never thought of it that way. The story being Biden's cover-up, the conspiracy. First of all, I think it's because my story is so distinctly unique and I'm at the center of it. It's like a human life, and it's not fight, and it's, I don't know what Whipple's is Uncharted. The name
Yeah, Uncharted, which was actually really quite interesting because he seemed to get direct quotes from the inner circle, like Valerie Biden, the family, around the time of the debates, just like truly Biden's inner circle. And I know that there's, that was really shook a lot of people around Biden. But yeah, I got the impression that like none of these authors really thought that their books would become a game change, book like Mark Halperin and John Heileman's.
I really think it's a human element. The fact that I don't need to quote people. I can tell you I had a conversation with Valerie or Ashley, like just something that they said to me. It's not secondhand. I was literally there.
What did they say to you that would be like kind of so explosive that would make your book different?
Well, you have to read my book, right? And there's a lot of things that went on that people wouldn't have ever imagined, in the way that they treated us, the way that they deliberately deceived us. I mean, they lied about so many different things, and I lay it out chapter by chapter. We start with, Biden's initial decision to run, which obviously Jake Tapper calls the original sin, and I agree with that. It was just, it never should have happened, and it was kind of a slow motion train wreck.
Yeah, but I just want to go back a little bit, because now you don't agree with it. But when you look at, tweets that you made in the past, you were a surrogate. I mean, you have said.
Yeah, I was a surrogate. That's why I had to say all of that. Yeah.
But you don't have to say all of that. Like, no one's, you're not being, this is a free country. You don't have to work for a political party. But like, I look back on some of your tweets, like, Here's October 2022. People were talking about whether he should run or not. When push comes to shove, Democrats care of you regardless of party. Republicans try to get you murdered. Now you're saying you're a Republican. March 8th, 2024. To those of you who said Biden was cognitively impaired, we await your apology. You tweeted that back in March 2024. You've since deleted that. June 20th, 2024, after the debate, you said, my friend...
Now, am I understanding correctly that Laura Palmieri is a conservative? So she's exposing Lindy Lee for her lack of real conservative bona fides, and also for her just lying about the access that she had to the Bidens, and kind of like just nakedly cashing in on her. I guess she was a fundraiser for Kamala and for Biden.
President Biden will go down in history as one of the most selfless and patriotic leaders.
I didn't say anything about his mental fitness. I said he remembered my family's name.
To those of you who said Biden was cognitively impaired, we await your apology. That's your tweet.
On the night of the debate? Absolutely not. I didn't say
No. I'm talking about June 20th, 2024. You said, my friend, President Biden, will go down in history as one of the most selfless and patriotic leaders our nation has ever had. What he did was the mark of a true statesman. So I think, like...
I stand by that. I continue to... This is not personal. I'm not on a personal vendetta against Joe Biden. I'm talking about what he did to our country. And I will continue to harbor love for him and gratitude that he was kind to me and my family. He was kind. I'm not ever going to dispute or deny that. He showed tremendous humanity to me and my family.
It's just that you're saying that, like, the difference between your book and other books that have come out is that you have firsthand account, right? Like, that's the difference for you, is that you were there working in the party, but, you know, you made such a rapid switch from someone who was, you know, like you wrote in the first
Wait, you're
chapter.
leaving out major events. Throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it on July 21st when I very gently urged Biden to step aside. Somebody
what did you
called
say
me.
Exactly, and what show?
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream.
What did you say exactly?
I said I wouldn't tell the president what to do, but if I were to say something, you know, like in the kindest way possible. And I echoed that same thing when I was on MSNBC like an hour later.
Okay, so around the same time that a lot of people were also saying that.
Oh, but that wasn't the only time. I was also on BBC, MSNBC. Like this was like
this was after the debate. This wasn't before the debate. Before it was publicly.
And I will go into detail. I went to extraordinary lengths to raise concerns about Biden's age to people like Ken Martin and other DNC officials way before 2024, way before 2023. And I have the receipts of people.
But then why would you say we await your apology for those who said Biden was
Because I'm not going to undermine the campaign publicly. I'm just not. Terry,
why are we supposed to take your word in the future?
I wanted to have a good. I'm not here for an inquisition. Am I gonna? Is this an inquisition?
No. But listen, here, Lindy, if I'm gonna interview you for this podcast and to, you know, promote your book and what's coming up, I want to lay the groundwork of your credibility and why people should believe your word over the word of the campaign.
You're not listening to me though, because as a surrogate, I can't be out there undermining the campaign. It's my job. These are people that I've worked with for a decade. I cannot be. You keep private matters, like I had serious concerns about Biden's age that I raised to people who could actually do something about it. Like Ken Martin, like, you know, Jamie Harrison.
See, what she's not getting is that if it's this damning thing where the guy absolutely cannot like run for office, let alone should be, in office still, then it's incumbent upon you to sacrifice your cushy job in order to blow the whistle on this. That is how, that is how this shit kind of gets exposed.
Time as chair, but like people who are actually elected officials in the party. I'm not going to litigate it on TV when I was still part of the campaign. If we're stuck with Biden, that we just have to support Biden. That was my thought. You know, it's like come at the king.
Yet 6 months later, you go towards, you're now in a position where you feel like supporting Biden or Kamala was evil, And the best thing for the country would have been just to let Trump win.
You better not miss. If you can't take him out, you have to support him, because then you would just end up helping the other guy. That was the logic that—
Which is who you're helping now.
Everyone was operating under.
Do you have any regrets about that? About like not writing this book then?
I never even wanted to write a book. I never even wanted to leave the party. I never wanted to— after Election Day, I just wanted to remain on the moderate conservative wing of the party. I'd never anticipated any of the subsequent events, actually. I just never anticipated it. I never planned— if I had planned on writing a book, I would have been much more meticulous in keeping records. I have a poor habit of deleting emails.
So for the future, for people who are not as politically savvy, like, should we trust campaign surrogates when they go out there and they, read the talking points for the campaign, or they say they keep the line? Like, should we trust them?
That's a really good question, actually. Because if they're appointed by the campaign to be a surrogate, there's no way they would undermine the campaign.
Then why would they just, like, if they didn't believe in it, like, why would they take that job?
The thing is,
you're a Princeton graduate, like, you didn't need to work on a campaign.
This is my— Tara, politics is my entire life. You cut me open, it's all politics. I do have to work on a campaign because it's my raison d'etre. It's just as politics is me.
Is politics
raison d'etre? Raison d'etre? Raison d'etre. That's actually funny in French. This is the reason of head. This is the reason of my head. That's what she said. The actual phrase is raison d'être, the reason to exist, the reason for being, right? That's what that phrase is supposed to be. She wants to use the phrase. She wants to sound smart and cultured, but she thinks it's raison d'être. Or is she confusing two different French phrases together?
Politics about power or policy to you? Like, what's it about?
Politics. And, well, actually, my one issue is environment and immigration. Mm-hmm. These are my two primary, and Trump is good on one and not so good on the other. It's very complicated for me.
But, like, politics is a means to power, right? And power is a means to policy.
Affecting policy. I also just love democracy, having grown up in having been born in an authoritarian regime. I think I have a special appreciation of it that even someone like my brother who's born here doesn't get. The fact, like where I was born, you would get locked up for airing any sort of opinion.
Yeah.
Google's banned there. You can't voice any independent thought. So
you're from China originally.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. You're from China originally.
I was born in China, but I moved to England, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, see, Lindy, the reason I ask you all these questions is they're the same questions that I asked Rahm Emanuel last week. When did you know? What did you know? And who did you tell? Because I do think, like, for people that are going to be public people who were affiliated with the Biden campaign or Biden White House, they have to come clean in some ways and say what they knew, when they knew, and why they didn't say anything.
Look, I'm going to track down this clip using the dark science. Using my weirding ways that I learned while I was a member of the order. Shh.
Because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having...
Okay, free reign of the White House. That's what we're looking for. Let's see if we can find it. Little transcript here. Control free... reign. There we go. All right. It's all the way over here. Here, let's roll it back a little bit just so we get everything in here. All right, we'll roll it back to here.
Well, no, I was just wondering if they were like, Lindy, you're invited to the White House. Like, because you wrote in your book that Biden became a personal friend as a result of your work.
I've been to the White House during his term more times than I can count. And I on several occasions, brought my mom, or I bring somebody else. And each time he would take time to meet with my family.
Like, not in a group setting, like with other fundraisers?
Not in a group setting, no.
Because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having free reign of the White House?
You could go to places that were usually cordoned off.
Like where?
When you go there on a tour, it's usually roped off. Or, at Christmas parties, it's like, areas are you just not allowed there.
So chat, there's different kinds of interviews that you'll do. If you're doing an interview where you are a key figure of interest to the journalist and they need your access, right? They're not going to do follow-up questions like Tara's doing here. Now, this is Lindy Lee, and Tara Palmieri has correctly judged Lindy Lee as being, fairly worthless, right? The one value that she offers is that she's full of shit and you can expose her on air, right? So this is a journalist burning her interviewee. You rarely see this.
But
like what parts?
That's what I'm talking about, right? A lot of times if she needs to talk to Lindy Lee in the future, she wouldn't do this, right? Because Lindy Lee will now know that, oh my God, she could hold my feet to the fire, right? But she doesn't need Lindy Lee for shit.
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know the specific the names of the parts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm just curious because I saw.
She's just trying to figure out if you know what the fuck you're talking about.
In the book, you also wrote that that you could.
Right.
Take calls
I
from the
asked
Lincoln
your
bedroom.
producer not to share.
I know, but why are you being sensitive about a book that you're putting out?
Because it's in draft form right now. It's not even done. So you're sharing a form that's like really rough. And he promised me that you wouldn't be sharing this rough draft with. It's not ready to be published, and you're sharing a draft that's not done.
But if it's like a fact, it's a fact. Like if you wrote it, you were probably going to publish it, right? Like that's
no,
Why
not necessarily. I didn't.
Why wouldn't you share that? Like why would you write that and not publish it?
Because I'm working with somebody else on writing that book, and I know what you're referring to, and I didn't write that line.
It was on a PDF that looked very like pitch book style. Like it's gonna, if you're coming out with a lot of really big claims,
Tara,
which I don't doubt.
I'm working with a ghostwriter. That was his first draft. I did not write that line.
He just made that up.
No, he didn't make that up. Tara, that is just not a version. And again, your producer said he wouldn't share it. It's in draft form. It's not, my book isn't out yet. It's not even available for pre-orders. Okay, it's not ready for public consumption. We are still writing the book.
It's interesting to me because I don't usually write things down
I didn't write it.
Share things that would be pitched or written or sent around.
It's not. It's in draft form. It's not even. We're writing the book.
Yeah.
God damn.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you to. So
Are you just here to ambush me? Like what is?
I'm
going
not
on
here to
right
ambush
now?
you. It's Lindy. If you're going to have
You're just really easy to expose, right? You're doing this thing that everybody's doing because Biden no longer has any political power. So now everybody that was involved with him, wants to clear their name as being possibly somebody who covered up his inability to conduct his campaign, and questionably his job as president. They're trying to distance themselves or say that they were on the good side, or they were trying to call it out, or this or that, right? And then you got people like Lindy Lee, who is got this cursory relationship with the Biden White House that she wants to cash in and be like, oh yeah, I saw it too. He was totally incompetent, and I tried to get to the right people, and I couldn't say anything because I was a campaign surrogate, but I was trying to get to the bottom of this. Right? I don't know. She's trying to cash in on the political death of Joe Biden, and she just got exposed as being nowhere near the inner sanctum where she'd need to be to write a book like this. She just got exposed that her whole book was garbage that was ghost written, right? And I don't know who Tara Palmieri is, but yeah, this is a pretty good moment. That being said, chat, this stream went on entirely too long. there are no mods apparently in my Twitch chat. I'm gonna have to remedy that. I am gonna have to remedy that. Because there's a fight in there and I don't know what's gone on. I'll look, we got all the records. We'll try to figure it out, chat. But yeah, I want people to feel comfortable in chat and everything. So if anybody was made uncomfortable, I'm sorry. I am going to read off my patrons, who I very much thank for supporting me off platform in a way that is, beyond the reach of, the platforms that like to ban you, the platforms that like to demonetize you, make it really hard for you to survive as a content creator. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. If you support me at the $5 level or higher, I even read your name off at the beginning and ending of each stream. So let's do that now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hotham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus and a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Oh my god, chat. This stream should not have gone on this long. I have important things to do. I still need to book my trip to fucking Vietnam. Holy shit, chat. That's got to happen in the next 4 days. 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd. That's where we're at. So I need to make this happen, and I need to make this happen fast. I swear to God. I swear to God. Right, let me just really quickly. All right. I'd like to give you some, like to raid some different people, show you some different people on Twitch when I do the raids, but unfortunately the pickings are kind of slim. All right, we've picked all the flesh off the bone, and no, it's not slim. It's just that, like, this is a good streamer. It's just that I have rated him so many times. I'm worried he will think I am obsessed with him. But no, he's the one that's on when I end my stream. So we're gonna raid you into Bill Boneless. Go over there and give Bill and the rest of his community my love. Ex Nihilo is in Vietnam, HCM City. Oh God, I'm gonna go to the other side of the country from that. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be anywhere near Ho Chi Minh City this time, or wait, this time or next time, I think. Anyway, chat. Much love to everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting me. I will probably see you again tomorrow. I'm gonna raid you into Bill Boneless now. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Thank you, mods. Thank you for holding things down. If any of you want to, maybe hang out in Twitch chat, if you have Twitch accounts, that would be really helpful. Looks like we ended up without any mod coverage and had a little bit of a kerfuffle going on. I'm not sure what's behind that, but we'll get to the bottom of it. So yeah, looks like we could use a little bit more coverage on Twitch if anybody's interested in doing that. Much love to the mods, much love to the Thumb Gang, and much love to my Patreons and to all of you out there in Streamland. I will see you again tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have my plane ticket, my reservations, whatever I need to go to Vietnam and learn something about the country that my country fucked up while I'm there. So yeah. Talk to you again soon.